Before you start watching, please help the channel thrive. Give it a like, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications. Drop a comment if you relate to anything or want to dive into some topics together.
Chapter 1. Another day, yet another day for school. For some reason, I felt weirdly excited about today, but I can't tell exactly why. I felt a warmth envelope my body as I went to my first class, English. That was strange, considering I've just been to hell and back. My brother, Chris, and some of his friends came around our house this morning, which wasn't quite an unusual thing, given that they're there most of the time anyways. Although, the Alpha, my brother's best friend, wasn't there. And I must tell you, they weren't the nicest people out there. As I entered the class, I noticed that it was only half empty. Some students were chatting with their friends. Friends, yeah, a word I find most unfamiliar with. Times like this when I wished I had friends. I found my seat at the back of the classroom by the window. Gazing outside, I saw how the leaves swayed from side to side and how there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The sun shone brightly and the birds flew happily. All of a sudden, the most amazing scent hit my nostrils. I turned to look at the door. There, stood in all of his glory, was none other than Howard Taylor, with his messy dark brown bangs and sky blue eyes. Our new Alpha. He was 17 years old today. Thus, he was given the position of the Alpha of the pack. Also, he'd most likely find his mate today, which he had. Unfortunately, that person was me. I watched as he scanned the class with his eyebrows furrowed. His eyes landed on me, and I felt the tingles spread through my body. I felt like it was just the two of us in the world. There was no one else, it was just us. Mate. Mate. That's my mate, my wolf yelled at me. I know, I said to my wolf. We're so lucky to be his mate. His eyes showed a string of emotions, shock, lust, and love. He smiled slightly at me, which I returned away. Babe, let's go find our seats, a disgusting voice said. I saw Eva, the cheerleader of our school sports team, was clinging off his strong, tanned arms like her life depended on it. She is my mate's girlfriend. I felt my wolf whimpering inside of me. She desperately wanted him, but he nodded, but his eyes never left mine. I felt a ton of jealousy, but I tried to forget about it all. My wolf no longer felt down by now. Instead, she was becoming angrier and angrier by the minute. I knew she would take over my body anytime soon. Even though I didn't know how to shift. It hurt me to know my own mate wouldn't push away that bitch, but instead wrapped his arms around her and allowing her to sit on his lap. That is somewhere only I should be sitting. I tried my best to push away the tears, while some other of the pack came in and sat down surrounded the Howard and Eva. I bit my lip. I do not want him to see my sorrowful face. I have to act strong. Since I was the only person who hadn't shifted yet in the pack, people often teased me and made fun of me. But my families were never there for me. My mum thought I was a shame in our family and didn't care about me. My dad loved me a lot. Actually, he might even be the only person who loved me in this world. He was always kind, and he taught me how to play the piano, which later became my favourite instrument and the one that I was best at. But unfortunately, he passed away many years ago. As to my brother, he ignored me most of the times. He thought of me as an embarrassment and always made fun of me along his friends. He used to my best friend until he shifted and I didn't. The hour quickly passed and the bell screeched. I grabbed my things and threw into my backpack before quickly running out of the room. I was the first person out of there, and I was happy because this meant that I wouldn't have any chance of seeing him at all for the next lesson. Oh. No, go back to our mate, I need him, my wolf screamed. No, don't be naive. He will only hurt us. Didn't you see that? He let Eva touch him. I shouted back to my wolf. Caroline, wait! Meet me by the janitor's closet. All of a sudden, Howard's voice boomed through MindLink. I wanted to disobey his order, but since he was Alpha, I had to do what he said. Or it would be considered very shameful and challenging not to listen to someone who was of higher rank than you, like an Alpha or a Beta. And since I was the pack runt, I had to listen to every single person in our pack, as I was the lowest of the low. I turned around and made my way towards the janitor's closet, which was near the exit of the school. Hence, it was the complete opposite side of my next class, biology. The hallway was completely empty, which had my heart thudding against my chest, because it meant that I would be alone with my mate. Once I was a few meters away, his scent hit me, driving my wolf insane. She wanted nothing but to run into his arms and kiss the life out of him. But I kept control of my wolf. It was hard and painful, but I had to. "Yes, Alpha," I stuttered, my head bowed. I looked at my old, worn-out Converses like they were the most interesting thing in the world. He lifted up my chin using his index finger and looked at me in the eyes. Tingles shot through my body when he touched me. I felt so warm, and his touch felt so right. "Call me Howard," he whispered, bringing his mouth to my ear. Slowly, he began sucking on my earlobe and wrapped his arms around my waist. I let out a quiet moan and felt him smirk against my skin. He pushed me against the wall and he began trailing intoxicating kisses down my neck and onto my chest when he opened the buttons of my school shirt. This is a feeling I had never experienced before. I felt alive for the first time of my life, and my wolf was already cheering up like never before. He grabbed me into the janitor's closet, and I moaned when he began sucking on my neck, where he was going to be marking me as his. His hands freely roamed my body before finally stopping at my butt. He roughly pushed me against the wall when he made sure the door was fully closed. I felt my body was on fire, and my face was burning. And then, I lost memory of anything happened after that. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on the ground. I had to get out of this school as quick as possible. It was suffocating me. Walking down the hallways to get to my locker, his mouth-watering scent hit me once again. I continued walking down further, only to stop at the sight in front of me. It was truly heartbreaking. I could feel my heart shattering in pieces. My wolf howled in pain as I watched Howard making out with Eva. Her hands tangled in his hair, and his hands on either side on her, while she had her back against the locker. I so desperately wanted to move. I couldn't look at it. I couldn't look at them. But my feet were glued to the floor. Even if I tried, I couldn't move. "What are you doing here, bitch?" Ava screeched in her annoying voice. Suddenly, something snapped inside of me. I knew that Howard was looking at me, smirking. I was so shameful by what I'd done. I felt dirty. I let my hormones get the best of me, and I regretted it now. Every single minute of it. I was so repulsive that even my mate didn't want me. I was truly and utterly disgusting. So I turned and ran out of the closest exit. I ran to my beat-up Ford and slipped into it. I rushed out of the school and to my house. Thankfully, we didn't live in the pack house. We had our own home near the pack house. Once I'd parked the car, I sprinted into the bedroom and locked myself. I cried until there wasn't any tears left to shed. I cried for hours and hours. My pack hated me. My brother hated me. My mate hated me. Even my mum didn't care about me. I was ashamed to this pack. Then what the hell was I doing here? I'd hurt them enough already. I couldn't hurt them anymore. I'd hate myself even more than I do now if I hurt more people. I had to leave. I wouldn't hurt them, and then maybe they'd be happy, right? I thought as I started to pack up my things. "Where are we going, Caroline?" my wolf asked me. "I don't know. I just want to leave this place. I don't want to hurt people around us anymore," I replied. "All right, Caroline. I guess we deserve it," my wolf said sadly. Then, my wolf didn't say a word as I packed all my clothes and other photographs. I went to my mum's room and got a beautiful necklace from her jewellery box, which I fastened around my neck. And I picked out one of Chris's hoodies. I packed those items and grabbed some food from the kitchen. I slipped into the study where our secret safe was located. It was a safe which was only known to me and my dad. Before my dad passed away, he left a considerable amount of cash in it just in case that I needed it. Only I had the key to the safe. I finally found the key and pulled out an ancient-looking book for one of the portraits to slide up and reveal the safe. Using the key, I unlocked the safe and pulled out a wad of notes. There were lots of money in the safe. I wouldn't be surprised if there was over 1 million in there. I locked the door of the safe and pushed in the book fully. allowing the painting to go back to its original position. I slid the key back in its place before checking the time. 3:00 p.m. Nobody would be at home for a couple of hours, so I was safe, but if I didn't want them tracking down my scent, I'd have to leave soon anyways. I stuffed the money in a corner of my duffel bag and found a small plastic bag with a couple of thousands in. It was the money I'd saved from my job, which was teaching children ballet, right at the back of my closet. I wrote a note with only 2 words on there. With one hand, I carried both my duffel bags, and with the other, I carried my guitar, which was safely placed in its case. I wanted to bring my piano with me, but apparently it was too big for me to carry. And with that, I felt my old home and life in search for a new, better one. Chapter 2. Chris's POV. Laughing at Mike's joke, we all entered my house. My friends and I always hang out at mine after school and before. Sometimes they like to tease me about Caroline being my sister, but I always end up using my beta voice to tell them to be quiet and shut up. Caroline and I used to be close, but then I shifted and she still hasn't, which automatically makes her the lowest of the pack, which is why she gets bullied, because she's too weak. And I knew that if I did stand up for her, I would be bullied as well, and I wouldn't be beta. I truly do love her, even though I would never admit it to anyone. But I can't stand up for her publicly, I just have to go along with the crowd. But I always do feel guilty after humiliating her. Those words probably hurt me more than her. I entered the kitchen and found that there was no food anywhere. Normally, Caroline would cook for us as our mum were hardly ever at home. I told her to get food ready for us. Damn it, why hasn't she? Does she want to embarrass me in front of my friends? Hey guys, hold up. I'm gonna go see Caroline. I'll be down in a minute, I said to them as they continued telling jokes and messing around. Stomping up the stairs, I made my way to her bedroom. I knocked on her bedroom door gently at first, but when she didn't answer, I knocked louder. Was she really testing my patience? But my wolf didn't have a good feeling about this, call it instinct, but he knew there was something most definitely wrong. This time, I pounded on her door. I waited a few seconds, and when she didn't answer, I flung the door open to an empty-looking bedroom. I looked around and noticed that most of her clothes were gone. Most of her things were gone as well, not that she had much anyways. Her room was completely empty, apart from the furniture in the room and her pillow and bedsheets. I gasped as I looked around the room, taking everything in for the 100th time. No, please tell me she left us alone, I prayed silently. I looked around her room and her bathroom, but she wasn't anywhere to be found. Sniffing the air, there was still faint scent of her in this room, indicating that she left only a while ago. I could feel my world crumbling. My young, innocent baby sister has left all because of her brother. Tears started rolling down my cheeks now. I did nothing to stop them. It was all my fault. I didn't protect her well. I chose my reputation and status over her, and suddenly I realize it meant nothing to me without her existence. What if something happens when she's out there? I'd never, ever be able to forgive myself. I sat down on her bed and rested my elbow on my knees. I buried my face in my palms and cried. The phrase, "you don't know what you have until you lose it," really struck home right now. 422. Sobbing slightly, I mind-linked Howard as he was the alpha. Kesh Howard, get at my hate house N now. It's important. I'm busy, he replied. I knew exactly what he was talking about, but right now that wasn't important. She could be dying for all I knew. God forbid that happens. This is important, Howard. Hurry up. I'll be in Caroline's room, I urged him. Fine. But if it's not important, you're getting your ass kicked. Few minutes later, he arrived. Since the pack house wasn't that far away, he could get here within 2 minutes if he was in werewolf form. But Howard was one of the fastest pack members in the pack, being alpha, so he could get here in less than a minute. What happened to you? He asked. His eyes widened as he took me in, crying. He knew that I hardly ever cried. Since he was my best friend and had practically known me for his entire being, he knew lots about me. She left, I whispered, as I felt a load of warm tears fall down my cheeks. I laid back on the bed, but then I felt a piece of paper underneath me. I sat up again and found a note. It read 2 simple words that nearly killed me. Sorry. Goodbye. She was sorry for being a member of the pack, so she was leaving us. She blamed herself all this time, and this made me feel even more guiltier, if that was even possible. Although that note just had 2 words on them, they were the most painful word anyone had ever said to me. W, what do you mean she's left? Howard stuttered with his eyes wide and mouth open. S, she's left, I sobbed, and passed him the note. He read, and a second later, anger, sadness, and guilt appeared across his face. She can't leave. Well, she has, all because of us, I cried. W, we need to find her. We have to find her, he said, beginning to collect himself from the shock. He then mind-linked the pack for an emergency pack meeting in his alpha tone, which meant that everyone had to come. We all ran in human form to the pack house. Our friends joined us as we went to the pack house for the meeting. Whispers filled the room as we arrived. People looked at us with questioning looks. I probably looked like hell right now, but I couldn't care less. Howard went to the stage of the meeting room, which was basically a large room with chairs facing a large stage. I stood next to him as his beta, with red puffy eyes, as he cleared his throat, which stopped all the murmurs and whispers. I've called this emergency today, because our beta's sister Caroline Forrest has ran away, as we think. We found a note saying, sorry, goodbye. On her bed, he said loud and clear with confidence, although I could hear him wince slightly when he said that she'd ran away. Thank God we don't need her, a whiny voice said. I turned my gaze to the voice and found that it was Eva, sitting in the front row with a tight dress, which finished just below her butt and the neckline so low that almost all her goodies were on display. Within seconds, I was in front of her, raging. How dare she say such things about my sister? Have you forgotten? You've said worst, my wolf taunted. Shut up, I screamed, hating that he was right. Shut the hell up. That is my sister you are talking about. My sister. She could be in trouble somewhere right now, I screamed, which caused her to flinch and cower under my glare. Beta Chris. We don't have time to waste on her. We need to find Caroline now. I want the entire territory searched and any possible leads as to where she is, he demanded in this alpha voice. Everybody got up and went out looking for her. Then we found out that her pack bond was broken. We've been searching for her for weeks now. We've asked other alphas of the neighbouring territories. We've checked hospital, bank, every corner on the streets, but it was as if she had completely disappeared off the face of the planet. Her faint scent that we found was washed away with the rain, which meant we couldn't track her down. Even the trackers were having a hard time finding her, and they were the best. My life was completely changed when she left. I don't sleep around anymore. I can barely sleep as it is. I hardly eat, only when forced. Most of the time, I spent all my time in her room, or looking at her photos after school and before school, and now I even sleep in her room. When our mom found out, she blamed herself for not being here for her. And finally, she has started to care about her family, like most mom would. Days after she left, I found out that she took one of my favourite hoodies, one of Mum's favourite necklaces. That made me start crying all over again. I don't think I could ever forgive myself. Despite what we'd done to her, she still wants to remember us. If she did come back, I don't think that I'd deserve her forgiveness. I don't think any one of us does. We all humiliated her at every chance we got and bullied her. We made her feel like trash, and nobody could forgive us for doing that to her. Howard has changed as well. Before he actually had standards, but now he fucks everything classified as female. He's out most of the nights, partying, sleeping around, drinking. But I can see that he doesn't get any sleep at all. He hardly ever talks anymore. I don't know why Caroline leaving has had such an impact on him, but it has. I tried to talk to him about it, but he would always brush it off and make up a stupid excuse and leave. I just wish Caroline comes back, because now I've realised how much I actually miss my baby sister. They say you don't know what you have until you've lost it, and now I truly know what I have lost, and that kindest, most beautiful person at heart in the world, who so happens to be my angel of a little sister. Wherever you are, Caroline, please come back to us, I prayed every night before I fell asleep on her bed. Chapter 3. After driving out of the territory, I let out a shaky breath. My wolf was protesting, wanting to go back to her mate, but me. That is a completely different story. I hated him now. More than ever. He took my innocence and left me to be. He didn't even reject me properly, which meant that our bond wasn't broken yet. I continued driving, tears silently falling down my cheeks until a pain struck me in my lower abdomen. I bit my lip so that I wouldn't start screaming out because the pain was excruciating. I parked my car on the side of a quiet road before stumbling into the forest nearby. I walked deep into the forest before screaming, with tears running down my cheeks. I cried louder as the pain got worse. After about half an hour of pain, I could feel myself falling into darkness. But before it got fully engulfed me, I heard a voice near next to me telling me to hold on. An hour later, "When is she going to wake up?" a deep voice asked. "I don't know. She should have woken by now," a soft voice replied. I tried to open my eyes, but my head felt as if someone was hitting it with a hammer. With a groan, my eyes flew open. Taking in the surroundings, I noticed that I was in an unknown place. My wolf automatically went into defense mode, just in case someone tried to attack us. Although we weren't well trained, we knew the basics. I sat up straight and looked around. I was in a cream-coloured bedroom. I noticed that I was sitting on a warm, comfortable, king-sized bed, but I wasn't wearing my clothes. Instead, a huge, comfortable t-shirt. Standing in front of me was a tall, handsome man, with brown, shaggy hair and bright blue eyes. To say that he was good-looking would be an understatement. He was hot. He seemed a bit older than me, maybe 18, and also he had a powerful aura around him, indicating that he was the alpha. Next to him stood an older-looking woman, aged in her mid-30s. She had beautiful, long blonde hair and bright blue eyes as well. She was probably the guy's mom, as they had the same eyes and had similar facial features. "Hey honey, are you all right?" the lady asked in a soft, motherly voice. I nodded. Where am I? I was scared as I was a rogue now, so they could kill me for trespassing their land. "You're in the hallowed Maine's territory, and I am Alpha Henry Nixon," the fit guy answered confidently with pride. "Okay, why did you bring Mimi H here?" I stuttered. "You were in pain and you were screaming. Then you passed out, so I brought you here," he replied. "All right, but I think I need to go now," I whispered, trying to stand up even though I was feeling extremely weak. The lady shook her head. "No, honey, you need to rest." "Please don't kill me," I whispered with tears in eyes already. "Why would we want to kill you?" the lady asked, with a confused look on her face. Why wouldn't you? I'm a rouge, and I crossed into your territory without permission, didn't I?" "Yes, but you don't seem like a danger to me. Or the pack for that matter." "You look so broken," she whispered the last part. "No, you don't. So I would like you to join the pack," he stated firmly. No, I can't. I don't want to be a burden on you or anyone," I sobbed. "You're not a burden. And since you have crossed my land without permission, I get to do whatever I want to do with you, and I want you to join the pack," he said confidently. "Why, yes, Alpha," I whispered, looking down at my fingers. "Excellent," he grinned. "And you don't need to tell me about your past right now, but someday I need to know, and the sooner the better." I nodded again, speechless. Why would he want me to be in his pack? What if he'd start hating me like the other later on? Is he going to abandon me as well? "What's your name, sweetheart?" the lady asked. "C. Caroline Forrest," I answered in a quiet voice. "Your name's beautiful, just like you." "And I'm Stella, Henry's mum." She said Henry's name with great pride. She seemed so warm, and I knew I would grow to love her. Thanks," I smiled slightly. "Okay, so I think that the sooner you become one of the members in our pack, the better. So how about now? Do you agree?" Henry asked, tilting his head as he waited my answer. Reluctantly, I nodded. "Yes, I'm ready." I was sure I didn't want to be in my old pack anymore, because eventually they could track me down. I knew this was highly unlikely, but after joining Henry's pack soon, my scent would be altered slightly so that I could break off any ties from them. But I don't think they would want to find me though. After all, I was just someone they had to tolerate in their pack. I, Alpha Henry Nixon, accept you. Caroline Forrest in the hallowed main pack, do you accept? He said so formally. I, Caroline Forrest, accept to be part of the hallowed main pack. He pulled out a small pocket knife and made a cut on his palm. He took mine and repeated the process. We both shook hands, both our blood mixing together. I felt my old pack's bond, which was already very weakened, snap completely, and instead to be replaced by my new pack's bond. Welcome to the pack, he said softly. I smiled back slightly, as his smile was so infectious. Thank you. Thank you so much, but I don't want to live in the pack house, I stated with a slight confidence. It was true. All my life I never did anything for me, just for me. And now I wanted to build my own life and live it for me now that I was free. I knew that it would take long before I got back on my own 2 feet properly, but I never really did like anyone else's help. That's fine, but you have to come to the pack meetings, which is once a month. And until you get well, because you are extremely underweight and weak as well, you will have you stay at the pack house, and that is my order. Yes, Alpha. Thank you, I whispered again. But since he had werewolf hearing, he would have been able to hear me. I wasn't used to people doing all these things for me, so it was a bit weird to see someone help me so much. I was used to doing work and getting hit and bullied, but I was never once taken care of. Because the people who were supposed to love me and be there for me turned their backs on me. Okay, I'll leave you for a shower. Come downstairs when you finish and I'll have some clothes ready for you, Stella said, smiling her bright smile. I nodded and watched as they left the room. I stood up and walked to a white-painted door, which I guessed was the entrance to the bathroom, and entered in. I looked around in awe at the shiny, clean and white bathroom. I stripped out of my clothes and turned on the shower. I readjusted the heat to my liking and stepped under the water as it soothed my muscles. I think I would be loved and appreciated around here. My life just got way better. Chapter 4. During the shower, my wolf complained to me, Caroline, I still want to go back to our pack. My mate is there and I need him. No, we are not going back there. I don't want to have any connection with our mate anymore. Besides, you know he has a girlfriend and does not care about us, don't you? My wolf said nothing. She whimpered softly. Don't worry, we will find our lover in this pack. I promise. I tried to comfort her. All right, fine. Once I'd finished my shower, I wrapped myself around with a soft white towel, which was already in the bathroom. I stepped out of the bathroom, feeling as fresh and light as ever. I found an outfit, which consisted of a pair of shorts and a plain white t-shirt. Underneath the clothes, I found a new pair of underwear, which I was glad for. The shorts were way too big as well as the t-shirt, but I could work with it. I quickly got dressed and brushed my teeth with the spare toothbrush I found in the bathroom cabinet. I combed out the knots of my long pink hair, the result of a prank, with a comb that I found. My natural hair colour was a dark brown with natural lighter brown highlights and reached my waist. It was one of the only things that I actually like about myself, apart from my light blue eyes, which were the same colour as the ocean, which was why my middle name was Ocean. I remember how beautiful my hair used to be until they flashback. Eva whispered to her group of friends to be quiet as they tiptoed into Caroline's bedroom. The party had been on for 2 hours now, and the house was fully packed, which meant that nobody would really miss their presence for the 2 minutes they would be gone. Chris was hosting a party as usual, which Caroline wasn't allowed to attend. Nothing unusual. Chris had invited over most people from his school, excluding the nerds. The party was on full blast, and the others were dancing around wildly, drinking or making out somewhere. Caroline wasn't allowed to go, as she was the only person who'd passed her shifting age by so much. Sometimes a wolf would be a couple of days later, but not months and months. But her pack members knew that being able not to shift after her age was just an excuse to punish her. Because before Howard became Alpha, his dad always praised Caroline for everything. She was good at anything she did, and Alpha showed that off to people. Opening Caroline's door slightly, Eva peeked through and saw that Caroline was sleeping in her tiny room, which could only fit in a single bed and a small chest of drawers. She was sleeping, snoring softly in her sleep. She looked peaceful, as she always did when she first started sleeping, only later on to be haunted by nightmares. She looked like an angel, but like a haunted angel, though there still was that innocence about her and seemed to intrigue some. Lydia, another one of Eva's followers, handed her a bottle filled with hair dye. Eva tiptoed across the squeaky floorboard, making sure not to make a noise, and pulled on her gloves. She squirted some dye onto her hands and rubbed in Caroline's hair while trying not to giggle. Finally, she finished spreading the pink permanent dye on her hair and drew a black moustache on her upper lip. She bit her lip hard, trying not to laugh as she snapped photos of her. The bright flashes seemed to have woken Caroline up because she tried to open her eyes. Quickly, Eva ran out of the room before Caroline could see her, even though she knew that Caroline would have a pretty good idea on who did that in the morning. Caroline, however, did not wake up. Even though she felt a cool substance on her scalp, she didn't think too much about it and went straight to bed before she started having nightmares again. Finally, in the morning when she woke up to find her hair in that state, she burst into tears. She loved her long, beautiful hair so much, and she couldn't believe what had happened to her. She tried her hardest to wash it off, but it turned out to be permanent dye. The next morning, people laughed and teased her about her hair. End of flashback. I shook my head out of the nasty thoughts of my past. Finally, I exited the room and followed the scents to the kitchen. I was surprised at the massive kitchen, filled with any electronic equipment any chef would ask for. The countertop was stainless and shined under the bright lights. I've always loved cooking, so the kitchen was the favourite part of my house, although I was forced to cook all the time, even when I didn't want to. People were laughing and chatting until I came along. They all stopped and stared at me. I looked down at the floor, silently hoping they wouldn't hit me for interrupting their conversations. I squirmed slightly under their intense gazes, but refused to meet any of them, so I kept my eyes on the floor. I felt someone walking to me and stiffened immediately, just in case someone tried to hit me. They placed a warm hand on my shoulder, and I almost flinched at the contact. I slowly lifted up my head and looked into the person's eyes. It was a beautiful dark brown colour. I took in the girl's appearance completely. She was stunning with her dark brown eyes and dark brown hair. She seemed to be about the same age as me, 16 years old, but she was a little taller. She smiled brightly at me before practically shouting out her name. "Hey, I'm Grace." "Hey," I whispered shyly. "So what's your name?" Everyone was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. But as Grace spoke, everyone went back to laughing and chatting or whatever they were doing. "Caroline," I said a bit louder this time, because she had a warmth around her that made me feel like I belonged for once in my life. She seemed so friendly that I couldn't help but start being myself with her. "So I'm guessing you were the one from the other pack." "Yep," I smiled, feeling a lot more confident. "Great to meet you." "I've got a new best friend, but we need to go shopping for you," she screeched, looking up and down at my huge outfit, even though it was an average-sized t-shirt for a girl my age. It was way too big for me. I glanced down at her and noticed how perfectly her bright pink tank top clung onto her curves and enhanced her assets. Her light blue skinny jeans showed her perfectly toned legs, and her heeled combat boots boosted her height slightly. All in all, she looked amazing. "Yes, but first, we need to get some meat on those bones," Alpha said, walking next to me. Again, I tried my hardest not to flinch, because I didn't want to be this weak little girl anymore. I was sick and tired of feeling like that poor defensive little girl who everyone thought they could stomp over. I smiled weakly at him as well and nodded. What can I say? I was actually hungry for once. "Alpha, do you know where my car is?" "I parked it near that forest," I asked. "That was your car. Anyways, we had it towed over here so you could always go collect your things," he said in his deep voice again. "Right, that is enough talking. You need to eat, Caro. Come on over." "No escaping this one young lady," Stella said in her motherly tone again, which made my heart swell up. I walked over to one of the stools and the others smiled warmly at me. I smiled back and couldn't help but feel loved and happy. The atmosphere was so different here than it was back at my old pack. Over there, it was felt dark and cold and dreary. But here, in my new home, it felt warm and happy and bright. These people were nothing to be afraid of, I convinced myself. They look like nice people. I don't think they would ever hurt me. No, they wouldn't. They are good people, my wolf agreed. I smiled at my new family and sat on one of the stools by the island. Placed in front of me was a plate full of an egg, bacon, and a piece of toast. There was another plate filled with stacks of pancakes, then another full of chocolate-chipped muffins, and finally, a massive bowl full of fruits. I saw a spare plate of the side and grabbed the egg and one strip of bacon with one pancake and started munching on them. I noticed Grace coming to sit next to me, but this time I didn't flick, just stiffened slightly. "So, have you found your mate?" she asked. Anger coursed through my veins as she mentioned mate. He was probably playing with some girl right now. I felt immense pain in my arms. It felt like it was breaking. My body was burning. I felt as though I was literally on fire. Then it started on my legs. I screamed and tried to calm myself down. I took deep breaths in to calm myself down, but screamed at the top of my lungs again when I felt it on my other arm. "She's shifting," I heard someone said, even though I barely understood them at all. I only had vague memories after that. I felt being lifted up and being moved. Light sweat coated my forehead as my temperature increased. I continued screaming as the it got excruciatingly painful. I wanted to die that moment. "I don't know if she's going to make it," I heard someone say. The rest was a blur. My whole eyes were shut, so I couldn't see anyone. All I could hear were loud voices. They were hurting my head. It was too loud, too noisy. The words were getting jumbled up in my head. I couldn't understand what they were saying. I just felt the pain taking over every bit of my body. It was too much. The pain. I couldn't handle it. I felt someone rubbing my forehead. It was warm. It made me want to lean into too, but I could still feel the pain. And it was worse than ever. I was too hot. Breathing in deeply, I tried to make the pain better, but it got worse as it had already spread through my body completely. I only opened my eyes slightly, but the image was blurry. All I could see were colours everywhere. The pain seemed to go on for what felt like hours before it finished, but not before my whole head cracked and formed into a new shape, with felt like the worst pain ever. Chapter 5. Pain. That's all I felt. I was engulfed in darkness. Yet I could hear people shuffling around and moving about. I tried to pry my eyes open, but they felt as though they were glued shut. I felt a warm hand take mine in, and I gripped it back in return. "Mum, she's awake, hurry Mum," I heard someone shout, which caused me to wince slightly as my head was pounding. I heard someone run in and listen to my heartbeat using a stethoscope. Caroline, can you hear me? If you can squeeze my hand again," I heard another voice say. Using the smallest amount of strength left I had in me, I squeezed their hand to indicate that I could hear them. I tried to speak, but my throat felt dried as though I hadn't drank anything for days. "She's awake. Caroline, I want you to open your eyes very, very carefully, okay?" That same deep voice asked again. Slowly, I tried to open my eyes, with as much effort as I could. As soon as my eyes opened, I was always blinded by the lights. Lifting my weak hand, I placed it on top of my eyes. "Hold on, let me turn the lights off," the man spoke again. Few seconds later, I felt them sit next to me again as the bed dipped. That voice seemed familiar. Their scent seemed familiar too. I removed my hands from my eyes and took him in. It was Alpha. He looked at me, worried but relieved when he saw me looking at him. I looked around and noticed an IV machine on my right and plenty of tubes sticking out from my arm. "Oh, thank God you're okay, Caro," he said. I tried to say something, but my voice was too dried. He must have noticed this because he put a glass of cool water and allowed me to sip it. After nearly finishing the whole glass of water, I nodded, telling him that it was enough. What happened to me?" My voice sounded raspy, like I hadn't spoken at days. "You shifted, but because you didn't have your mate, it was more painful, and because you are too weak, you fell in coma until you were healed enough to wake up," he explained. I tried to sit up but winced when I felt like one of my bones in my arm was on the verge of breaking off and laid back. "Careful, you're still weak," he scolded. "And I need to get my mum and Grace. She's waiting to meet you because she wanted to apologise." He blanked out for a minute and looked like he was mind-blinking someone. Moments later, the door flung opened and Grace walked in with sorrow and guilt clear on her face. She looked too pale and skinnier than last time, with red-rimmed, bloodshot eyes. I was confused. Why was she feeling guilty? She ran to my bed and kneeled down beside me and sobbed, "Caroline, I'm so sorry that I asked you about your mate. If I hadn't, then maybe you wouldn't have gone through such a painful shift." I was shocked. Why was she blaming herself? She really was a stupid girl sometimes. Even though my arms, or any part of my body, protested in pain, I lifted my arm and gently rubbed her arm. "Don't worry, Grace, it's not your fault. Don't ever blame yourself. I was bound to shift sooner or later. And it's not your fault my mate isn't here, so it was going to be painful anyways." I tried to comfort her. Her sobs softened down a little, but she still kneeled in front of me, with tears streaming down her face and looking at the floor like a 5-year-old child who was being punished, while hiccuping very loudly that it filled the entire room. "So you're not angry with me?" she whispered, scared of what I was going to say next. "No. What? Of course not," I exclaimed. She nodded and sighed in relief. She sat up on my bed and I took my hand back. Alpha wasn't here anymore, so he must have gone out during Grace's little outburst. "So, how long was I out for?" I asked. 2 weeks and today would have been the 6th day, she replied. "Wow," I muttered, not knowing what to say. "The doctors thought you weren't going to make it because you were way too weak to shift, even with your mate next to you." She frowned. I teared up and flinched when she said mate. I knew my mate would never be next to me, but he would probably be marking someone like Eva. He would never love me, never be mine. I was too ugly, too weak, and too stupid for him. He deserved someone better. Someone who'd be the perfect Luna, someone like Eva. "Oh," I muttered, not knowing what to say once again. "The doctors say you need to put on more weight and then start exercising regularly," she explained. I nodded. I always knew I was underweight. Probably because I wasn't allowed to eat. Because my dear brother would say that I was too fat to eat, and that I should starve myself to lose some weight so that I could just be a tiny bit prettier. That alone was enough for me to stop eating properly. So he didn't even have to restrict the amount of food I ate, but he did anyways. "Yep, we need to get you to a normal weight then. We need to get to go shopping and have a makeover, because you obviously want to start your life from the beginning." She grinned, looking a child on Christmas Day. "Yep," I nodded, agreeing with her with a small smile on my face. I needed a new makeover, because I was going to turn a new leaf over and start my life fresh as a brand new person. "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. But you seriously have to get healthy super fast, okay? Promise me?" she asked, holding out her pinky finger. Rolling my eyes, I smiled and hooked my pinky finger with hers as well. "Yes, I promise for the 100th time." I huffed. She grinned, bouncing up and down, all signs of sorrow gone now. She started then telling me about her friends at school, and how kind they were, and how they'd love me. I was excited to go back to school, because now I'd actually have a friend who's not scared to stick up for who she cares for. She finished telling me about one of her friends, Chloe, who is apparently, and I quote, doesn't take shit from anyone kind of girls, when she got into a fight with one of the bitches and pulled out her extension, and when she did, half her hair was missing. I laughed at that, and I felt good laughing after crying for so long. I'd just finished laughing when a gentle knock came from the other side of the door. "Come in," I said loud enough for them to hear. A head peered in and looked around. Stella finally saw my face with a small smile on it and entered the room. She took a seat beside me when Grace excused herself, saying that she needed to go to meet someone. "So how are you feeling?" she asked softly. "Better," I smiled. "Good. As you already know, you need to eat, and once you get to a normal weight, you need to exercise and eat healthy, because right now, you're about as strong as a twig," she said in her motherly tone, which made me smile on the inside. My mum was never really at home, only about once or twice in 2 months, so I hardly ever got to see her, but every time I did, she looked worse. I remember those days when we used to have family time, before my life became a shithole. Flashback. "Mama, Chris won't give me the ball," an 8-year-old Caroline cried. Her mum got down to her knees and pulled her in a hug. cradling her nose into the crook of her daughter's neck. "Oh, don't cry, baby. You know I get very upset when you cry," she murmured. It was true, she hated her daughter crying, and it broke her heart seeing her cry at all. She always knew her daughter was a fragile and sensitive little girl, and always needed to be protected. The thought of her fragile heart breaking nearly killed her. She loved her daughter, her son, and her husband more than anything in the world. They were her family. Caroline pulled away, and with her small hands, she cupped her mum's face. "Don't cry, Mama, I'm sorry." "It's fine, baby. But just remember, I love you lots, and I will always love you. No matter how old you get, or where you are, your Mama will always love you." She smiled. Caroline grinned and nodded. "I love you too, Mama." And with that, she ran away to her daddy for a lolly. End of flashback. I rolled my eyes but nodded anyways. I know. Grace gave me the same speech. Stella smiled and said, "That girl barely knows you, and she loves you already. She knows that you've got a beautiful heart." I could feel my eyes prickling. That was the best thing anyone had ever said to me. "And now, you're going to have to make sure you're extra healthy. After all, you need to look after he or she as well, you know." Stella continued. My face scrunched up in confusion. Who else was I meant to look after? Who was I supposed to look after? I asked. "You know, your baby," Stella said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "What baby?" I asked. "Come on, Caro, you know you're pregnant, right?" She smiled and glanced down at my tummy. Chapter 6. I was what? Excuse me. I coughed, looking at Stella with a confused face. I glanced down at my tummy. It was slightly bigger than normal. "You're pregnant," she repeated slowly, like I was a 5-year-old child. "Yes, you heard her, Caroline. We have a baby, our mate's baby." My wolf screamed at me like crazy. I froze. Shit. I was pregnant. I took in deep breaths so that I calmed down from my inner rant. And it was his baby. Howard's. I couldn't tell him no. He wouldn't want anything to do with the baby. He'd just leave the baby like he left me. I couldn't let my baby go through that pain that I went through. If he couldn't leave his lifestyle for me, his own mate, who loved him more than anything, what made me think he'd leave it for his child? Hell, I still love him, and I hate that I love him. But I know that in a few years' time, the bond would be broken if he marked and mate someone else, and if I got marked by someone else as well. Even though that thought did break my heart, I knew that there would never be a Howard and I, because he made that decision when he left me alone in there and started sucking off Eva's face. I had 3 options now, I thought with a cool mind. Abortion, adoption, or keep the child. I could never kill any child of mine. Never. It was an innocent being, and I wouldn't end his or her life for anything. And I knew that I would never forgive myself if my child ended up with a family who treated him or her like mine treated me. So, I had only one option left. Keep the child. Are you silent because you're thinking about abortion? Please don't. I know you're so young, but we'll help you, and especially Grace. She loves babies, she'll help you. Stella blurted with her eyes wide. I smiled at her, amused by her rant. No, Stella, I'm not pregnant. I'm keeping my baby, I stated, rubbing my tummy softly. Oh, thank God. She sighed in relief. You know your baby was so weak, and he or she nearly died when you were shifting, but they managed to pull through. They are really strong, you know? She whispered, looking down at my tummy. I know, I whispered and stroked my tummy. I knew I was scared shit out of my mind about being a mum. I didn't know the first thing about being one, but I also knew that I now had a family to help me, to care for me and my baby. Good. Now you need to tell Grace and Henry about the baby, she told me. What? They don't know? I asked. Nope. No one knows apart from me and the doctor. I didn't tell them because I thought you weren't ready to tell them. That's why you didn't tell us. But that's obviously not the case, she said, standing up already. She walked to the door, but before she left she turned around and said, I think you need to tell Henry, I'll send him up. I closed my eyes for a moment and thought about everything. My mate had sex with me and then ditched me. Then it turns out I got pregnant by him. I was barely 16, for goodness sake. How was I supposed to look after my child? What if I wasn't a good mum? No, I would be. I was determined to be a good mama to my baby and give them everything I never had. I would work my ass off if I had to make sure that my child got everything they wanted or needed. A light knock pulled me out of my reverie. "Come in," I said loud enough for them to hear. The door opened and Alpha walked in with a tray of food. "Mum said you wanted to talk to me," he said. I nodded as he took a seat on my right of the king-sized bed. "Well, you see, I'm sort of pregnant." It sounded more like a question. "Well, that's amazing. Congratulations. We have to have a part when you get better. Oh my. There's so much to plan," he exclaimed. He truly looked like his mom right now. I was shocked and slightly amused at his reaction. He wasn't disappointed that I was pregnant, thinking that I was a whore. This was someone who I could trust. He stuck there with me when I went into coma or sleep or whatever. He looked after me. Even though I didn't know him that well, I knew I could trust him. "Henry, I want to tell you about my past, but you can't tell anyone because I'm not ready to share that part of my life yet," I said carefully, to see if he understood. He nodded and motioned for me to continue, so I told him. I told him about everything. My mum, my brother, school, Howard and Eva, and finally the janitor's closet. When I finished, he was shaking. His wolf had surfaced. He looked ready to murder. "Calm down, Alpha," I said softly, placing my hand on his arm and rubbing up and down. "How could they do that to you?" He growled. "One were to another, to their own people. How could they? How could your mate do that? Please, please calm down. For me," I whispered, blinking the tears away. Taking in deep breaths, he relaxed. "I won't tell anything to anyone else until you're ready." "You have my word," he vowed. "Thank you for this." "For everything," I said. I was truly grateful to him and the rest of the pack. "You deserve this. You deserve so much better. Especially after what you've been through," he said honestly. I smiled and nodded. "Well, you better have your food before it gets cold," he ordered. He helped me sit up with my back against the headboard, with me wincing once or twice when I hit a really sore spot. We sat quietly as he fed me my soup, which was so delicious I could literally gulp it down, and my garlic bread, followed by fruits and ice cream, and finally helped me with my orange juice. He had to force me to finish it when I said I couldn't eat anymore. But he said it was for the better of my child, and I had to, for my baby. "You are going to be an amazing mum," he said, looking me in the eyes. "I can see it already." I smiled and nodded, nervously playing with my fingers. "Thank you." He nodded and left the room. After watching the TV for about an hour, tiredness washed over me and I closed my eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 7. It has been 1 whole month since I found out that I was pregnant. In that time, I wasn't allowed out of bed, not once, unless I had to wash myself or go to the toilet. I was eating and gaining weight. And finally, I was the right weight for my height and age. The bump on my tummy was clearly visible, because even though I had only been pregnant for a month and a couple of weeks, werewolf pregnancy only lasts 5 months altogether. But Howard having Alpha's blood would mean that mine would last 4 months. After I'd told Grace, she didn't stop squealing and jumping up and down her bed for hours. To be honest, I wanted to do just that after the initial shock. My wolf was ecstatic that she was having a pup, and she wasn't howling for her mate anymore. After I'd received that pain for nearly every day, I finally told Alpha and Stella. They confirmed, after a lot of hesitation, because they knew that I would be heartbroken, that it was him mating with someone. As time went by, it became less painful, but I could still feel it. And it wasn't like it happened 1 a week kind of thing. It happened almost every single day. And this was the main reason why my wolf stopped howling and whining for her mate, and instead became very quiet, and only giving her suggestions and advice she needed. But she was super protective of her pup. I got to know the pack better in that time. I thought they would all think of me as sluts, but in fact, they were all overprotective of the baby and me, because they thought I couldn't handle defending myself being pregnant. They didn't judge me. Instead, they accepted me with open arms, without questions, and already I'd made a few friends. I was very close to Allison and Hayden, the beta. They were mates, and 2 years older than me. They loved each other more than anything, and honestly speaking, I wish that my relationship was like that with my ex-mate. Today I was going to the doctor's to get my pup checked to make sure he or she was healthy. Grace had already bought few things already, but she got unisex clothes because we weren't too sure of the gender. I was excited to have my pup. I just wanted it to come out already. I had a new reason to live. And although he or she wouldn't have his or her daddy with them, they would have all my attention and love. But right after birth, I had to get a job. I couldn't keep on sponging off on the pack's money. Not now, not ever. I was pulled out of my reverie when Stella shouted, "Hurry up, baby, you have an appointment." I sighed, then nodded and pushed the covers away. I took a quick shower and dressed in a white tank top to stretch over my stomach and a satin flower skirt. I looked like as pregnant as 5 months. I was bigger than what she-wolves would be, but I thought it was just because of the alpha blood. I brushed my hair and left it in a messy high bun before slipping on my bright blue Converses and staring at that girl in the mirror who looked completely different to what she looked like months ago. She had bright blue greyish eyes that gleamed with happiness, unlike the dull blue they had been. Her hair was light brown, shining with volume, unlike what the ugly, thin, limp pink hair it used to be. Her skin was tanner, with her cheeks slightly pink, unlike the pale bluish colour it was before. And my dimples more visible more than ever. She was beautiful, and she was me. I ran my hand through my fringe and climbed down the stairs and outside, where Stella was patiently waiting with her arms crossed. "Bye, guys," I shouted before shutting the door. I heard a whole lot of good lucks and byes before I shut it fully. "There you are. Finally. Dan and Grace are in the car, and Dan is getting very frustrated," she said. "I know, I'm sorry. I was so nervous." I sighed. "Don't worry, you'll be the best mom in the world after me, of course. But now, let's get there and see your baby," she laughed. I chuckled and followed her to Alpha's BMW X5, which he hardly used, but he had to since there was quite 4 of us going. Everyone was so excited to finally have a pup in the house, because there wasn't one child in the whole pack. Most of them were teenagers, older than me and into their 20s. There were so older people, but not that many, and a few parents here and there. This was because, years ago, they had a massive war with the rogues, where most were killed, including Stella's mate and Alpha's father. The title of the Alpha went to the old beater until Alpha was old enough to handle the pack. When the war ended, there were only about 20 people left in the pack, and they were extremely vulnerable. The old beta, Hayden's dad, helped rebuild the pack and taught them how to fight, as he was an ex-fighter of another pack before he moved here. Most of the current pack members were rogues, who either have ran away or didn't have anywhere to go, and this pack took them in. They helped them get on their own 2 feet, and now they were a strong pack with all the members, because they all knew how to fight and kill ruthlessly. I got into the car and buckled my seatbelt. Throughout the whole journey, Grace was squealing about how excited she was to be an auntie, and Alpha continued sighing and rolling his eyes at her, while I just laughed and shrugged. When my baby was born, I wanted them to have my surname, never Howard's surname, Taylor. They were going to be a proud Forrest. Finally, after the car stopped outside the hospital, it was a werewolf. One, since most all the people living in this town were werewolf, apart from 1 or 2, because they were the mates of a werewolf and knew about us. I started growing very anxious, and Grace must have noticed this because she took my hand in hers and squeezed it. Although it was a very small gesture, I made better and more confident. I was ready for this, I chanted in my head. Even though my baby was unexpected, I was never going to stop loving it or caring for it, because I knew how it felt. And I wasn't prepared to let my baby go through what I went through. We walked up the steps and went to the maternity section, where we had already booked an appointment. We all took a seat in the waiting room, where I saw a very pregnant woman with her mate on the side, holding her hand with one and rubbing her stomach with the other. I wish my life was like that. It would have been so much easier if it was. Because, right now, I was a 16-year-old single mum without a job or her own home. Finally, my name was called out and we walked straight to the doctor's room, without everyone around bowing at Alpha while he kindly smiled at them. We took a seat, myself and Stella, while Alpha and Grace stayed standing up. My new doctor, Dr. Goodwin, was only about 24 years old and beautiful, with brownish, reddish hair and blue eyes with a lightly tanned skin toned. She had a perfect hourglass-shaped body and was quite tall. I aspired to be like her. After asking me plenty of questions, which I obviously answered, she led me along with Stella, Alpha and Grace into another room painted in a light cream colour, with photos of babies developing as they grew, decorating the walls. There was a bed in the middle of the average-sized room, with an ultrasound machine on the right of it. I laid down and lifted my top just under my bra. She touched my stomach in different places and asked me some more questions. I started growing a little irritated and impatient because I wanted to see my baby's first ultrasound scan already. I think your stomach is too big for someone who's only been pregnant for 6 weeks, even with the alpha blood, she said, looking down at my stomach with confusion. My heart stopped for a second. There's nothing with my baby, is there? I asked quietly. I'm not sure, she gave a sympathetic glance, but we'll see after the scan. She got out some of her things and turned to me to say, it's going to be a little cold. I nodded, and she squeezed some blue gel onto my stomach, which made me flinch because of how cold it was. Using the transducer, she applied the gel onto my belly. I looked up at the screen hoping to see my baby, but I was met with a black, fuzzy screen. I was growing worried with each second. Grace and Stella both grabbed one of my hand, and Alpha stayed back, looking at the screen as well. Dr. Goodwin moved the transducer around, and finally, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a head. Ah, there it is. They're quite naughty, hiding like that. She laughed. I chuckled a bit, but kept my eyes on the screen. She continued gliding it on my stomach before she stopped. I looked at her as she stared at the screen, with wide eyes. What's wrong, Doc? I asked. She turned to me with a bright smile before practically screaming, You're having twins. Chapter 8. I stared at her with disbelief as she grinned at me. Grace and Stella both started squealing and bouncing up and down like the little kids they are. Suddenly, worry washed over me. What if I wasn't able to provide for both my babies? What if I wasn't a good mum for both? It was a lot different now that I was going to have 2 babies, and not one like I originally thought. But that didn't mean that I was going to abandon them. I was going to love both of them equally. Caro, what's wrong on? Say something, Stella pleaded. I shook my head and answered, nothing's wrong. I'm just shocked. I'm gonna have 2 babies. Here. I know. I'm so excited. Grace screeched. Geez, tone down a little, will ya? Alpha glared at Grace playfully, to which she responded by sticking out her tongue at him. He just chuckled and walked to me and embraced me into a warm hug. Congratulations, Caro, he muttered in my hair. I nodded and smiled at him once he pulled away. All right, you want to find out what gender your babies are? Dr. Goodwin asked. I nodded enthusiastically while she glided the transducer across my stomach. Right here's your first baby. It's a little girl. Here you can see her tiny little hands, she said, pointing at the screen. I watched in awe as the little hands moved slowly. I glanced at Alpha, Stella and Grace and watched their mouths form into an O shape. They were fascinated too by my little girl. And here's your second baby. She pointed at my other baby. Here you can see its feet. It's a boy. Wow, we have plenty of shopping to do. I hope you're ready, Grace said. I groaned and rolled my eyes at her. Well, so far, everything seems well. They both look very healthy considering your past medical record. Just eat healthy and I'll give you a package with everything you need to know, she said in her doctor voice again. Using a blue paper towel, she wiped off the gel and helped me off the bed. I gratefully took her hand and followed her into her room, with Grace, Stella and Alpha in tow. When we got there, she scheduled another appointment in a couple of weeks' time and handed me a thick bundle of paper full of information I needed to know for the babies. We thanked her and went to the car, where Henry drove and Grace and Stella sat on either side of me. Once we reached home, I followed Stella and Alpha with Grace beside me, still slight giddy. That girl is always in a happy mood. What does she take? I didn't even make it through the door when Alison tackled me into a bone-crushing hug. C can't be. Breathe, I pretended to choke. She pulled away almost immediately with her face filled with worry and guilt. Shit. I'm so sorry, Caro, she said in panic. I'm fine, and enough with the swearing. When my babies grow up, I don't want their first word to be a cuss word, I said. You know that's going to take a little time. Wait. Her eyes wide with confusion, she asked, What do you mean, babies? I'm having twins. I screeched in excitement. We both bounced up and down, holding hands until Grace joined with a big grin. All three of us bounced up and down with the biggest smiles on our faces. Gee, what is with all the noises here? Hayden, who is also Grace's brother, walked with an annoyed expression on his face, but I could see right through it. He loved it when his mate was happy. Hayden was a very good-looking guy with brown eyes and brown hair that was slightly messy and tousled. He was quite tall, about 6'1", and had a lean but muscular build. He looked the complete opposite to Alison, who had beach blonde hair. It was her natural hair colour, and light blue eyes with sun-kissed skin. She was beautiful, with her bright smile that hardly ever left her face. She had petite figure, to which Hayden looked like a giant next to. OMG, Con. Con. Can you believe it? Caroline is having twins. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Wow, that's great. Congrats, Caro, he said before pulling me into a hug. Thank you, I grinned at him. Right, we should have a party, Alpha said. Hell yeah. Grace, Stella, and Alison screamed. Right, we're having a BBQ this Sunday evening. I'll inform the rest of the pack, he informed us before heading to his office. All right, Caro, we need to go shopping. You're nearly as big as a whale. I doubt you're going to fit in all your clothes, teased Alison playfully. I playfully glared at her and crossed my arms. I'm not that fat, am I? Tears began to well up in my eyes. I was fat. Stella must have noticed because she wrapped her arms around me. You're not fat, honey. You're beautiful, she whispered before kissing me lightly on my forehead. I'm so sorry, Caro. I didn't mean to make you upset, Alison said frantically. It's fine. I just hate these damn hormones so frigging much. They control all my emotions. I said with frustration. Oh, but it's worth it. Imagine you're two beautiful angels by the end of it, she said. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, I'm going to go to bed for a small nap. Wake me before dinner, okay? I asked no one in particular. They all nodded before I climbed up the never-ending stairs to my room. Once I was there, I changed into a pair of cotton shorts and a large top. I sat on my bed with my back against the headboard. I looked around at my walls, which were covered with random photographs of me and Grace, Stella, Alpha, Alison, or Hayden. Each of the photos showed as my stomach got bigger each time. I rested my head back into a pillows and closed my eyes. I hadn't played my guitar for as long as I could remember, so without second thought, I sprung off my bed and into my walk-in closet right at the back. I finally found my guitar case, which I didn't spend long at all before opening and taking out my guitar. I picked it up and ran my hand over the smooth surface of it. I carried it into my bedroom before taking a seat on the edge of the bed. I plucked the first string, which brought back the same excitement I got every time I played the guitar. Before I knew it, I was playing Love Stories by Taylor Swift and singing to it as well. I didn't know how I sang, but it seemed as if the words flew out of my mouth so naturally. Once I finished, I sighed and laid back on the bed with my guitar laying back on my right hand. I was on the brink of falling asleep when the most cruel pain hit me in the lower abdomen. I knew it was Howard, but normally when he was with someone, it wasn't as normally bad as this now that I had learned to deal with it better. I arched my back and screamed, with tears spilling out my eyes. Seconds later, someone rushed in and sat beside me, wiping away the sweat on my forehead. I struggled for air and wrapped my arms protectively around my stomach. My wolf was howling in pain as well, which was how I knew for definite that it was something to do with Howard. With my eyes tight shut, I continued, screamed in pain and moving about. Someone offered me a hand with my clung onto. I knew there was someone shouting orders around. I was hurting too much to be able to concentrate on hearing it. I tried pressing the spot where the pain was to try and make it stop, but it didn't. After an hour of crying, the pain finally subsided. I was falling in and out if conscious the whole way though, and sometimes when it hurt more than ever, even squeezed that person's hand so hard that I would have surely stopped their circulation, but they still held on to me. After catching my breath, I attempted to sit up, but Alpha ordered me not to because I was still weak. Dr. Goodwin came in short after and checked me and the babies. Thank heavens they were both okay now. I thought they would have been affected at least, but Dr. Goodwin said the pain had only affected me, which I was very thankful for. Finally, she left me alone with Alpha and Stella. Grace, Hayden and Allison had left along with Doctor when Alpha said he needed to speak to me. "What is it?" I whispered, looking up at them since they were both standing right in front of me. I pulled up my quilt higher, as I was slightly cold. Apparently someone had moved me when I was in pain and tucked me under the quilt. I already knew it was bad news, since Alpha stood there with a grim expression and Stella with eyes full of sympathy. I just wanted to know what it was already. "Honey, please don't cry after this. It's going to hurt knowing it. But please don't be upset. You have to stay strong for your babies," Stella said. I could see tears of her own forming one. "Just please. Tell me what it is," I whispered. I was tired of them speaking in riddles and just wanted to know what it was. "Your mate. He's marked someone else," Henry blurted. I froze. Chapter 9. I blinked my eyes twice before my tears spilled. My mate had marked someone else. He was supposed to be the person who loved me more than anything in the world. He was supposed to be the person who'd do anything for me. He was the person who I'd have our babies with and spend the rest of my life with. But he wasn't. My wolf started to howl in pain. She can't accept the fact that our mate has marked someone else. Actually, it was hard for both of us to accept. I dried my eyes the back of my hand and stood up. Right now, I felt completely numb. I walked outside to my balcony and sat there underneath the colourful sky. It was truly a beautiful sight, though I couldn't bring myself to appreciate the scenery or anything anymore for that matter. Alpha and Stella must have understood that I wanted to be left alone because they didn't follow me. I brought my knees to my chest and wrapped my arms around it. The gentle wind blew my hair softly as I closed my eyes. If I thought my life was hard before, then I must be really weak. My wolf was crushed after she'd learned what had really happened, but I think she knew from before. I knew that I had never been good enough for any of my family, but I didn't think I was so bad that life itself hated me and treated me like this. But right now, all I had to concentrate on doing was looking after my babies and giving them the best possible lifestyle I possibly could. Few days had already passed since I found out that my mate had marked someone else. For the pack's sake, I wished that it wasn't Eva. She would have been a terrible Luna, and most people knew that, but they were too scared to ever say it to her face. Since then, I had gotten better. Sure, there was that horrible pain every time he mated with her, but it wasn't as bad now as our bond was nearly broken. It was relatively faint and didn't pain me as much as it used to. That morning, after I found out about him, I woke up in an empty bed and later found out that Alpha came to check on me and found me sleeping on the cool ground of my balcony. So he picked me up and settled me onto the bed, as it was bad for the babies and me. Somehow, the pack found out what Howard had done to me and were giving me sympathetic glances every time they saw me. And that was except Grace. She never showed me any pity at all, but instead tried to take my mind off things, which I was extremely glad for. I hate it when people sent me looks of pity. It made me feel weak and helpless. But Grace, she cheered me up throughout the day and helped me forget about everything. We went shopping for me and the babies, had manicures and pedicures, and even went to the cinema. Of course, she paid. She was the best friend anyone could ever have. The next couple of days went pretty well. We both managed to do some more shopping for the babies, so now they have almost everything they'll need for the first few months. I've been taking online classes since I can't go to school, or I didn't want to. I guess I'm too scared that I'll just get bullied again. And that would put stress on me, hence affecting the babies. Well, that was just one of my excuses anyways when Alpha told me I had to go to school for the first 2 months, but after a lot of persuading, he finally gave in. Today was finally the day of the BBQ, and when I would officially be introduced to the rest of the pack. Honestly, I was both excited and a little nervous. I had met some of them, who lived in the pack house, but not all as they lived in their own separate homes. I was scared that I wasn't going to be accepted and rejected like I had been for most of my life. But then again, I was close to Alpha and Stella and Grace, as well as Hayden and Allison. I knew they were all my real family. Stella was like the motherly figure I never really had, and the rest of them were like the siblings I wished for in my dreams. I sighed and opened my eyes. My bump had gotten a few centimeters bigger in the last few days. Grace has been forcing me to measure my waist every single day to make sure that I was the right size. It was slightly over the top, but I couldn't blame her for trying to make sure that my babies and I were in the perfect condition. Using my hands, I pushed myself up from my laying position and sat up on the bed. I rubbed my eyes and made my way to my bathroom. I took a quick shower, scrubbing myself with strawberry shower gel and massaging my scalp with mango and coconut shampoo. I relaxed and calmed down a bit. I quickly got dressed in a simple white and pink stripped tank dress, which was stretchy enough to cover my stomach. I put my hair in a simple bun and tied a pink bandana into a headband with a bow on the side. I rubbed on sun cream on my legs, arms, face, and anywhere else where skin was visible. Lastly, I slipped on my white Converses with ankle socks. It was already afternoon right now, as I woke up quite late and took about an hour to get ready, so I could hear most people coming in already. Alpha decided to have a BBQ early in the afternoon, then a bonfire later on, since they hardly had a day where the whole pack met up and had fun, and now that they did, he wanted to make sure they spent a lot of time together enjoying themselves. I exited my bedroom and noticed that there were quite a lot of people present already. As I made my way down the stairs, careful to stick to the banister as instructed, no, more like demanded, by Stella, I noticed a couple of banners which read, "Welcome to the family, Caroline." My heart swelled up from all the love I received from these people, whom I barely knew for a couple of months. But they were still more loving than my family had ever been in my entire life. I blinked back the tears of joy, and as I stepped foot on the ground, someone pulled me into a very tight hug. "You look beautiful," Grace screamed excitedly, receiving a few amusing looks from the people around. People, she said loud enough to gain their attention. She stood on the stairs so everyone could see her and started. "This right here is my best friend Caroline, but everyone calls her Caroline. Loads of you probably know her, but those who don't, here she is, an amazing person. She's pregnant, so don't hurt her or make her do any jobs at all. And if any of you hurt her or her babies, then I'll chop your balls off and feed them to seagulls outside. And if you're a girl, which then means that you obviously don't have balls, then I'll make sure you'll need a plastic surgery to rearrange what's left of her face. Understood?" I blushed bright red and looked at the ground at my shoes as if they were the most fascinating thing on earth right now. I wasn't really used to good attention, so I didn't exactly know how to act, while Grace stood there, looking as amazing and powerful as ever. There were a couple of agreements or nods and a few mumbles. Finally getting the reaction she wanted, she grinned, "Kushti." I chuckled along with few of the other pack members. "I see you've already introduced Caroline to the pack, huh?" smirked Alpha. "She sure has, Alpha," I muttered, glancing around to see the curious stares of many. "Caroline, for the 100th time, call me Henry," he said. "I'm sorry, we were never allowed to call my old Alpha by his name," I muttered. "Don't worry about it, just call me Henry, okay?" "I'm not that old," he laughed. I chuckled, then nodded. After talking for about a few minutes, he left to go find Stella while Grace continued speaking at 100 miles per hour. Soon, few other new mothers came up to me and gave me advice on which were the best nappies to use or the best milk to use after they stopped breastfeeding. Grace soon left, saying that all these things were, and I quote, "boring her death." It was nice to see they were truly a nice bunch of people and very accepting. Soon enough, it was the bonfire, and we were all sat outside in front of the fire eating. I had a really bad craving for chocolate cake, so I was having that while the rest of the pack members were eating grilled chicken or salad. The kids were running around, chasing each other. The teenagers, who were a bit younger than me, giggling and gossiping. The teens my age were chatting on their phones or even making out. But all in all, it was a truly happy sight and atmosphere. "Guys, can I have your attention, please?" Henry said from the stage. We all turned to look at him with questioning looks while he just smiled. "Few days ago, I heard this angel with the most beautiful voice sing," he began. We all looked around to see who this person was. Nope, no clue. And I really want this person to sing for all of us, he continued. So please come on stage and sing for us, Caro. What? Me? Everyone turned to look at me with pleading eyes. No, Henry, please do not say that. I'm not good at singing at all, I protested. But? He looked at me in curiosity. Piano is my favourite instrument. If there is a piano here, I would be more than glad to play it for you all. I smiled shyly at him. There is one. I heard Grace shouting at me while pointing her finger towards a corner on the stage. It was until then that I realised there was a piano indeed. I didn't even know that, Caroline, Henry said to me with a smile on his face. So would you like to? Surely, with pleasure. I nodded slightly before walking up to the stage. I felt everybody's eyes on me but paid no attention. I took and sat on the stool right in front of the piano. I closed my eyes and started playing one of my favourite compositions, Aria Sul G by Bach. The notes flowed under my fingers as I continued to play. I poured my heart out in the music. When I finished the song, I was met by silence. I opened my eyes and looked at my lap, biting my lip. Suddenly, applause poured through the crowd, and hesitantly, I looked up to see the pack cheering. I smiled and looked up completely now at their smiling faces. I stepped off the stage and instantly, an older-looking woman came up to me, but she was beautiful, with her long golden hair and baby blue eyes. Honey, I know you're pregnant, but I want you to work for me at my little cafe. We desperately need someone to attract in more customers, and you are perfect. You're an amazing piano player, she said, all in one breath. Chapter 10. The customers applauded as I finished my second composition. I smiled and waved at the cafe full of customers before stepping off the small stage they made for me. It had been 2 months now since I started working for Piper at her small cafe. Before I came, it was apparently very isolated. But now that I was the live entertainment, many people came to have lunch or breakfast here. And according to Piper, it was all thanks to me. But I knew that really, it was just because of how delicious her food was. I had saved up quite a lot of money and helped the pack towards the bills, even though they had more than enough to pay the bills for the next 50 years for every single pack member. I didn't like sponging off people, and I wanted to earn enough money to move out and buy a little flat for the babies and I. I was due in about a week or so now. I was nearly as big as a whale, or that's what they teased me about. But it was only occasionally, and I knew they were joking, unlike the people back in my old pack, who seemed to think it was funny to make me cry. I have never once cried after my ex-mate marked someone else. I refused to let him make me cry, even if he wasn't here. I've only been smiling or laughing since the pack never let me cry or get emotional. I was proud to be one of them. Caroline, Caro, are you listening to me on? I blinked and turned to the source of the voice. Pulling me out of my thoughts was Piper, in her cute pink apron with cupcakes decorating it. Yeah, sorry. What was that? I asked. Just saying. Amazing job as usual. There were more customers today, so thank you for saving my little cafe, she said gratefully. I rolled my eyes at her. Seriously, Piper, I've told you so many times. It's your amazing cooking that people come here for, not my okay piano playing. It's not okay piano playing at all. It's amazing piano playing. Actually, I've always been wondering, who is your piano teacher? My father taught me to play the piano. Oh, may I have his name? It's Stuart Forrest. What? Stuart Forrest? She exclaimed surprisingly. The greatest modern pianist in the world. You are her daughter. I gazed upon Piper. Wait, you mean my father? But he never mentioned that to me. I guess that's because he's a humble person as well, Piper replied. Anyway, no wonder you could play the piano so well. Oh, and I'm sorry to remind you of your father's death. I smiled at Piper and said, It's fine. I'm proud of my father. Well, anyway, someone told me that Alpha's waiting for you. You better go now, she said, and a small smile appeared on her face as she thought of Henry. I chuckled. I'll see you tomorrow then, at 10. Yep, and take care of yourself and those 2 troublemakers, will ya? I laughed and shook my head. Sure will. As I stepped out the warm cafe, I was attacked by the intense heat of the sun. The joys of living in California, I thought. As usual, parked in front of me was Henry in his white Audi R8. I waved at him before walking to his car, or his most prized possession, as he says. Boys will always be boys, I thought, shaking my head. But I doubt he'd say that after he found his mate. Henry hadn't found his mate yet, even though he was 19 years old now. But I had no doubt that whenever he did find his mate, she would be extremely lucky to have a guy like him. Not only was he very good-looking with his dark brown shaggy hair, light blue eyes, 2 cute dimples on both his cheeks and lean but very muscular body, but he was also a very kind-hearted person. He was generous and amazing with giving advice, which was why he was one of my best friends now. I opened the door and stepped in. "Hey," I said as soon as I plopped my butt on the luxurious leather seat of his very expensive car. "Hey, how was work?" he asked, helping me to buckle my seatbelt around my massive stomach. "Good. I'm kinda tired now, so just get me home," I groaned, resting my head back. "See, I told you. You don't need to work. We have plenty of money for the pack," he stated. "How many times have I told you this?" "I want to save some money for me and the babies," he interrupted. "And you don't want to keep sponging off us and have your own house, blah blah blah." "Shush," I muttered, my eyes closing already. "You know I'm right," he retorted. I couldn't be bothered to argue back, so I simply closed my eyes and mumbled, "Whatever." As soon as I closed my eyes, I was engulfed into darkness, with the music playing softly in the background. Flashback. "Mum, you're finally home." I squealed once I saw my mum in the kitchen at home. I hadn't seen her in a very long time since she was always out. I took in her appearance, her light brown hair dishevelled, her blood-red lipstick smudged along with the rest of her makeup, and her black tight dress all crumpled up. But still, my mum looked beautiful as always. "Unfortunately," she grumbled. I frowned. My mum wasn't happy to see me. I could feel my tears prickling at the back of my eyes but said nothing. I knew already how much of a disappointment I was, thanks to Dad and Rye and the whole of the pack. I was supposed to have shifted on my 15th birthday, but now it was 2 months after it and I still hadn't shifted. So Chris, along with the rest of the pack, made fun of me, saying that I had a dormant wolf. There hadn't been many cases at all where a she-wolf hadn't shifted after the age of 15, but all of them never actually shift at all, ever. So because of that, they all assumed that I was a human and automatically became the weakest link of the pack. I was frowned upon, and I had no one to talk to. They even thought that humans were better than me, even though they hated humans. "What are you doing here, you ugly beach?" Mum asked, walking over to me. Instantly, I started sweating because I was scared from the punishments I would get. I kept my head low and didn't say anything. I felt cold fingers wrap around my neck and squeeze it. I struggled since I was running out of breath. I moved around and tossed, trying to get her to loosen her grip. I was too weak for her, and I knew that. I did everything but never looked at her face, because I knew that it would piss her off even more. And I knew that if I did piss her off, I would certainly die. Suddenly, I felt myself being lifted off and thrown against the wall. I landed on the ground with a huge thud, and my back against the wall. I could feel myself slipping into darkness. "I'd rather kill you, you shameful BTH, my mother said. End of flashback. "Caro, are you okay?" "You've been screaming," I heard a voice ask. I slowly opened my eyes and saw Henry's worried face in front of me. I nodded and rubbed my eyes. "I'm fine," I mumbled. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked, his face still making the worry. "I'm fine," I replied firmly. "Anyways, we're home," he said. "Wow, already? Gee, I must have been well tired," I muttered before a huge yawn escaped my mouth. Henry chuckled and stepped out of the car. He walked to my side and opened the door. Holding a hand out, he helped pull me out the car. He shut the door behind him, and we continued walking to the pack house, hand in hand. It wasn't really a romantic gesture, just something we naturally did without even thinking. As I took my first step up, I felt wetness run down my legs. I turned to Henry with wide eyes and whispered, knowing that he'd be able to hear me perfectly anyways, "I think my water just broke." Chapter 1. Triple. Ackle. Saj, I screamed from that horrible pain. Breathe in, breathe out, the nurse instructed. Hold on there, you're nearly there, Stella said softly. I relaxed slightly at the sound of her voice, but with the last bit of energy I had left, I pushed harder. I am never having kids ever again, I cried. The sounds around me drowned. But then, I heard the most beautiful cry. The cry of my first baby. One out, one more to go, Stella said with more excitement in her voice. And soon, I heard another beautiful cry. I sighed and relaxed myself completely. I felt someone wiping away the beads of sweat which coated my forehead. I was tired now. Too tired. So I closed my eyes and sleep caught up with me. Hours later, I woke to the most beautiful sound, my babies crying softly. I pushed myself up on the bed and opened my eyes, which took a few seconds to adjust because of the bright lights. Oh look, Mummy's finally awake, Hui said. Where are my babies? I asked almost immediately. Don't worry, here they are, someone said from my left. I turned to face then, and saw Henry looking at them with such love in his eyes. He then handed me my babies, who were both so tiny. They looked so fragile, and I was almost scared to touch them. Scared that I would drop them or hurt them. There was one wearing a blue hat, and one was wearing a pink one, and they were both wearing white, long-sleeved onesies and wrapped in a bundle in their blankets. Once they were in my arms, they both stopped crying and closed their eyes. It felt weird not having that huge bump on my stomach now that it was flat. I had grown used to bump, and now it not being here felt very strange. Your son was born first at 3003, and your daughter at 3033, Henry said, with his eyes still on them and a small smile on his face, which showed a little of his dimples. What are you going to name them? Grace asked. I think I'm going to name my daughter Samantha Forrest and my son Terence Forrest, I said proudly. I couldn't still get over the fact that I was now a mother, but I was glad I was. Samantha looked like me with her light brown hair, and though she had the piercing blue eyes of her father. I snorted. Some father he was. Terence, though, had my bluish, greyish eyes, but his father's dark brown hair. Even though he was tiny, you could still tell that he had inherited some features of his father, like his nose and his lips. I spent a few hours holding my babies, but soon I fell asleep to a peaceful night after so long with both my babies. In the morning, I woke up to the sunlight streaming through the blinds. I took this opportunity to look around my private hospital room. It was painted in a light cream colour with pictures of babies of the wall. There stood a table next to the bed, which held a vase with beautiful white and pink calla lilies in them, one of my favourite flowers. There were a black leather couch in front of the window. I knew that Henry had arranged this room for me, being the alpha and all. I heard a low knock on the door before it opened. Grace and Stella entered the room looking as gorgeous as usual. You up, Hon? Stella asked. Yep, I'm still a little tired though, I whispered, not wanting to wake my babies up. Oh, that's normal. Anyways, you've been discharged. Henry took care of all the paperwork yesterday, so it's fine now and you're free to go, Stella said with a huge grin. Awesome, I grinned back, feeling very happy. It had been 6 months since I gave birth, and I was going back to work. Samantha and Terence had grown up so much now, and they were way mature than a normal human baby would be because of the alpha genes they had in them. Samantha looked like a mini-me, and sometimes we even wore match outfits sometimes, all three of us. Terence, though, looked like his father and even had his dimples, while Samantha had mine. I turned 17 soon after giving birth, and the pack had thrown a massive party for it. It was amazing since I'd forgotten the last time someone even said happy birthdays to me on my birthday before I came here. On the day I returned from hospital, they threw me a surprise party where the babies receive hundreds of gifts from the pack. They had been very helpful to me when I needed a little rest or when I needed to go out a little. They'd always look after the babies because they loved them. The twins had been receiving the attention and love of all the pack members, and to be honest, they loved every single minute of being in the spotlight. They were both adorable, and with one sad look from those beautiful eyes, they could make you do anything they wanted you to do, hence all those toys in their rooms. Samantha, though, was a lot more timid than Terence, who seemed like the typical overprotective brother. Even a blind person would be able to see how much those two loved each other, even if they were so young. "Caroline," exclaimed Piper. Once I stepped through the door. "Here. I know. It's been too long," I huffed. "Anyways, how are you? Those babies must be tiring you out, huh?" I laughed. "A little, but they're worth it. I love them to bits." "They are so cute, though," she smiled, thinking of them. "Yeah, they are," I said. "So, off you go to work then. Do you know how many regulars have been asking when you're coming back to work? I've made a massive loss this week, and I hope you can make up for it, you know." I didn't say anything, as I made my way to the stage and took a seat in front of the piano. I closed my eyes and started playing, which was gifted to me by my father. Soon, my shift was over, and I was free to go home. On my birthday, Henry, Grace, Stella, Hayden and Allison bought me a car by combining their money together, so that meant that I didn't have to wait for Henry to pick me up every day, and besides, he had plenty on pack work to take care of, and he didn't need to be bothering with me every single day. As I entered the backstage, I heard a deep, manly voice say, "That was amazing." I turned around to face him, and was met by the most beautiful light brown eyes ever, which gleamed with amusement. I sniffed the air. Definitely werewolf, and he had power radiating from him, which made me think he was the next heir to the alpha role, as he wasn't as powerful as a proper alpha yet, but he had more power than a beta would. It was just an instinct thing. This man was sexy. He had the sexy just rolled out of bed, dark brown, longish hair. His skin looked smooth and perfectly tanned. His white V-neck t-shirt clung perfectly onto his well-defined chest and stomach. He had a muscular yet slightly lean body and towered over me with an approximate height of about 6'2". He was wearing light brown chinos and white Vans with the blue plaid shirts, which the sleeves were rolled up to his elbows over his t-shirt. "I'm Randy, and you are?" he asked, still looking at me with amusement in his eyes. That snapped me out of my reverie as I shook my head and answered his question. "I'm Caroline." I checked my phone to check the time, as I was getting very restless and wanted to see my babies already. Having spent most of my time with them, I was feeling very lonely without them by my side, giggling or crying. "Look, I need to get home, but it was nice meeting you," I said, as I gathered my belongings ready to leave. I started going to the door when I noticed he was following me. "Why are you following me?" I asked as I stepped out the cafe and turned to him. "Because if you are, please don't rape, like seriously. I'll shout, and I know karate, so I'll be able to kick your ass if you try anything on me. Take a step closer and I swear to God, I scream so loud that the half the world will hear me." "Okay, so I told a little white lie. I didn't know karate." His chuckle pulled me out my rant, which made me glare at him. "Relax, I'm not going to harm you, I don't need to. Girls are attracted to me like bees are to honey, 'cause I'm so sexy." I raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. So I asked, "Why are you following me?" "Well, I think you're an amazing pianist, and I think my father would love to sign you. And my father is Max, you know, the record producer. But anyways, I think you are celebrity pianist material, so he would love you sign you, so what do you think?" Chapter 12. Me? A celebrity pianist? I was absolutely gobsmacked that Randy thought that I was good enough to be a pianist. I knew I had to move out sometime soon, as the babies were getting older and being a pianist would be able to bring enough money for the children and me. I didn't even have to think twice before making my decision. Yes, Chris's POV. Come on man, what are you doing here? It's been years since she left, and here you are in her room, still crying. Martin said from the doorway of my baby sister's room. I wiped the stray tear from my cheek and sat up from her bed. Although it has been many years since Caroline left, it hasn't been easy. I miss her more than anything, and I wish I could tell her how sorry I really am. I miss her rare laughs and smiles, her voice, that cute way her nose used to scrunch up when she saw something she didn't like. I miss everything about her, but the worst part has to be not knowing whether she was alive or not. I just wish she would send us a letter or something telling us that she was fine, but to be honest, I don't expect her to. Not after how we treated her. A lot has changed since she left. We now have a Luna, Eva. although she is a total bitch, but we can't say anything to her. Eva is now pregnant, but she complains about it every single second of her life, telling us how she's rather die than be pregnant again, because apparently she looks too fat and none of her nice clothes fit her anymore. But of course, she meant slutty clothes by that. But I doubt the baby is even Howard's. She's still whoring around like she used to. But Howard is too blinded in love to see that. Sometimes she even checks out guys in front of Howard and he doesn't even notice. But Howard is too desperate to be a father that he silences anyone who even thinks about him not being the father of the unborn baby. Ever since Caroline had left, Howard had turned a lot quieter, only keeping to himself, and when his father started pressuring him to mate. As the pack desperately needed a Luna, he finally mated and marked Eva. He seemed so depressed and hollow, even after his mating, which was very unlike him. But now that Eva is pregnant, after a lot of persuading from his part, he seems to be finally coming out his shell more. Like today, he came up to us and actually started joking around, which he hadn't done in years now. I was happy for him. I am a lot happier now that I had found my mate. I met Isabel about a year ago, and she is now the beta female. I first saw her when she moved here from New York, and I was instantly in love with her. If Caroline was here, they would have been best friends, I know that for sure. Issa doesn't know who Caroline is and has never asked me, but I know she wants to. I don't want her to know who Caroline is, because then she'll ask where she is, and if she does, we have to answer her truthfully. Then she would want to know why she left, and why. And I know that Issa would leave me if she found out what we did to Caroline, who is my own flesh and blood. And I couldn't bear the thought of her leaving me. My mom worse than ever now. She is extremely sick, as her wolf is dying. If any werewolf's wolf die, the human part automatically dies as well, as your wolf dying is like your soul being ripped out. So, are you coming or what? Martin asked again, slightly irritated now, which annoyed me as I was a higher-ranked werewolf than he was, thus he should have respected me. Although I didn't say anything, not wanting to cause a dispute. I nodded and stood up from the bed and followed him out the door. I took one last, longing look at Caroline's room, her scent completely gone now, and closed the door silently before locking it. I dropped my key in my pocket and we both made our way down to the living room where all my friends were, including Howard and Eva. Once I was down the stairs, I noticed Howard sitting on the sofa with a pregnant Eva, who had a scowl on her face while Howard had a small smile on his face, looking down at her stomach. Two totally different people. Sometimes I wonder how they ended up together. I stepped down the last step and almost immediately, small hands found their way around my waist from my left. Chuckling, I took her small hands and pulled her in front of me, then placed a small kiss on her forehead. Finally, you're here. Are you ready to go now? Can we hurry up before we miss her concert? Eva all but screamed. All the guys who were friends with us from high school nodded enthusiastically before practically running out the house to their cars. They were really excited to see some chick called Brianna, who is a pianist who recently became famous. From I've been told, her first debut came out about 3 years ago, and its ticket rose sky high in a short period of time. Tens of thousands of fans are crazy for her. It is an honor to watch her performance for just once, and all that information was engraved into my brain by my wonderful mate, who loves her nearly as much as she loves me. We followed them and went to our own cars. Yesterday was Issa's birthday, and she wanted to go to this concert more than anything. And me, well, being me, wanted to please my mate. So after spending thousands, I managed to pull some strings and get us some front row and backstage tickets. Apparently, not many people have seen this Sydney girl, but those who had say she is smoking hot. And I don't believe this to be true at all, because if she was truly that beautiful, she would be showing off her amazing face to her fans. I bet when we get there, we'll all be grossed out by her sweaty blabber and yellow teeth. I shuddered from the image and started driving the car after making sure we had everything we'd need to get in. Finally, after 5 hours of driving, we made it. Thousands of people crowded outside the arena to be checked by the security. I groaned and slipped out the car. But that changed when I saw my mate's beautiful face with excitement gleaming in her eyes, and a small smile on those delicious lips of hers. I took her warm hands and the tingles spread through my body, like they did every time I touched her and pulled her to the long queue. Soon, we were joined by the rest of the gang, and surprisingly, Eva was scowling anymore. In fact, she was silent, too silent. After what seemed like tons of security checks, we finally went to our places and waited patiently for his Brianna to come. Weirdly enough, Howard seemed very excited, unlike the first time I told him about the concert. 5 minutes later, a guy came onto the stage with a microphone in his hand saying, "Good evening, ladies and gents. The concert is about to begin. While I fully understand many of you are loyal fans to Brianna, but I would like to ask you all to remain quiet as the concert goes on. Thank you for your cooperation, and let us welcome Brianna." The crowd went silent. The guy came off the stage, and a few seconds later, a thin figure walked on. And although she was thin, she had all the perfect curves. Then a beautiful voice filled the whole arena. "Good evening, everyone." This voice sounded familiar. "I am Brianna, and I hope you enjoy my performance tonight." Then she went to the piano and sat on the bench in front of it. There was no doubt that she was beautiful. She had long, golden blonde, brownish hair and lightly tanned skin. And for some very odd reason, something about her reminded me of Caroline. She closed her eyes as she first started playing, but soon she opened her eyes again and lifted up the head. I could see her face very well. I saw those bluish silver eyes of her. I froze and my face paled. I would never forget these eyes. They were Caroline's eyes. Chapter 13. This was just a usual concert for me, but somehow I felt a bit nervous. I had the feeling that something would happen today, and I didn't. What it was. It's been about 5 years now since I ran away. I was extremely glad that I did run away now, because I had more than I could have ever asked. I had true friends, my family, my babies. Although they're 4 now and hate being referred to as babies, and a home. I guess you could say life was pretty good. To be honest though, I missed him like hell. Though he treated us like that, my wolf still wanted him. Even after all the torture he'd ever put me through, he was still my mate. The one person who was meant for me, right? Sometimes I sit there and just think about him. What is he doing right now? What would our life be like if he stayed with me that day? Unfortunately, I would never know the answer to the question, but it was how my life was meant to be, and I'd learned to accept that years ago. I was pulled out my thoughts when my makeup artist started touching up my makeup, and my hairstylist started making sure not one hair was out of place. Right now, I was wearing a floor-length electric blue dress with a low black and clear rhinestones under the bust, along with peep toe 4 inches, ivory heels with a knot on the front. My golden, blonde, brownish hair was loosely curled, parted in the middle and reached my mid-back. I was about to go on the stage any minute now, and I could definitely not mess up, not after all that practice. I worked my ass off for this and I wasn't going to mess it up, I thought with new confidence. Just then, I heard someone call my name, Caroline, or shall I say, Brianna, huh? I chuckled. "So you decide to get here now? And I thought you were my best friend." Grace laughed and gently nudged me in the ribs. "Sorry I'm late, but I think Henry and Mia are coming a bit later." She pretended, gagging. Henry had finally found his mate a year after I joined their pack. Mia was driving through and decided to stop at a supermarket to buy some chips, when Henry was buying some baby milk for the twins. Needless to say, she stormed out of the supermarket in tears after thinking that her mate had gotten someone else pregnant and had a kid with her. But Henry quickly chased after her and explained that the baby milk was for me. She was still reluctant to believe him, so he brought her to meet me, and after I confirmed everything, she accepted Henry with open arms. A week later, they were both full-marked and mated. A few months later, Mia finally announced that she was pregnant, and soon she gave birth to a beautiful baby girl called Kayla. She was one little angel, with her dark brown curls and Mia's light blue eyes. A year later, they finally tied the knot and got married on a beautiful beach in the Bahamas. Mia was an amazing mum and Luna. She was kind, funny, and beautiful. She was the perfect Luna, mum and mate. She was one of my best friends along with Grace, and we went on shopping sprees all the time. Speak of the devil, and both Henry and Mia appeared, looking a bit flustered with messy hair, might I add. I smirked at them both knowingly, and Mia blushed and averted her gaze to her shoes. Here they are. I bet they were at it again in the bathroom. I hope they cleaned after themselves. Imagine what would happen if someone walked in the bathroom, I said to Grace as if they weren't there. Grace pretended to be sick while Mia slapped my arm playfully. At least we're getting some, Henry retorted, looking quite smug. Actually, I get enough. At least I don't go it like rabbits, unlike you two, I exclaimed, faking a horrified expression on my face. Oh, just shut it, you two. Anyways, you look beautiful as usual, Caro. And I know you're going to be amazing on that stage, Mia said with a small smile on her face. I smiled back gratefully. Just then the host said, "Let us welcome Brianna. Go and own that stage, girl," Grace yelled, to which I laughed. A member of the crew walked along with me and counted my entrance to the stage. The hall was completely dark, apart from a few flashes from cameras. After the introduction, I started playing my very first composition. I lifted up my head and looked up at the crowd. Then, I saw him. Chris, my brother. I quickly turned away and walked to the other side of the same, trying my hardest to get the image of his shock-filled face out of my mind. I didn't get a good look at the people around him, but I did notice a beautiful girl with the dark brown hair and dark brown eyes next to him. I tried to get the image of him out of my head and continued playing. Finally, I finished my performance. I was scorching hot by the time I stepped off the stage and said goodbye to everyone and thanked them, because after all, I was successful because of them. My manager told me that Henry, Mia and Grace were in my dressing room, along with Max, the owner of my record label, and Randy's dad. Max was like a dad to me, and I loved his dearly. He had dark brown hair and brown eyes, like his son. He stood at a tall 6'2", and he had a lean but muscular body. Randy was the spitting image of Max. He was in his late 40s, but looked like he was in his mid-30s. Randy and I had become great friends since we first met. He helped me a lot. He was surprised when I told him I had twins, because he thought I was really young and didn't have a mate by my side. But there was something about him that made me trust him, so I told him my story too. He was pissed when he found out. But thankfully he calmed himself down afterwards, and the studio didn't suffer too much damage. My manager led me to my dressing room to meet everyone. Also, all the backstage ticket holders were going to be coming one by one to the lounge next door to my dressing room. Once I was in the room, everyone stood up and came over to congratulate me by giving me hugs and kisses on the cheek. It was then I noticed Stella was here along with the twins. Babies. I cried when I saw them. "Mama!" They both screamed together, jumping off Stella's lap and running to me. I bent down to their level and hugged them tightly. "Mama, you stink," Terence exclaimed, making everyone laugh. "I do not," I mocked his tone. "Yeah, Mama smells beautiful," Samantha said, wrapping her little arms around my neck. "It's my mama, get off her," Terence said loudly, wrapping his arms around my neck. "It's my mama, you get off her," Samantha shouted back. Chuckling, I picked them both up and said, "I love you both equally, and you're both my babies, and come on, we have to meet Mum's fans, don't we?" "We're not babies," they screamed together. Laughing, I said, Okay. You're not babies. You're big children now, happy?" They both nodded together, making all of us laugh. After chatting with everyone for a bit longer, I realized I had to go get dressed to meet my fans. I was really excited about doing that, since I hadn't actually met any fans yet. I quickly changed into a white flowy skirt with flowers on it, and I tucked in a plain white tank top and strapped plain black belts around waist where I tucked in the tank top. I slipped on a pair of gold platform heels. My makeup artist did my hair, and my hairstylist sorted out my hair to make sure it was perfect again. I then got a drink and went to the lounge next door and waited for the people to come in. First was a group of crying teenagers who started screaming once they saw me. After meeting a whole bunch of other people and signing autographs, I was exhausted and ready to jump into my bed. But then the door opened and smelt the most intoxicating scent ever. My mate's scent. My head snapped up and I noticed Howard, whose eyes were wide open, Eva, who looked at me with disgust, the brunette next to Chris, looking extremely happy, and Chris, who had a small smile on his face. There were other people behind them, but I didn't recognize all of them, only Martin. I then noticed that Eva had a huge stomach for someone who counted every single calorie she ate. She was obviously pregnant. Howard had an arm around her stomach protectively while he kept his eyes trained on me. What did he think, I was going to kill his child or what? Howard looked at me with narrowed eyes, and Eva merely smirked. It pained to see that he was protecting Eva from me, and I wanted to just burst into tears that moment, but I controlled myself. They all took a seat on the leather couches, and after a few awkward moments, I said, "Hi." Chris came running up to me and engulfed me into a warm hug. He hadn't even touched me in years, and now it felt amazing to have my big brother there embracing me. I missed him so much that it was unbelievable. A growl pulled me out of whatever daze I was having, and I stepped away from him. I noticed that it was the pretty brunette growling. She must be his mate, huh? I smirked at him as he grinned. "Issa, this is my baby sister Caroline, and Caro, meet Isabel, my mate." Issa gave me a sheepish smile before confusion and shock masked her facial expressions. "Wait, when did you have a sister? And since when is the Brianna your sister?" she asked. "Oh dear brother, have you not told Issa why I left?" I asked in an innocent tone. "No." "You," she answered simply. "Well, I'll tell you. I'm Caroline Forrest, and I'm 20 years old, and I ran away from the pack. You want to know why?" I asked. She slowly nodded, and Chris's eyes widened slightly. I grinned and replied, "Why doesn't my lovely brother here answer that question for you, huh?" "Answer me," demanded Issa. "Later, baby, later." "I promise," he said. I got a good look at him and noticed that he was a bit more muscular now and a little taller. But he had slight bags under his eyes and stubble on his jaw, and his eyes now looked like they were full of sorrow and regret. "Caro, please come home," he begged. I shook my head, not even thinking about it at all. "Please, just come home, we all need you there," he continued. I turned my back to them and said in my coldest voice, "No." "Why should I? After what you all did? No way. Just because I'm rich and famous now, you all want to be associated with Brianna? No, please. We love you. Mom needs you, Caroline, she hasn't got long left." He cried. I froze while my brain processed the information. I spun on my heels and faced him. "What?" I whispered, tears threatening to spill out my eyes. "She's dying, Caro. She doesn't have long left. She just wants to see you once before she dies. Just please. Not for us, but for Mum." He broke down as tears flowed from his eyes. I noticed that some of the other guys had already left, probably feeling out of place, and so only Howard, Eva, Martin, Issa, Chris and I were in the room. "Please, Caroline, for Mum." He whispered so quietly that even I barely heard it. Chapter 14. My mum was dying. I wasn't really listening to what Chris was saying anymore, but I could just hear those words being said over and over again in mind. Although she wasn't the best mum, she was still my mum. She never did stick up for me. But then again, she never really did contribute to any of the abuse. She was one of the kindest people there to me, despite the fact that I hadn't shifted yet. And honestly, I missed her a little. But that didn't mean that I was going to forget everything they'd put me through when I was there. I was pulled out of my thoughts when Henry knocked the door and walked in seconds after. I could tell that it was Henry, even before he entered the room, because of his scent, which I could smell even behind the door. I had a very strong sense of smell and great hearing, better than most werewolves. So it wasn't that hard to know it was Henry. "Is everything okay in here, Caro?" He asked me, his eyes flickering over to Howard, who was standing in front of Eva slightly, in a defensive position, while Chris had his arms wrapped protectively around Issa's waist. "Yes, we were just talking," Chris replied politely. "May I ask, who are you?" Henry Nixon, Alpha of the Hallowed Main," he answered curtly. "I am Chris Forrest, Beta of Moon Defender Pack, and this is my mate, Isabel. That is Howard Taylor, our Alpha, and his mate, Eva," Chris said. Little did he know how angry he was getting Henry with each one of his words. Henry was a kind and funny person, in general, well after he starts getting used to you. But he could be a very angry alpha if he wanted to, and trust me, nobody wants to face his wrath. Caro, are they the people that ruined your life? He asked me slowly, with so much anger in his eyes. He didn't need me to say anything because my eyes said it all. My once bright silver bluish eyes were now a darker shade of grey, which held so much anger and pain. My wolf wanted nothing more than to rip Howard's arms off of Eva, but I blocked her off. Henry was always the type of person who stuck up for people he considered family, no matter what. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he'd do it without another blink. He thought of me as his little sister. So right now, with him knowing everything about my past, saw them as threat and danger to me. What a talking about. These are the nicest people I have ever met in my whole life, Issa said, defending her pack and her mate. I snorted. Nicest people she's ever met. Chris had his head down, as if he was ashamed of what he'd done to me. Could he be regretting this? No, of course not. This was Chris, the one who made me feel worthless every single day of my life. Howard had a pained expression on his face, and his eyes showed nothing but regret and sorrow. Henry looked even madder now, if that was even possible. And as he was about to say something, the door burst open and Mia ran in, with tears in her eyes. Henry immediately ran to her side, checking for any injuries. Sobbing loudly now, Mia began. Samantha. She started coughing blood, and she fainted. Samantha, my baby. Blinking the tears away quickly, I shouted, Where's my baby? She's in your dressing room. Someone's called the A ambulance, she replied. Ignoring Chris's and Howard's questions, I ran out the room to find my baby. I saw her on the floor in the dressing room, with Grace and Stella beside her, trying to talk to her, while Max was shouting at the crew to get the ambulance to get here quicker. I dropped on the floor, next to my Samantha, who was looking very pale now. I was aware that Chris, Howard, Issa and Eva were in the room, but I didn't want to think about all the questions they'd asked me, even Howard, because right now, my baby was my first priority and always will be. Terence came up to me crying with a red nose. I hugged him tightly, while checking for Samantha's pulse. Tears were flowing freely down my cheeks now, and I probably looked like a mess, but I couldn't care less right now. Her pulse was there, but it was very weak. Someone passed me a baby wipe, which I used to wipe the blood on near her mouth with. This had never happened before, so I was unsure of what was happening to her. Baby, Samantha, can you hear me? I asked desperately. It pained me to see her looking so weak and fragile when she was used to jumping around and fighting with her brother for my attention. My baby, please wake up. Please, for Mummy. I sobbed. I heard a growl, and I could only assume that it was Howard who thought I had a baby with another man. The ambulance is here, Caroline. Honey, you need to move, Henry said softly, wrapping his arms around my shoulders. No, I can't leave her alone, I cried. I felt someone taking a crying Terence away from me and trying to calm him down. I lifted and hugged Samantha's head and shoulder tightly. She was too hot, even for a werewolf. Mum, I need you to move, please. I need to check your daughter, the paramedic told me. My wolf was in extra protective mode after what had happened to Samantha, so she didn't want to budge. After explaining to her that if we didn't move, Samantha would get sicker, she reluctantly agreed to move away slightly, just so that the paramedic could check on her. We need to take her to the hospital. Her pulse is weak. Body temperature is too high, she said to her colleague. They both nodded and got a stretcher and placed my frail-looking baby on there. They put an oxygen mask over her mouth so that she could breathe. They brought her outside quickly, and I followed, while Max stayed behind to sort everything out. Some fans who were still around started whispering and pointing to my baby and myself. They got her into the ambulance with me in tow. I sat next to my baby, holding the hand whilst the sirens went off, and they drove through the roads to get to the local hospital. Once we got there, they brought her into the hospital. I sat in the waiting room, hugging my knees to my chest while silently sobbing. Minutes later, I was in the familiar warm embrace of Randy. How did he even know I was here? Probably Max. He whispered comforting words to me while I sobbed quietly, hoping that Samantha was okay. I had never felt so scared before. Never. If something happened to Samantha, I don't know what would happen to me. Caro, she's going to okay. Don't think otherwise. Samantha is a fighter, you know that, right? Randy said, rubbing my arms, She's stronger than you think she is. I hope you're all right, Randy, I whispered, sitting on the floor with my head on his chest. Oh, there she is, I heard someone say. Footsteps ran to us, and soon Henry was also hugging me. Mia kneeled down in front of me, and I could see that she didn't look any better herself, but she was trying to put on a brave face. When did I become so lucky and get such amazing people I could call family? Shh, she's a strong girl, you know that, right? Watch tomorrow, she's going to fighting with Terence again. Mia laughed quietly. Where's Terence? I asked, my voice sounding husky from crying. He's with Grace and Stella. He was tired and crying, so I thought that if one of them stayed behind, it'd be good for him to try and take his mind off of things, Mia said. Hey, do you want something to eat or drink? Henry asked, suddenly getting up. No need, we got you guys something to eat, a familiar voice said, which made my face pale. What are you doing here, you bastard? Henry shouted. I'm here for my sister, Chris said. I stopped being your sister the day I ran away, I replied. I never stopped being your brother, was all he said. I snorted. Said brothers bully and torture their sisters with others now, do they? I regret every minute of doing what I did to you, he pleaded, with tears glistening in his eyes. He does, and so do I, another voice said. Howard, where's your mate? I sneered. She's with Issa at a hotel. She needed rest, he answered. So why are you here? Why don't you go back to her? Because I'm here with my beta and best friend who needs me. But Caroline, I truly am sorry for what we have done to you as a pack. We truly do regret it, he whispered the last part. I'm sure you do, I muttered sarcastically. Now that I have money and fame, everyone wants to be buddies with me. Howard was about to say something when Randy cut in. Look, whoever you guys are, stop stressing her out. She's in pain enough as it is already. If you guys can't be quiet, then you should just leave. They should leave. They're doing nothing but causing more pain to Caro, as if they haven't caused her some already, Henry said. They didn't say anything else, but just sat down on the chairs. About an hour later, the doctor finally came out to talk to us. I was the first one up, wanting to talk to the doctor to make sure nothing had happened to my baby. Doctor, what's wrong with her? I asked, angrily wiping away the tears, which never stopped flowing down my cheeks. Don't worry, it was a case of food poisoning. She should be better by tomorrow. She's sleeping now, but you can visit her if you wish, he said. Hugging him tight, I whispered, Thank you so much for saving my baby. Don't worry, he laughed, she's a little fighter. She'll be better, and you take care. I nodded and went into Samantha's room, with the rest of them following behind. When I entered the room, I noticed that she was laying in the bed, wearing a white robe with a needle stuck in her wrist, an IV machine beside her, and an oxygen mask in her face. She still looked a little pale, but better than before. I sat down on the bed and caressed her soft cheeks, while the rest of the guys made themselves comfortable on the chairs, apart from Chris and Howard, who seemed a little out of place. They knew that I'd be staying in this room until she returns home, so they were staying with me as well. They loved Samantha to bits as well, even Randy, who hardly got to spend any more time with her as he was always abroad. You never told me that you have a daughter, Chris stated. I heard a small growl, most likely from Howard, but I couldn't be sure if I heard it or not. Twins? I have twins, Terence and Samantha. Who's the father? Howard growled. I could tell his wolf was surfacing by his voice, but because my back was facing him, I couldn't tell if his eyes were flickering to grey or not, which was the colour of his wolf's eyes. Simply ignoring him, I continued gently rubbing Samantha's forehead. I said, WHO is their father. Howard growled again. Don't talk to her like that. Henry growled back. It's okay, Henry. Howard, let's take this conversation somewhere else. I don't want my baby to wake up, I said in a cold and emotionless voice. Howard stomped out, and I followed him outside the room. I closed the door and turned to him, with my arms crossed and a scowl on my face. Why do you want to know anyways? I asked. You've got a mate, a child coming soon. So why the hell are you interested in who's the father of my twins, huh? Because I feel an unexplainable connection to those children. God damn it. He shouted in frustration. I knew I couldn't hold this off any longer. I knew this moment was to come someday, but I just hoped that it wasn't today. I was always going to tell my children about their father someday, because after all, it was their father, and if they wanted to be with their dad, I would let them. It wasn't up to me to decide whether I wanted the twins to know their dad or not, it was up to them. I took a deep breath and blurted out, "You." "What?" he asked in disbelief. His eyes were slightly widened, and shock was written all over his face. "The day we met." "In the janitor's closet," I simply stated. It took all I had to not burst into tears right now, and I think I was doing pretty well so far. That day was the worst day of my life, and remembering about me made me want to just wallow in self-pity, but at least good things came out of that. Like my babies, my career, my new family, and so many more things. "So, I am their father?" he asked slowly, as his brain processed the information. "No, you're their sperm donor." And with that, I turned around and walked back into the room, slamming the door in his face in the process. That felt good, I thought. Chapter 15. Howard's POV. I was their father. Those beautiful creatures were mine. I couldn't be happier, and my wolf was even more happier than me. "You should leave Eva now. Do you hear me?" my wolf said to me in a commanding tone. But I was angry that I wasn't there for the first sonogram, their first words, their first steps, and the list goes on. But I knew it was all my fault. And to be honest, I don't blame Caroline for any of it. I probably would have done the same thing if it was me, probably worse. I knew there was a reason that I felt such a connection to both of them. I felt like I had to protect them, which is why I came here in the first place. I didn't come here to support Chris or whatever. I came here because that little angel was sick. I just wanted to protect her. But the thing that baffles me is that I don't feel that same connection with Eva's baby. I know I should, but I don't. It couldn't be that the baby isn't mine, could it? Many people have told me that Eva has been cheating, but I chose to ignore everything because I actually thought that she loved me. But it looks like I'm wrong. With that, I ran outside the hospital and hopped into my car. I quickly drove to the hotel, which was nearby, thankfully. I ran up to our hotel room and as quickly as I could fumbled with the keys, trying to open door as quickly as possible. Once I opened it, I was stunned to see what I saw. It was Eva moaning underneath the bellboy we saw earlier, both stark naked. Loudly slamming the door shut, I gained both their attention. I watched as Eva's face changed from shock from seeing me to what she was trying to make it look, remorseful. I could see through her act clearly now. She and the guy both quickly broke apart and tried to reach out to get their clothes. As soon as he was fully dressed, the guy got up and ran out the door, and I did nothing to stop him. All I could think was, how could he fuck someone else's girl while she's pregnant? That was just plain disgusting, and I know that I was player before and I even fucked women twice my age, but never did I ever fuck a pregnant chick. My mind was blank and I don't know what her cheating on me made me feel like. But I think that was just because I knew deep down that she wouldn't stay faithful to me. I knew that all those times when my friends told me that she was cheating, she actually was, but I refused to believe it. To be honest though, I felt slightly betrayed, because I hadn't fucked anyone since I found out she was pregnant, yet here she was with a fucking bellboy. She really does sleep with everyone with a dick. After a few awkward moments, I casually leaned against the wall, not wanting to sit on the bed after I shuddered as I remembered that moment that, if she was going to cheat anyways, she could have at least had the decency to cheat with a good-looking guy. Seriously, that guy looked like a tramp, with his chipped yellow teeth and fat on his stomach. Hell, even his hair was greasy. A few more minutes passed when Eva finally started. "Howard, I'm so sorry. You know how hormonal pregnant women get. I did it because it was my hormones, not me." "Yeah, whatever." I snorted. "Of course you were. Now if you haven't figured, we are over. And before you start with your sob story again, I want to know if the baby is mine or not," I said. "What? Of course the baby is why?" Interrupting her, I ordered in my alpha voice, which meant that she had no choice but to do as I say. "You will tell me the truth. Is the baby mine or not?" 9. She was in front of me now, desperately holding on to my hands. I guess I found out my answer already, but I wanted to hear it from her mouth. "Is the baby mine or not?" I shouted now. She flinched and shrunk down from my glare. No, she whimpered. And that was when I realized that I made the biggest mistake of my life by choosing Eva, a lying bitch, over Caroline, who loved me more than anything. Keyword being loved. Chris's POV. After Caroline came into the room after her little conversation with Howard, she slammed the door in his face. I couldn't help but wonder what the conversation was about. The room was completely soundproof, so we couldn't hear what they were saying as no noise could get into the room from outside. "Everything all right?" one of her friends asked. "Yeah, but it just gets so tiring." She sighed and sat down on the bed. "Are you sure you don't want to go home? Me, Randy and Mia can look after her." "We'll call you when she wakes up," Henry said, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. "You've had a long day anyways, that guy," Randy added. "No, I'm staying with my baby till she gets home," she mumbled. "You're too stubborn," Henry said, ruffling her hair. She pushed his a little and pretended to glare at him. "Don't touch the hair." "Why, it doesn't matter anyways. You look like hell." Henry snickered and gave Randy a high five. "Gee, I appreciate all the love," she muttered under her breath with sarcasm dripping off every word. "We love you, Caro," Randy said, coming over to her and hugging her as well as Henry, while Mia chuckled at their childish behaviour. I could help but feel hurt at the fact that she had Henry as her big brother. So now she didn't need me anymore. I was so stupid back then. And I knew not sticking up for her would definitely be the biggest regret of my life. She had her perfect family, and I couldn't help but wish that I was part of that perfect life. I couldn't help but wish that I would be the one comforting her when her daughter, my niece, was taken to hospital. I just wished that I could be here for my baby sis. I couldn't bear to see her laughing and messing around with Henry and Randy, so I left, hoping and wishing that she's come home to see Mum before she died. I went straight to the hotel, which wasn't that far away. After searching for my car, I got into it and drove as quickly as I could to the hotel, while wiping away my tears of regret and sorrow, because I knew she would never be my sister again. Once I got to the hotel, I parked my car and ignored everyone else in the lobby. I went straight to my room, taking in deep breaths before I entered, because I knew that Issa would plenty of questions for me. When I opened the door, I went straight to the bed where Issa sat, pinching the bridge of her nose. Something she did when she was extremely frustrated or thinking deeply about something. "Hey baby," I sat, sitting down next to her and taking her small hands into my big ones. "When were you going to tell me that you had a sister?" she asked. I sighed and closed my eyes. To be honest, I didn't know. I was hoping that one day she'd come back to us, and then I could introduce my mate to my sister. And why haven't I met her? Why did she leave? "Answer my questions, damn it," she shouted, standing up abruptly and started pacing. She was going to hate me, but I couldn't lie to her. Not after I'd promised her to never lie to her or hide anything from her. I took a deep breath and began my story. Caroline ran away about 5 years ago. She didn't have the best life here. She was bullied by the pack. Me, Mum, just everyone. Dad was the only one who was supporting her, but he passed away a long time ago. Caroline hadn't shifted when she left, so she was 16 then, when she was supposed to have shifted. So Dad asked to call her W worthless every day and B beat her. I wiped away the tears that had fallen from my eyes and stole a quick glance at her to see her reaction. Her face was emotionless, so I couldn't tell what she was thinking, and she'd blocked off her mind from me, so I wasn't able to sense her emotions. I continued anyways. Mom convinced me that she was weak, that she wasn't worth anything, that she was just a pathetic human. So, wanting to make my mum proud, I tortured her, along with the rest of the pack. She never had any friends, nobody to talk to, and I never did anything to protect her. I just joined along, hurting my baby sis. But now, I realise that it was the biggest mistake of my life. By the end, I was full-on crying. I don't expect her to come running back to me and accept me as her brother. But it hurts. The truth hurts. I looked up at Issa, and the only emotion present in her eyes was disgust. I stood up and walked to her, but she held up a hand, causing me to halt. "I never, ever thought that you guys could do that to a poor girl. I thought you guys were the nicest people there could be on Earth, but it turns out you're just a devil in disguise. You and everyone in that pack," she said, backing away from me. Her back hit the wall and she slid down, wrapping her hands around her knees tightly. I kneeled down beside her and whispered, "I love you, Issa. I could never do that to you. And what I did to Caroline, I deeply regret, and I promise you I will do anything to make up it to Caroline, even though I could never do enough to make up for those years of torture. I'll be the brother she needs, and she wants. I promise you." Wiping away her tears furiously, she stood up with new determination in her eyes and spoke in a confident voice. "That doesn't make anything better. You didn't think about even telling me up until now, when we met her. What if we hadn't, huh? Would you have never told me such a big part of your life? Even though I don't forgive you, doesn't mean that I will forget about my responsibility as beta female. I will be there alongside you in front of the pack, but other than that, we're done. We'll pretend to be happy in front of the pack, but apart from that, there will be nothing between us. Well, not until you earn the forgiveness of your sister." And with that, she left the room, and me. My heart broke, and all of a sudden, my world seemed a lot darker than before. Chapter 16. I didn't know if I wanted to go back home yet. It had been a few weeks since the concert, and since I'd met them again. I knew that Chris was desperately trying to get me to forgive him, and every time, I'd be so close to calling him again and telling him that I forgave him when I'd have another flashback again of what he'd done to me, along with the rest of the pack. He sent me different flowers every single day with a personal message telling me to come home. And every day, I'd just ignore it. Howard had been trying to make some amends as well. So far, he'd sent me 2 letters telling me how much he'd regret everything and how much he needed me. The first one was just an ordinary letter saying that he was very sorry, and with it he sent a really expensive necklace. It was beautiful with a sapphire-shaped heart, with a silver frame around it, which was encrusted with diamonds. The words, "Caroline, forever and always," was engraved at the back. I hadn't worn it yet, but I have kept in the same royal blue box with a white bow tied around it that he sent. The second one was a poem. It really was a heartwarming poem, and it made me nearly tear up. It read, "I was thinking of you, how I missed your sweet kiss, and how I loved your precious smile. I was just thinking of you and your beautiful eyes. Just looking into mine, they'll tell no lies. I was thinking of you when I felt my heart ache. I wish I had your love, a love that will never break. I was thinking of you holding on to me, the way I felt, the way it could be. I was thinking of you to tell you I'd try, to give you pure love till the day that I die. I was thinking of you letting me care of you. Just to let you know, I'll always be there whether you love me or not. I love you, Caroline. Forever and always." I sighed and made myself a cup of coffee. It was still around 9 o'clock in the morning, but Randy, Samantha, Terence and I were planning to go on a picnic. I hadn't been spending as much time as I wanted with my babies, so I was planning on taking them out. Since I couldn't exactly walk down the street to the local park, thanks to the paparazzi, I was taking them to Randy's house, which had a huge garden, big enough to be a park. Randy didn't live that far away from us, only about 30 minutes drive, but to be honest, neither of us were ever at home. We both travelled a lot because of our jobs, and we hardly ever got days when we could just chill out with our friends and family. Since I became famous, I moved to New York, as it was easier for my job. But this also meant that I couldn't meet up with Henry, Mia, Stella or Grace a lot, because they lived all the way in California. I missed them, and I would meet up with them sometimes, but not as much as I would have liked. I lived near the beach, so I had the perfect view of it from my massive glass window in my living room. I had a small 2-story house for me and the twins, but it was perfect. We had 5 bedrooms, which was more than enough, 1 indoor and 1 outdoor swimming pool, a huge living room and dining room, a kitchen and a game room, for when Henry and Randy were around. It was too much, but Randy persisted that it would be perfect for when the children are all grown up. And Randy's stubbornness wins against mine every time. Randy helped me with my home, painting it and decorating, buying furniture, and he's been there all along for me and the babies. Once I finished my coffee, I washed my mug and woke the twins up. Samantha was now better, and it turned out that she got food poisoning and she had an allergic reaction to almonds, which she had in a Danish pastry. She fully recovered, thank goodness for that, and she's now even louder and more cheerful, if that's even possible. When I entered their bedroom, I noticed that Terence was no longer in his bed, but in his sister's, with his arm wrapped protectively around her. This would happen every single day, and since Samantha had gotten sick, Terence has been very overprotective of her. I knew he would be an amazing brother. I gently shook them both while they lightly snored. They were too adorable. Samantha had my light brown hair, but with natural blonde highlights, and Howard's bright blue eyes and tanned skin from me, whereas Terence had tanned skin as well, with dark brown hair and my blue-greyish eyes. However, he looked like a mini Howard. When they finally did wake up, they wrapped their tiny arms around me in a hug and smiled brightly. Samantha and Terence had very similar personalities. They were both loud and outgoing, but they both look completely different. Terence, even at such a young age, had sharp, very well-defined features with a small dimple on his right cheek, while Samantha had softer facial features and had inherited her both dimples from me. Mommy, they both squealed. "Good morning, guys. You have to hurry and get dressed. We're going to Uncle Randy's," I said, grinning. "Really?" They both cried together. "Yes, really. Now you need to get ready, okay?" They both nodded eagerly, excited to spend their day with their uncle. They both loved Randy and missed him terribly when he went away for a world tour with a new band they had signed. Randy was good with the twins and spoiling them terribly all the time. They both made their way to the bathroom when suddenly Samantha stopped halfway. She turned around to face me, with tears in her eyes, and ran to me. I quickly picked her up and sat her on my lap and gently rubbed her small back. "What's wrong, Samantha?" I asked. "Is our daddy going to be there? Eva says she's going on her holiday with her mama and her brother and her daddy. And she said she's going to the beach and her daddy's going to buy her ice cream," she explained, with tears glistening in her eyes. I kissed the top of her head. "Do you want a daddy?" I asked. She nodded her head eagerly, and to be honest, I felt like the shittiest mother out there. I'd always known that they wanted to see their father, but I was scared that he'd reject them and push them away. If Howard wanted to be their father, I would eventually let him, because when the twins were older, I didn't want them to hate me for never telling them who their father was. My twins mean the world to me, and without them, I wouldn't be able to live. "Okay, maybe you can meet your daddy later on." "Sometime," I said with a small smile and tears in my eyes. "Really?" She cried once again, her eyes wide in surprise. A massive grin appeared on her face as she waited for my answer. "Yes, really. Now get your big bottom up and brush your teeth. We have to go to Uncle Randy's." "Hurry, we don't want to leave you at home, now do we?" I playfully flicked her cute button nose. She shook her head vigorously before jumping off my lap and running into the bathroom. I chuckled at her and watched her brushing her teeth by the sink with her brother doing the same on her left. When they both finished, I filled the bath up with warm water and squirted some bath foam into it. Both of them quickly undressed themselves before jumping into the bath with their ducks. After an hour of what was supposed to be a quick bath, they both reluctantly got out of the water with fingers like prunes. I decided for all of us to wear matching clothes today, so I got out a light blue denim jeans and a white t-shirt with his white Vans for Terence, and a cute white summer dress and her white bands for Samantha. After I massaged them both with baby cream, I left them both to get dressed. They both loved dressing themselves up, but being the clingy mom that I am, I don't want them to grow up already, so I always did everything for them. I fixed them both some brunch, which consisted of some pancakes, as it is their favourite, and some warm milk. I turned on the TV and put on Mickey Mouse and took a quick bath myself, before dressing up in a short white summer dress, with a blue bow around the waist and my white Vans. I fixed my hair and makeup quickly before rushing out my bedroom to check on the twins. They were both concentrating on TV so hard that they didn't even notice when I came into the room. I don't remember Mickey Mouse being so interesting. They were both sitting on the edge of the sofa, eyes trained on the TV. I walked to the TV and was shocked to see that they were both watching a horror movie. Ever since they turned 3 years old, they've learned how to turn on and off the TV, change the channels, and obviously put in DVDs in the video player. They were practically pros at technology, but then again, they were way smarter than normal human and normal pups, since they had alpha's blood and beta's blood in them. I grabbed the remote and switched the TV off. I can't believe they were both watching The Haunting of Molly Hartley. They were too smart for their own good. Mama, they both groaned, finally noticing me in the room. I said no horror movie last time, didn't I? You guys are way too young to be watching scary movies like that. But Mama, they both said, that's enough now. We have to go to Uncle Randy's, remember? Let's go. They both chirped happily, and with that, they both ran off into their bedroom to grab their backpacks and toys. I quickly grabbed some juice bottles for them and some sandwiches and biscuits for our mini picnic. I picked up my car keys, sunglasses and my house keys after smothering them with sunscreen while they groaned. Well, not literally smother them. After I picked up both the twins, I carried them to my new white BMW M6. After buckling them in the car, I set off on the drive to Randy's. After about 25 minutes of driving, I finally reached Randy's house, or shall I say mansion, which was practically on the beach. His guard let me in after I waved to him. After parking my car, I slipped out the car with the twins, who were literally bouncing up and down with joy. I knocked the door, and no longer than 30 seconds later, Randy opened the door wearing a pair of white and blue plaid shorts and a plain white v-neck. His longish hair was messy as usual, but a sexy kind of messy. But he looked hot. Hey Caro, hey Samantha, and hey little man. He greeted Samantha and I with a kiss on the cheek and Terence with a bro hug. The kids ran into his home and out in his back garden. They'd been here enough times to know where everything was anyways. Both Randy and I chuckled at their small figures, which was quickly disappearing out of sight. You look pretty, Caro, he smirked, looking at me from top to bottom. You don't look so bad yourself. Randy. I winked and walked away with the kids' bags and my small handbag. Oh, ha ha ha, you're so funny, he said, rolling his eyes. But I could see the faint smile which played his lips. Why, thank you, I grinned innocently at him. He snorted, but said nothing as he followed me into the massive back garden, which also had a swimming pool with a mini waterfall. As I stepped into the back garden, I noticed he had set out swings, 2 mini cars, a seesaw, a trampoline, and a bouncy castle. Wow, I am impressed, Randy, I grinned. Well, I am a man of many talents, he smirked back. Whatever makes you sleep at night, I muttered. Well, Hugh, he started with a mischievous gleam in his chocolate eyes. Oh, shut up, I said, smacking his lightly on his chest. He chuckled and shook his head. No, but seriously, you shouldn't have done that, I said. But thanks anyways. Hey, no problem. Besides, they are my favourite children in the world, he said, looking at giggling Samantha and Terence jumping on the bouncy castle with a small smile on his face. Randy, these are the only children you associate with in the world, I said with a chuckle. It was true, he didn't like kids very much, but he adored the twins. He always said that he hated babies, because according to him, all they did all day long was, and I quote, crying, shitting, and then eating food that looked like shit. But I don't think he'd truly understand what it was like to be a father until he actually was in that position himself. Randy hadn't found him mate yet, even though he was about 23 years old already. It was quite uncommon, especially for an alpha. But I think this was why he was always travelling the world with other artists, because he was eager to meet his mate. Yeah, well, you know how whiny kids get, he grimaced. I shook my head at him. Only you, Randy, only you. We continued talking for a bit, and eating the food that I made and the food that Randy's housekeeper made. She was a lovely woman, a werewolf like us, but she was about 40 years old with wise advice. We were talking about work until he asked me a question that completely caught me off guard. So, are you going back to Arizona? I don't know, I answered honestly. I don't want to see the rest of the pack. Randy sighed and pulled me to his side. Currently, we were sitting on the grass, watching over the twins as they jumped on the trampoline, doing a somersault every now and then. They were both laughing so much and having so much fun. Caroline, listen, do you know what the last words were to my mum? They were, I hate you, and she died that same night. I never got to tell her how much I loved her, and that was the biggest regret of my life. not being there when she was breathing the last minutes of her life," he said with unshed tears in his eyes. I had never seen him so serious, and it scared the hell out of me, to be honest. He was always the goofy Randy, messing around and saying stupid and perverted jokes, and always making me smile, even when I was at the lowest point of my life. "Trust me, Caroline, if you don't go see her now, you'll have to carry the guilt and regret around your whole life," he whispered so quietly that I just about heard him. A tear slipped his eyes, and he furiously wiped it away. I hugged him tightly while he breathed in my scent. I held on to him for a while, until Samantha came up running to me to see what was wrong. I pulled away from him and said with confidence, "I guess I'm going back then." Chapter 17. A lot of emotions were running through me as I drove back to my old pack. I was very tired already, and the twins fighting screaming in the car wasn't helping my headache. "Shh, guys, Mommy's tired. Please be quiet," I asked calmly. I wasn't one of those mothers who continuously nagged their children or even smacked them to punish them. I wasn't anti-punishments, so the twins weren't spoilt. But I punished them by doing other things than scaring them or threatening them. When the twins were older, I didn't want them to be scared to tell me things. I would hate to be that kind of mother. "Sorry, Mama," they said simultaneously. They were quiet after that, and occasionally spoke when Terence asked Samantha if she was okay, and Samantha would reply yes. He was so caring of his baby sister, and this made my heart swell in pride. At least I did one thing right. I turned on the radio quietly, and it was the right time as well, because they'd just announced that my song was #1 on the charts. I squealed like a little girl, and both the twins started bouncing up and down in their car seats after hearing the song. "Mama, here, Mama, it's Mama's song," cried Samantha. "I'm so proud of you, Mama," Terence said. "Oh, thank you, baby, and I'm so proud of you too." I smiled at both my children. After listening to my song on the radio, they both fell asleep, with both of them snuggling close and Samantha's head on Terence's shoulder. They looked too cute. An hour later, we finally reached the small house when I say I mean my manager, bought prior to coming here. Since I figured I wouldn't be wanting to spend a lot of time there, and the twins and I would need our own private space, I bought a new house here. It wasn't too far from the pack house, yet it wasn't on the pack lands. It wasn't anyone's land, so it was free for any wolf to stay on as long as they didn't cause trouble with the local packs. Once I parked the car in the driveway, I woke both the kids up. When they both reluctantly finally woke up, they both took in the small, one-story Tudor-styled house with wide eyes. "Mama, is this our new house?" Samantha asked me, eyeing the house curiously. "For a few weeks, baby, then we're going back," I answered, placing a kiss on her rosy cheeks. I unbuckled them from the car seats and watched as they ran over to the front door and trying to open it. I chuckled and locked the car before going over to them and opening the door. My manager had already bought new furniture and furnished it already, so everything we'd need was in there already. Our bags and suitcases had also been shipped off here already, but would arrive soon. I checked out the house and it felt so warm and cozy. There were 3 bedrooms in the house, which was perfectly big, and a very large living room. The kitchen was very modern, and the living room already had a huge over 100 TV plastered on the walls. The house was located in the woods near a lake, so the big glass wall in the living room had the perfect view. I loved this house already. It was quite dark already when a large van arrived carrying the suitcases, boxes and bags. The delivery man kindly placed them all inside the house, but of course for a price, which was an autograph for his daughter. But I didn't mind anyways, especially if it was going to make someone happy. The twins helped me unpack their clothes and toys and neatly set it out in their drawers and their walk-in closet. It took about an hour since both of them wanted to bring all their toys and books. They had too much things. Since it was nearly dinner time, I quickly cooked up an easy meal. During dinner, Terence and Samantha were always trying to feed each other, but they both ended up in a pile on spaghetti with a not very happy mama. After washing all the dishes and cleaning up the table, I bathed both the kids and once again ended up with a bubbly face. After they both got dressed in their pajamas, I sang a lullaby to them, causing them to fall asleep, looking like angels. After making sure they were both asleep, I took a quick shower and put on a pair of cotton shorts and a tank top, ready for bed. I was going back to see everyone tomorrow. Great. Are you ready, guys? I asked Terence and Samantha. Yes, Mama, they both shouted, running towards me. I chuckled and grabbed both their hands to the car outside. After buckling them into their car seats, I started driving towards my mum's house. From the last letter I had received, I found out that Mom wanted to spend her last days at home and not in a smelly hospital. Can I tell a story to you, Mama? Samantha asked. That's not how you say it, honey. It's, can I tell you a story, okay? I said, correcting her sentence. Can I tell you a story, Mama? She asked properly now. Go ahead, Hon, I said. So then, she started telling me a story about a girl called Kayla who went to the supermarket to buy fruits, which dropped on the floor, so she had to go get some more. It was real cute, watching her concentrating on remembering what part she got to. But thank goodness this time her story wasn't filled with cuss words, unlike 6 months ago. 6 months ago. I'm a party, I'm gonna dance. Put your hands up on my body, on my body, on my body. Put your hands up on my body. I'm a party, I'm gonna dance. Put your hands up on my body, on my body, on my body. Put your hands up on my body. I'm a party, I'm gonna dance. Put your hands up on my body, on my body, on my body. Put your hands up on my body, on my body. Put your hands up on my body. I'm a body, on my 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 body. When the sun's out, see the guildem. 2. I got there just in time to pick up my phone and answer it. Hey girl, Grace shouted over the phone. Hey, I said, putting her on loudspeaker. I was trying to do my hair while speaking over the phone. I heard small footsteps walking into the room and jump onto my bed. It was probably Samantha, since Terence was sleeping as he wasn't feeling too well. He had a light cough and cold, and his temperature was a little too high. So far, I had managed to keep Samantha away from him so she wouldn't be sick as well, but trust me, it was very hard. Terence was feeling slightly better, but tired, so I let him sleep for a little before he had to get up for his medicines again. So what have you been up to? I asked. Well, I've just been fucking this insanely hot guy. Oh my word. He was totally drool-worthy, and he knows how to rock the bed as well. He had me moaning and groaning and screaming all night long, she replied bluntly. Laughing, I managed to get out. Have you no shame saying all of this so openly? No, it's not like you're a virgin or anything, she hollered. I laughed and laughed in reply. So how's work? She'd just gotten a new job in a high school as their new art teacher after she finished college. To be honest, I don't know why she went back to high school to teach annoying hormonal kids. It is annoying. Sometimes, I just want to backhand those little shits. Do you know how many fucking pink fights they've had? I really do hate it sometimes. She huffed. Don't worry, it'll get better when you win their trust, I said. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, I have to go now. My little bed buddy's coming back from the kitchen. He just made me some yummy breakfast. He's such a sweetie, she said. I could tell she was smiling right now. Have fun, but not too much, I said. And use protection. Oh, ha ha. And we will. Ciao, she said before hanging up the phone. I turned around from my little stool, which faced my vanity table, to look at Samantha, who was jumping up and down my bed, and consequently messing it up as well. Here, baby, let me do your hair, I said, knowing that she was a little upset that she couldn't hang out with Terence. And besides, she loved it when I played with her hair. It helped relax her and soothed her. She nodded, but didn't say anything. She sat down on the bed, and I walked over and started brushing through. Mama, I tell you a story. Yeah, she said. Go on, sweets, I said. Once upon a time, a man was rocking the bed, and he was shitting and fucking and rocking the princess, and then... Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, stop. Where did you learn those words from? I asked, surprised and shocked at her words. Auntie Grace was shouting it on the phone, she said, looking innocent. Grace, I groaned. Well, honey, they're bad word. Don't say it ever again, okay? Do you promise? I asked, holding up my pinky finger. Sorry, Mummy, she said, wrapping her small pinky around mine. I promise. Since that day, we'd all learnt not to swear or say anything we didn't want the entire world to know in front of Samantha. Terence wasn't that bad though, and the worst thing he'd said was shit, and that was only once. And that was a huge relief. While driving down familiar roads, I noticed many people who used to tease me back in high school, and to be honest, some of them looked pretty bad. I also saw a girl called Lydia, who was one of sluts in Eva's little group, walking down the street, wearing sweatpants and a sweater with 5 children. The poor girl looked like she was in a pretty bad state. Karma really is a bitch. Although she'd done pretty horrible things to me, I wasn't gloating on what happened to her, purely because I don't believe in an eye for an eye. And we're not all saints, so who are we to laugh at others' misery and fault them? Finally, I reached the mansion where I was brought up. It looked exactly the same, still painted white, with a huge front lawn. After I parked the car, I unbuckled the twins from their car seats before grabbing my bag. I unlocked the car and held both their tiny hands as we walked up to the door. I pressed the bell twice and waited patiently. Terence tugged my hand and looked up, and me, "Mama, whose house is this?" "This is your grandma's house, honey," I explained. They both nodded, and I waited for the door to open. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the door flew open and there was my mum, sitting in a wheelchair. She looked different. She was skinnier and looked a lot weaker. She looked at me up and down, with shock in her eyes. She opened his mouth, trying to say something, then shut it again. She did this a couple of times, not knowing what to say. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. "I'm really, really sorry. I know that I probably don't deserve your forgiveness, and I don't even deserve to ask you for forgiveness. But if you can, please, please let me make it up to you. I know anything that I'll do won't be enough, but please." "Hugh, can you talk about this later?" I whispered. To be honest, I didn't want to think about that. Not yet anyways. She nodded and asked, "How are you?" "I've been doing pretty well for myself. We know, we see you all time in newspapers, magazines and TV nowadays. You look amazing, honey. And we missed you so much," she said, looking at me with longing in her eyes. "I know," I whispered, barely audible for anyone to hear. "Mama, is this Grandma?" asked Samantha. "Yes, sweetie," I answered with a smile. Are they your children?" Mum watched them in complete awe. "Yep, they're twins." "Guys, do you want to introduce yourself to Grandma?" "Hi, I'm Samantha," she said shyly, looking at the floor. Mom shook her hand. "And I'm your grandma." "I'm Terence," he said, putting forward his tiny hands. "Hey Terence, I'm your grandma." Mum shook his hands as well. She stood up, her smile still on her face. "They're so adorable." "Well, they are my kids," I joked, laughing awkwardly. She chuckled and told us to come in. We followed her through the house. And at this moment, I knew Randy was right. If I never did see my mum, I would have regretted this for the rest of my life. Chapter 18. As soon as we entered the house, Mom started cough non-stop. "Terence and Samantha, you may go and play outside in the yard now," I said to my kids. "Great, Mum," they exclaimed excitingly. "So how are you?" I asked Mum when my kids were gone. "I'm better that you're here right now," she smiled. "Tell me, what have I missed in the last 5 years of your life?" Well, a few months after I left, I had the twins. And then about 6 months later, I got signed by Randy, who's now my best friend. I got a new stage name, started business as a pianist. I've had Randy collect 10 awards for me, and I have done many concerts by now, so all the paps know who I am, and the next day, my face was all over every newspaper and magazines. "So yeah, it has been pretty eventful," I said. "Wow, that sounds like amazing," she laughed. "It has been. So what have I missed here?" I asked. "Well, Eva, that little bitch became alpha female. But now she's been exiled after she cheated on Howard," she started. I was speechless. Howard had exiled Eva after he had found out that she cheated on him. So that baby that he was protecting from me wasn't even his to begin with. To be honest, I don't know what I was feeling, but I think I knew that I was slightly glad that Howard got a taste of his own medicine. He finally found out what it was like to be deceived and played with. I knew that it was wrong of me to feel like that, but then again, I never did claim to be a saint. My wolf growling at me for being slightly pleased that someone had hurt her mate. but I didn't care. Although, I did feel quite sorry for Eva. I knew what it was like to be all alone, and I couldn't imagine what it'd be like if I didn't have the support of Henry and our pack when I was pregnant. She continued, I think all of us were glad to get rid of her. She was only using the pack members as her servant. But anyways, Chris found his mate, Isabel. They're amazing together. They fit together perfectly. But I know something's happened between them that's changed their relationship lately. Their smiles, laughter, and even them holding hands seem fake. Oh, was all I was able to say. I didn't know Isabel that much, but she seemed like a great person. Anyways, so your twins must about 4 years now, right? She asked after a few minutes of silence. Yeah, they're turning 5 soon, in less than 2 weeks. I can't believe it. They've grown up so quickly. I remember the day they were born like yesterday, and soon they'll be going off to college, I said as a tear slipped out my eye. It's the same with you, honey. It's like you were still a baby yesterday, and now you have 2 babies of your own. But I never did expect to have grandkids in this lifetime, so thank you. Thank you for granting me my wish, she smiled. Oh, Mum, I whispered, giving her another hug. The rest of the day, we spent talking to each other about everything, new shoes, clothes, and everything a normal girl would talk to her mum about. I had an amazing time, even if we did nothing but just lay around and talk to each other, probably because I had been dreaming of this day since my teen years. We all had lunch together, which I made. The twins all played around all day long, and when we left for home after dinner, we left them both with big smiles on their faces. I had told Mum I would visit soon, but first I had to go buy some things for the house. Howard's POV. Sitting in my leather chair in my office, I went through the stacks of paperwork piled on the dark wooden table, yet my mind wasn't set on this, but on my beautiful mate, Caroline. Even though I had never admit this to anyone, not even myself, she meant more to me than anyone else in this world. The day she left, she took my heart along with her. From the moment I set eyes on her, I knew I loved her more than anything already. I regretted every second of my life because of what I did. And when she left, I couldn't give a shit about anything anymore, so I started smoking, drinking, doing drugs, having one-night stands with people I don't even remember, and a whole load of other crap. When I wasn't doing that, I was up in my private attic, crying and drinking my ass off or drawing and painting pictures of her. I would do anything to get her out of my mind, but she was always in my thoughts every second of every day. I haven't shown anyone my private attic. I don't think anyone knows about it anyways. While I was drowning all my sorrows with alcohol, it turned out my father had already made a plan for my future, to mark Eva. That bitter, cruel man saw Eva as the ideal girl, so he somehow persuaded me to mark and mate Eva. To be honest, I don't even remember the mating, probably because I was too drunk. Though, I still remember that morning clearly. Howard saw a blurry figure walk up to me and sit on my lap. It looked like Caroline. He'd missed her so bad, and now he was so happy that she was back. "Baby, I want you to mark me," she said in a seductive voice, straddling my lap. "Oh, Caroline, I missed you so." "Caroline," Howard smiled. She looked confused for a moment before an evil smile came upon her face. He wouldn't mark me otherwise, so he might as well think that I'm that ugly bitch Caroline. "I missed you too, baby, and now I'm back," she said. "I'll never ever leave you, Caroline, I never will," Howard said. That night, Howard marked and mated who he thought to be Caroline. The next morning, Howard woke up with a pounding headache. Shifting around slightly, he noticed he was completely naked. He moved into his bed more, only to stop when he felt arms wrap his waist. He turned around very slowly so that he didn't wake the person up. He was shocked when he found out that he had slept with Eva. But that wasn't what blew his socks off. In fact, it was the fact that he could feel some feelings towards her. They were most definitely not love, but nonetheless, it was something. He noticed a mark on her neck. A mate's mark. Subconsciously, a tear slipped out his eyes. He couldn't believe what he had done. He'd betrayed his mate. His Caroline. He could never forgive himself for this, ever. He was lost in his thoughts when Eva woke up. She looked up at him with happiness. How did this happen? Howard asked. You marked me, baby. I love you, she said. B. But I, he stuttered. I know, you love me too. Now we have to announce to the whole pack that I'm the new Luna. Ava grinned. Howard hated this life that he'd created for himself. And the worst part, he couldn't escape his reality. He could never break his and Eva's mark, as his father would never allow it. He had to live with her for the rest of his life. Unless Caroline came back, which was very highly unlikely. Since that day, I'd become the shell of who I used to be. I focused all my time on the pack's business, and even started a business of my own. I occasionally got drunk when I felt as though I couldn't handle things. And one of those days, I got too drunk and slept with Eva. It was the first time I had sex with anyone in years. About a month later, I found out that Eva was pregnant. I was so happy. I'd always wanted to be a father. And now, when Eva told me I was going to become one, I felt as though my life could go back the way it used to. I felt like I'd finally have my own child who would never leave me or betray me. I had heard from many pack members that Eva was cheating on me. But I didn't want to believe it because I knew that my child's would be my escape and the light in the darkness of my life. I didn't want to believe that Eva was cheating because I wouldn't be able to bear that another person was basically tossing me away like trash. When I found out that she'd cheated on me, I felt stupid, because even though I already knew deep down, I didn't want to believe it. But when those words came out her mouth, it was like a blow to my guts when she confirmed that her child wasn't mine. The next day after the concert, we all returned back here. I couldn't stay with Caroline because there were rogue attacks going on nearby and my whole pack was at risk. I knew who Caroline was now, so I thought I could easily track her down, but I knew that if those rogues had gotten to any members of my pack, I would never have them back. I wasn't going to be responsible for the murders of innocent people. That would kill me. As soon as we all got back home, I exiled Eva. Although I did give her some money from the pack's fund, because I didn't want her child to be homeless. It wasn't the poor child's fault, so why should he or she have to suffer? I wrote poems to Caroline and sent her a present. I knew it wasn't enough. It could never be enough for the way I had treated her, but I was trying my best. I only knew the address to her hotel where she stayed for over a week, and that was where I sent her it. But after the rogue problems, I tried to find her address, but there were no definite places. I searched for her in many states, but I couldn't find her or my children. I loved them more than anything. I barely knew Terence or Samantha, but I loved them. They were beautiful, like their mum. Even today, I am trying to find her. I am trying my best, but I can't. Every day, my heart is breaking more and more, and I could sense my wolf weakening. Suddenly, I could feel my wolf livening up. I felt butterflies in my stomach. I felt like something was happening. Something amazing. Chapter Mumaya. Mumaya. Samantha shouted in my ears. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I groaned, rubbing my eyes slowly because of the bright light coming through the windows. I sat up and noticed that both Terence and Samantha were sitting on my bed. While Terence was sitting at the foot of the bed, Samantha was in my face, looking at me with wide eyes. Good morning, I said, leaning back on my elbows. I closed my eyes, rested back on my back properly, and pretended to fall asleep again. Mama, here. Mama, Mama, I want to sleep. I groaned, biting my tongue hard so that I wouldn't laugh. This is why I was a singer and dancer instead of an actor. I was definitely one of those people who'd be reciting Juliet's lines in a play, then start giggling. I was a shit actor, basically, and I couldn't lie to save my life. I continued ignoring them as they both shouted my name and shook my body. I was trying my hardest not to start laughing. It was so funny to see them so riled up. They looked adorable. When they both stopped talking, I knew they were up to something no good. As I was about to open my eyes, I felt cold water splash my face. Gasping, I sat up and looked at my two little devils, who just sat there with innocent smiles on their faces. Terence was holding my glass in which I kept some water in last night, with a smirk planted on his lips. Right now, he looked just like his father. So much like this father. Shaking my head, I tried to forget about Howard for the time being. I knew I had to eventually confront him for closure, but not yet. I wasn't ready. Samantha was trying her best not to burst out laughing, and when she finally couldn't hold it in any longer, she broke out in a fit of giggles, rolling around on my bed. I looked at her with my best, or worst, glare, which didn't help at all, because she started laughing even harder. Looking at my stern, mother face, Terence started laughing as well. "You find this funny, huh?" I said, pointing my now wet tank top. They both laughed and nodded their heads. Then suddenly an idea came to me. An evil glint appeared in my eyes, and a smirk made its way on my lips. Alarmed by my sudden change of expression, they both looked at each other with wide eyes. They both had a look in their eyes which said, "Uh-oh." Without wasting another second, they both sprinted out of their rooms, with me hot on their heels. So for the rest of that morning, I played around with them, got into a massive water fight, tickled them both, as they both did to me, and played hide and seek. After playing around with them, I showered them, dressed them, and finally gave them lunch. Since we were all too busy playing around in the morning, they didn't have any breakfast, so I made them extra food. After showering myself, I dressed myself as well before eating some lunch. "Are you guys done?" "We need to go buy some paint, because we need to paint your rooms," I said. They both nodded before Samantha ran off in her room to get her backpack. She always kept colouring pencils and paper in there. Even at a young age, she was very good at drawing and painting. I don't know where she got that gene from, because I can't draw to save my life. And to be honest, Howard didn't strike me as the artistic type, but I'll never know. I quickly went to my room, fixed my white high-waisted shorts and my light blue sleeveless cropped blouse, which was tied in a knot at the bottom. I slipped on my high-top white Converse before tying my straight hair up in a high, messy ponytail. I then tied a bright blue bandana and used it as a headband. Moving it slightly on top of my head, I made sure that the knot was slightly to the side and not right in the middle of my head. I grabbed my white Chanel quilted purse, which had my money, cards and keys in, and a pair of white Ray-Bans. My makeup was minimal, yet flawless due to the makeup lessons my manager had practically forced me to have. So we all set out to go to the main town, which wasn't too far away, although it was on Howard's territory, which made me slightly anxious to say the least. After I parked my car, I took hold of the twins' hands, one on each side, and started walking through the town. "You look beautiful, Mama," Terence said with a big smile on his innocent face. Grinning at him, I pinched both his cheeks 5. "Thank you, baby," I said. "I'm not a baby, Mama," he huffed. Even though I was aware of many people's eyes on me, I paid no attention to them at all. A girl about Terence's age walked past us, and when Terence winked at her, making her giggle and turn a little pink. He definitely had Howard's charms all right. "Terence, honey, who taught you to do that?" I asked, still quite shocked at his action. "Uncle Randy, Mama. He says that when a cute girl walks past you, you have to wink at them," he said. I gasped. Oh dear, Randy was so going to get it when we went back home. He's corrupting my little son's mind with nonsense. I swear he's going to turn Terence into a little player like himself. Well, too bad it isn't happening until I'm here. Don't listen to him, Terence. Okay? He nodded, and thankfully said nothing. As we were walking past an arts and crafts shop, I saw that Samantha was looking through the window with big eyes filled with awe, intrigued by paints and colours. "Samantha, honey, do you want to go in there?" I asked her, pointing to the shop. Nodding her head eagerly, I watched as her eyes lit up. "Yes, please, Mama." I took both their hands and walked into the shop. Smiling, I watched as Samantha walked up to the cans of paint, holding it with both her small hands as it was too big for her to hold properly. Then, I watched as she ran over the paintbrushes and felt each of them, concentrating on the bristles. I was happily watching my daughter when all of a sudden that very familiar scent invaded the room. As soon as that smell reached my nostrils, my heart started pumping faster and my hands turned a little clammy. My wolf was yipping, telling me to go find him, begging me to go find him. But I wouldn't. It was as if my feet were glued onto the ground. I couldn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. I heard footsteps coming up from being me. It was him. His scent said it all. He stopped a few steps away from me. "Caroline," he said, and I froze. I slowly turned around and faced him. Howard. Chapter 20. Slowly turning around, I came face to face with Howard. My eyes widened and my heart was sent on a wild frenzy. And I knew, without a second doubt, he could hear my heart pounding. "Caroline, I missed you," he cried, launching himself onto me. "Where were you?" I searched everywhere for you. Wrapping both his arms around me, he pressed me onto his chest. I couldn't help but hug him back, because even though my mind was shouting at me to move away, my body wanted him, needed him. Even though I would never admit it, I had missed him. There was that bond between us that made me want to practically rape him here on the floor and fuck him like crazy. But then again, he was like my other half. He was the burger, and I was the bun. He was the lolly, and I was the pop. He was the zig, and I was the zag. We'd never be truly happy without each other. We'd never be complete without each other. Werewolves were meant to be fiercely loyal to each other, especially to their mates, and that's why we'd experience the pain if a mate had slept without someone else, or worse, if they had marked someone else. It was supposed to never allow mates to cheat on each other. Even down to our personalities, we were made to fit our mates. We were perfect for each other, and mates rarely rejected one another, but it did happen. And when it did, it completely broke the person who was rejected, and eventually they would kill themselves. I would have probably died as well, if it was for the twins, who saved my wolf from dying. But you would always love your mate. There would always be a little love in you for them, despite what they have done to you. It's just the way we are, the way we were made. "Mama, who's that?" Terence asked, tugging my shorts. Just like that, I was pulled out of my daze, and my actions reflected that. I pulled away from him and pushed him away at the same time. He stumbled slightly as I caught him off guard. On his face was the biggest smile I had ever seen. His eyes were bright, gleaming with happiness, love, care, but also a hint of sorrow and guilt. He looked unbelievably happy right now, despite the dark rings he had under his eyes, as if he hadn't been sleeping properly in a while now. His hair and clothes were disheveled, and a slight stubble grew on his cheeks and chin. But right now, he looked like the happiest man on earth. He looked like he'd won the lottery or something. He looked ecstatic, a bit like how I looked like when I first found out he was my mate. "Mama, who is this man?" Samantha asked, coming to stand next to Terence. She didn't look wary, or the least uncomfortable. In fact, she looked slightly pleased. "Mama, who is this man?" Terence said, now a little louder in a slightly aggressive tone. I could feel a little bit of alpha power radiating from him. He was always protective when it came to me or Samantha. Even if he was very young, I knew he was stronger than a normal, human 10-year-old. Crouching down to the twins' levels, he looked at them both with pride and love. He smiled at them, and without another thought, Samantha smiled back at him. Terence looked at him, studying his face carefully, before smiling back as well. Even though he had never met them before, they had a special connection between them. All parents had this bond with their pups. It made them feel safe and secure. Howard looked up at me, as if asking permission. His eyes were pleading with me. It was wrong to keep their father away from them, no matter what he had done to be, because no matter what, this wasn't about me. It was about them, Samantha and Terence. Maybe, when they were older and asked why their parents weren't together, I would tell them what happened. If they didn't mind, then they could keep in contact with Howard. But if they did mind, then they could break off all ties with him. At the end of the day, it was their decisions, and I wasn't going to choose it for them. I nodded with a small smile. His eyes widened slightly, as if in shock. After recovering from his shock, he grinned and brought both the kids close to him. Looking at them both in the eyes, he cupped one of their cheeks with using both his hands. "I'm your daddy," he said, with pride in his voice. The twins looked at him for a while, then turned to look at each other before squeezing their daddy into a hug. With their little hands, they tightly hugged Howard, with huge smiles on their faces. They looked unbelievably happy, their eyes shining with love, and their faces were a lot brighter. "We missed you, Daddy," Samantha murmured, her voice muffled slightly because her face was pressed against his shoulder. "I missed you too," he said, a small tear leaking out of his eye. It made me feel truly guilty that I'd kept that happiness away from him. My wolf was howling in pain that she's made her mate cry, and me, well, I felt so shitty it was unbelievable. He looked up to me and said, "We need to talk. If we were together or something, then I'd be getting worried, thinking that we were breaking up. Too bad we're not going to be together this lifetime, and probably the next to come as well, so he can't break up with me." I nodded, but otherwise said nothing. Walking around the shop for a bit, he showed Samantha the best types of paint, even though she had no idea what he was talking about. She didn't really understand anything about acrylic or oil paint. I knew she was enjoying time with her daddy. I could tell he was a great dad. And that made me feel even worse, because of what my kids missed for 4, nearly 5 years of their lives. After a while, we decided that we should go to McDonald's, since it was just around the block, and the kids were hungry as well. As usual, walking down the road, some people asked me for autographs or photos. The kids seemed to love the attention they got along, and they smiled and giggled all the through. Howard smiled at people and waved, knowing exactly what to do. He would anyways, since he was one of the most eligible bachelors since recently, and the richest man below the age of 25. He had a huge business industry, and all in all, he was very famous for his money and good looks. 26. Once we reached McDonald's, Howard went to order the food, leaving me alone at the table with the kids. "Mama, we love Daddy," Samantha said with a huge smile on her face. "We don't ever want to leave him. We want to live with him forever and ever," Terence added. This surprised me because I knew he was their dad and all, but Terence was normally very wary of people. He didn't warm to people as quickly as Samantha did. And now, he was telling me he didn't ever want to leave his daddy, who he merely met a few hours ago. Just one word for that: wow. "Baby, I'm so sorry, but we're going to have to go back to New York one day. This is just a vacation, remember? We're going to have to go back home in a few months," I explained. "What?" I heard coming from a few meters away from our table. "Howard," I whispered, not knowing what to say. "What was that about? Are you really moving to New York again?" He shouted, his eyes wide slightly because of the shock. "Howard, can we just talk about this later?" I said calmly, not wanting to attract attention by making a scene. He simply nodded and said nothing. Eating was awkward. There was an awkward silence because nobody was wanting to break the silence first. Occasionally, one of the twins would say something, but apart from that, it was completely silent. After eating, the kids went to play in the kids' area, while Howard and I watched them from a distant, "So how are you?" I said, breaking the silence. "I've seen better days. How are you?" he asked. Of course he's seen better days. He lost his so-called mate, or fuck buddy shall I say, and he's found out that the baby he loved wasn't even his, I thought bitterly. "I'm very good, as you can see," I said. "Yeah, we hear about you all the time on the news or the radio and internet. They seem to never leave you alone." "Yeah, well, it's part of the package, and honestly, as long as they don't get into my business too much or hurt my kids, then it's good," I shrugged. "Our kids," he corrected. I didn't say anything for a while after that. We just sat there watching the twins. "I'm sorry, Howard, but in a couple of months' time, I'm moving back to New York," I said. "You can't. You've stolen 4 years of our kids' lives away from me. I can't let you take them away," he screamed, his tone filled with anger. "I have to go back home, and my twins are coming with me," I stated calmly. "I can't let you take them away. You could have told me when you got pregnant. You could have told me. At least then, I wouldn't have lost nearly 5 years of their lives. I could have told you. You, Eva, and your whole crew would have probably accused me of lying for attention or something. Have you forgotten what they did to me when I was there? While you just stood there, like the great alpha you are," I retorted in a bitter tone. "I would have believed you. I would have held you tight and never let you go. Do you? How many people in our pack are sorry for what they did? Do you know how sorry we all are? How sorry your brother is? How sorry I am." He whispered the last part. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes, but I closed my eyes, determined to show him that I wasn't that weak little girl anymore. I scoffed. "Of course you're sorry now. After all, I am famous and rich now, and then, all of a sudden, you and the pack are sorry. Please. No, that's not why we want you back. We want you back because we truly love you, more than you would ever know, and we want to show how sorry we are." Do you know your brother used to sit in your bedroom nearly every night, crying his eyes out because he loved you? Do you know how much we, as a pack, searched for you day and night, hoping and praying that you weren't ill, or worse, dead? Do you know how much your brother blamed himself for you running away, even though it was mostly my fault? He whispered the last part as crystal tears dropped his eyes. I didn't say anything. Why? Because I was stunned. Absolutely flabbergasted. I never thought Chris would miss me so much, or he'd feel this guilty. I knew Howard was telling the truth, because he spoke with such sincerity and honesty in his eyes. I don't know, Howard. I don't know. I don't want to get hurt again, I blurted out after 10 minutes of silence. I can't believe it. I just told him what I feared the most. Stupid me. You won't get hurt ever again. I promise you, and I'll prove it to you, that we won't ever hurt you again. Chapter 21. It's been weeks since I've moved here, and the kids love Howard. I still get worried about them getting too attached to Howard, because when we do leave, I know it'll be too hard on them. I feel like the worst mother. I know for a fact that Howard doesn't ever want to leave them. In fact, he spends all of his time with them when he doesn't have to tend to pack business. He loves them so much, and he sees them for more than 15 hours most days. And I can't say that the kids like him any less. They adore Howard and think of him as their idol. Sometimes when I'm away for a photo shoot. Yes, unfortunately, I still have to go to those sometimes. I would leave the children with Howard without hesitation. Every day I watched as they grew more closer to him, and I couldn't help but think how much everyone is going to get hurt when we leave. Howard has been sweeter than ever. Every day he brings me roses and a card, which says how sorry he is. I won't forgive him though, because he hurt me too much, and although I appreciate that he is doing everything to make it better, it doesn't take away the pain. I haven't seen Chris or Isabel since I came here, but I guess that my fault, since I've always been at Mum's, at a photo shoot or Howard, would be over. But from what I heard from Mum, they're still not happy together. I wish they'd just be together like they were before, because even though Chris had also hurt me, he was still my brother, and I did love him. And nobody deserved to not be with their mates, knowing where they were, because I had experienced it, and I wouldn't even wish that on my enemy. I was surprised Howard wasn't here yet today. He was always here before 11 o'clock in the morning, and sure enough the twins were missing him already. Mama, why's Daddy not here? Samantha stomped her feet on the ground and pouted, making me smile slightly. She just looked too cute. He'll probably be here soon, honey, I said, brushing her long, soft hair. Mama, Daddy's not here yet, Terence stated as he entered my bedroom and plopped himself on my bed. He'll be here soon, guys. He did text last night to say that he would be coming to pick us up, so he'll be here. Hopefully, I added in my mind. Late last night, I received a text from Howard, informing me that he would pick me up at around 11, though he didn't tell me where we were going, and only that it would be a surprise. After helping Samantha into a pair of shorts and a cute top, I got dressed into a turquoise summer dress, which had a brown belt in the around the waist. It was quite short, only reaching up to my mid-thighs, but I guess it looked cute. My hair was down in its natural waves, though I'd done a fringe braid at the front. Just as I was slipping on a pair of white platform wedge heels, the doorbell rang, startling me, which nearly caused me to fall on my butt. I sighed, fastening my shoes before opening the door, only to reveal Howard, looking as hot as usual. Actually, that would be an understatement. That man was way more than just hot. Hey, I said, opening the door wider so that he can walk in. Hey, you look beautiful, way more than beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. He groaned as he handed me a single white rose. I loved white roses. Thanks, I muttered. The twins were getting impatient waiting for you. I know, sorry. I got caught up in a business meeting, he said, with honesty gleaming in his eyes. It's not me you should be saying sorry to, I mumbled, before leaving him to go check on the twins in their bedroom. Well, Terence's bedroom, which Samantha sleeps in all the time. Are you guys ready? I asked them. Yes. Is Daddy here yet? Samantha asked with a frown on her face. Yes, I answered, chuckling as she dropped her favourite doll on the floor and sprinting to the living room, where Howard was. Daddy. I heard her squeal, which made Howard chuckle. Terence, let's see what Daddy's up to, eh? Hand in hand, Terence and I headed to the living room. "Hey buddy, how are you?" Howard said, bumping his fist with Terence's much smaller one. "I thought you weren't coming, Daddy." Terence frowned. "I'll always be there for you two, and I promise I will never let you down. No work is more important than you two, okay?" he said to both of them, looking at them right in the eyes, then mine. "Where are we going, Daddy?" Terence asked with a small frown on his face. He hated not knowing what was going on. He always felt like he had to know everything and be in control of it. Very much like his father. Now, that's a surprise. He flicked Samantha's nose, making her giggle and wrap her arms around his neck. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going," he shouted enthusiastically, picking up Samantha as he stood up. She was such a daddy's girl. "Wow, this is beautiful," I gasped as soon as I saw the blue sea, glistening under the bright sun. The white sand looked so soft that I couldn't wait to lie down on it already. You've always liked beaches. So even when you were younger, so I thought, why not come here? Howard shrugged. Wow, he noticed that about me. Yeah, I've always liked beaches, but I've only been to the beach once in the last few years, and that was only for a shooting for a video of mine. It was exhausting, but the twins loved it. I grinned, remembering how they made a huge sandcastle with Grace when she came along to watch over them, then how they managed to get all sticky by the end of the day because of the ice cream fight they had. It was an amazing video, by the way. I love his last kisses, and obviously so did everyone else, because it was a chart topper. He smiled at me. I can't believe he actually knew my songs, especially his last kiss, which was written about him. Crap. I just hoped he didn't pay much attention to the lyrics. Otherwise, he would have known it was about him. Thanks, I said awkwardly, averting my eyes to window. Anytime. And you're more than amazing, Caroline, he whispered, placing a soft, gentle kiss on my cheeks. Heat rushed to my cheeks, and I knew I looked as red as a tomato right now. Daddy kissed Mama. Daddy kissed Mama. The twins chanted. Damn, I forgot they were here. Okay, that's enough, guys. Now, let's go to the beach, grinned Howard, which showed that small dimple of his on his right cheek. I cleared my throat, looking away from him. Let's have some fun. I slipped off my heels, holding it in my hands while Howard carried a picnic basket I didn't even know he had. Terence gripped Samantha's small hands to protect her, but she didn't mind at all. Why isn't there nobody here? I frowned, looking around the very empty and peaceful Beach 7. This is my private beach. I bought it off the previous owner 2 years ago because he was moving to France. Wow, you're loaded, I joked, poking his ribs. Haha, miss, I have so many houses all over the world. He rolled his eyes, trying to look annoyed, but the small smile which played on his lips gave it away. Whatever, I stuck my tongue out at him. He chuckled, shaking his head at my childishness. It felt good being young again, because sometimes it felt like I was double my age. I guess it was just because sometimes I hardly ever got to have fun and act like my age. I felt so carefree right now, like all the burdens had been lifted off of my shoulders, making my heart feel so light again. I didn't have to carry my sack of problems around with me today, and I would be lying if I said that I didn't need a day off my chaotic everyday life. We found a place to sit under some palm trees, which wasn't that far away from the sea. Howard unpacked all the food, and we spent the next hour or so feeding with each other and trying to throw food in each other's mouths, which was how we all ended up wearing half the food. But it made me laugh like I hadn't in years. You should laugh more, it's beautiful, Howard said once the twins were playing by the sea. I wanted to sunbathe for a bit before going in, so we were laying in the sun while keeping an eye on them to make sure they were safe. I'd go muy loca without those two troublemakers in my life. Thanks, I muttered, slipping on my white Ray-Bans. During a moment of silence, I debated in my head whether to confront him or not about the twins and I moving back to New York. I was scared of his reaction, to be honest, and I didn't want this day to be ruined for all of us. But sooner or later, I had to confront it. and I was going to do it sooner than later. Howard, yeah? You know about the twins and I moving back to New York. Your what? He shouted, 25. We both knew that I would be moving back, Howard, I stated, but you can't. These are my children too, you know. I have to. I have my life settled there. I can't stay here. Isn't it bad enough that I missed 4 years of their lives already? I've missed their first words, their sonograms. I've missed the start of their lives, and I'm not going to miss any more. Well, maybe they can spend their holidays with you, I compromised. I'm not going to be a holiday dad. I refuse to be one. I want to be there for them all the time. I'm not staying here, Howard, not after everything, I shouted, standing up. Well, I'm not staying without my children, he shouted, standing up as well. Well, has the thought ever occurred to you that maybe if we were a good mate, then we wouldn't be in this situation? Can't you let everything go? It's been years, for God's sake, Caroline, he growled. I could see how hard he was trying to fight his wolf from taking over control. His eyes were darker, nearly black, and his face red. How dare he? That doesn't take away the years of pain I've had to go through, though, does it? I could have refused you time with your children, but I didn't, because no matter how much I may resent you for doing all of that to me, I knew my babies needed their father. Do you have the slightest idea of how much I've had to suffer? All that suffering can't just be forgotten overnight. Howard, do you know how much it hurt feeling you fuck each and every one of those girls? How my heart felt like it was breaking little by little with each and every one of your fuck. Do you know that I nearly lost my children when you marked Eva? I'm sorry if you feel otherwise, but all of this pain doesn't just vanish the next day. I could feel tears standing at the brim of my eyes. However, I refused to look weak and let them fall. I wouldn't allow him to walk all over me again like that day. I noticed there were some tears in his eyes as well, and he no longer looked as angry as before, though his fist was still clenched. He looked like he was heartbroken, and sorrow, regret and guilt with a hint of anger all filled his now dark blue eyes. Without another glance at him, I grabbed my bag and his car keys, calling the twins over and leaving him standing, stunned, in the same spot. It felt good walking away from him for once. Chapter 22. Once as I reached home, the kids started bombarding me with questions. Why did we leave Mama? Why is Daddy not with us? Where's Daddy? Taking in a deep breath, I instructed, take a seat. They both sat next to each other on the couch, opposite the one that I was sitting on. I wasn't about to tell them everything from the start. So why I first ran away from here? Because even though they were extremely mature for their age, I don't think they were old enough to understand everything. They didn't even know about mates or much about werewolves, so I didn't think they would be able to understand much. But I have never lied to my children, and I wasn't about to start now. Your daddy and I had an argument. So I left, I stated, looking directly at them. Their faces turned into similar frowns, and after a few moments of their little brain processing it, Samantha finally asked, why? Because this isn't our home. Our home is back in New York, and your daddy wanted all of us to stay here, I explained. We're leaving, Daddy? Samantha looked so heartbroken, with tears in her eyes and her lips quivering. I slowly nodded with a sad smile on my face. We don't want to leave Daddy, Terence finally said, speaking for the first time. We want Mummy and Daddy to be together, Samantha said. We want Mummy and Daddy. I'm sorry, baby, but we can't have that, I whispered. But why? Terence screamed, standing up abruptly. Calm down, baby, I said, walking over to him. But we want to live with you and Daddy. He shouted once again. I don't want to choose. I want Mama and Daddy together. Okay, shh, baby, I said, placing him on my lap and smoothing his brown hair. My heart was breaking seeing him like this, and it made me wonder whether me moving back to New York was really worth this. Was my job really worth the happiness of my children? No, it wasn't. I'd give everything up for them and be unhappy, even if it meant that they were happy. If it meant that they stayed happy for the rest of their lives, then I'd happily hand them over my life. Terence had fallen asleep on my lap, whispering that he wanted his daddy and mama to stay together and Samantha on him. It had been a long day for them, so they were both exhausted. After placing them both on Terence's bed, I made my way to the couch again, closing my eyes and resting my head in my hands. My job was important to me because it meant that I was making a difference out there for others, but my kids were definitely my top priority. Always had been and always will be. The doorbell rang, interrupting me from my train of thoughts. Hoping that it was Howard, I quickly ran to the door and pulled it open. My eyes widened and my jaw dropped. Randy, I screamed, hugging him and wrapping my legs around him. I missed Randy because he was definitely my best friend and like my brother. He's like my rock, and without him, I knew I would be a mess right now. And he couldn't have come at a better time. I missed you. Ouch, my ears, he chuckled. Sorry, come in, I said, walking through the door with him following me. Wow, nice house, he said, looking around. It's really quiet in here. Where are the twins? They're asleep. What happened, Caroline? He said, looking at me in the eyes. And don't even think about lying to me and saying that everything is good, because we both know that it isn't. So I sat down and told him everything, from the flowers right down to what the kids had told me and cried about. Randy sat there, holding me and comforting me while I cried my eyes out. I didn't even realize when I fell asleep in Randy's warm arms on the couch. Caroline, Caroline, I groaned and squinted my eyes, rubbing it. I tried to sit up, but I noticed that a muscular arm was placed over my waist, restricting my movements. I felt so exhausted, and my head was pounding from crying myself to sleep last night. Something I hadn't done for years now. I heard another groan from Randy, whom I was sleeping on top of as he stirred. Sitting up, I noticed that I was still on the couch, sleeping on top of Randy while he held me tightly in his warm embrace. Oh. My head snapped towards the sound, and I was surprised to find out that it was Howard, who was currently glaring at Randy, while jealousy and anger rolled off of him in waves. If looks could kill, Randy would be 6 feet under right now. Who's this? Howard spat, looking at Randy in disgust. Randy, wake up! I shook him, trying to wake him up. Go to sleep, Caro. It's still early morning, he groaned, placing his arms over his eyes to stop the light from the windows from getting into his eyes. Randy, get up right now. Howard is here, I shouted, pushing him away. For some reason, I felt so guilty to be in the arms of another man in front of my mate. Why was I feeling like this? Damn, the mating bond. Like a flash, Randy sat up and his eyes widened. He hated Howard, because he hated everything he had done to me. I knew Randy would be there to protect me, but Howard wouldn't hurt me. DPS stop. DPS stop, yes, DPS stop, in TPS stop, DPS stop, yes, DPS stop. Far a BS stop, yes, DPS stop, yes, as it would hurt his wolf too much to inflict any pain on his mate. Randy tightened his grip on my waist, causing Howard to growl. Maybe he knows now how I felt, seeing him with Eva. He was in a full make-out session with Eva in front of me, while Randy was just holding my waist, and yet he was acting like I was having a relation with Randy. Hypocrite much? Who is he? Growled Howard, trying to fight his wolf from coming out. Randy. Dobby my best friend. Not that that's any of your business, of course. Everything to do with you or my children is my business. You're my mate. And this looks a little too cozy to just be friendship, he scoffed. Just as I was about to say something, the twins came running out, probably because of hearing Howard's voice. Daddy, Samantha squealed, jumping onto Howard. I thought you were never coming back here. Baby, I told you I would never leave you to be alone, he said, looking at me in the eyes. I will always, always be there for you. I love you guys so much. We love you too, Daddy, Samantha said, hugging Howard very tightly. Uncle Randy, Terence said, running over to Randy and knocking his fist. I missed you, Uncle Randy, Samantha said, now giving a hug to Randy, who also hugged her back. I missed you guys too. I've got you guys presents when I went to England, and I think you'll love it. It's back home though. So when you guys come back, I'll give it to you, okay? Howard growled while I gave him a pointed look, then turned to look at the children. Howard, why don't you have a seat while we brush our teeth and have a shower, I said to Howard. After everyone had changed and freshened up, I started cooking up some breakfast. I loved cooking for family, and even though it was mostly just the twins and I always cooked us our meals. It sort of made me feel like we were a proper family. Jop, if you get what I mean. Wow, you're making breakfast, Randy grinned as he came into the kitchen. Well, only because you love my blueberry pancakes so much. I nudged him. Well, true that, he said, placing a small kiss on my cheek. A growl startled me, causing me nearly fall on my ass. What the hell? I shouted. He kissed you on the cheek. Howard growled, glaring at Randy, who seemed to enjoy watching Howard get so riled up. I narrowed my eyes at Randy, while he just smiled innocently at me. Just don't say anything in front of the kids, okay? And don't you dare growl in front of them, I said to Howard. He nodded and helped me make a huge breakfast. Since Randy and Howard were full-grown werewolves, and both of them being alphas, they ate twice as much as me, which would be 4 times more than an adult male. Since we burnt energy off a lot quicker than the average human, we needed way more food. After making endless amounts of pancakes, a lot of French toasts, bacon, scrambled eggs, sausages, and some fruit salad, I turned on the TV so we ate as we watched Shrek. When everybody finished their breakfast, Howard helped me bring the dishes into the kitchen, where he cleared everything and cleaned the surfaces while I washed the dishes. Are you really going to move back to New York again? He asked in a quiet voice. I already knew the answer to that the moment I saw Samantha cry. No, but I'm going to have to travel there sometimes, because my job's still there as well as my home, so we will be visiting quite often. Howard let out a sigh of relief. I can deal with that, but I can't deal with my whole family being away with me. Thank you so much, Caroline. You don't know how happy you just made me. I nodded and we continued cleaning everything up in silence. However, it wasn't one of those awkward silences when you're trying to make small talk, but you just fail. But in fact, it was one of those nice, comforting silences. Once we finished, we walked side by side to the living room, where I took my seat on the couch again beside Terence and Randy. I placed my legs on Randy's and my head on his shoulder, while his arms was wrapped around my waist. 6-6. We sat in silence, while Shrek played in a tense and sour atmosphere. Howard's POV. I watched as Caroline sat on Randy's lap, and I couldn't help but feel so jealous. So this is that really horrible feeling she must have felt when she saw Eva and I together. I have never been so jealous in my whole life ever before. And honestly, I don't ever want to feel like this ever again. It was one of the worst feeling ever, and I absolutely hated it. I knew Caroline never confirmed that there was something going on between herself and Randy, but she never denied it either. But whatever was going on between them, I was going to stop it, because Caroline was mine and only mine. And I wasn't about to stop at anything to get her back. I would do anything to get her back. Chapter 23. Beep. Beep. Please come on a date with me. Please. 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 I groaned in frustration, tugging my hair. I left my phone on the bedside table and continued brushing my hand through Samantha's hair while she laid her head on my shoulder. Beep. Beep. Please give me a chance. I promise you, you won't regret it. Please go on this date with me. And I received this new text less than 20 seconds later. The 50th frickin' text. Now this really was getting on my nerves. Since Howard's and Randy's little spat 2 nights ago, Howard had been even more determined to take me out on a date. In fact, he had been so determined that he had already sent me 50 texts since 6 o'clock this morning, and it was only about 8 o'clock now. Beep. Beep. I promise you, you won't regret giving me a chance. Just please, go on this date with me. I hadn't replied to his text since his first one yesterday morning, when I sent him what I thought in a very blunt way. No, but the man doesn't give up, does he? And with every text, I was getting more and more frustrated. That's it. I'd had enough of this crap. It was really annoying the crap out of me. He was really annoying the crap out of me. Picking up my phone, I dialed his number immediately, and it hadn't even been ringing for 3 seconds before he answered. Hello, Caroline. Please go on this date with me. DPT. DPT. TPT, he said before I could even get a word in. No, listen to me. I will not go on a date with you. I shouted into the phone. I saw Samantha and Terence look at me curiously, but I simply smiled apologetically at them and shook my head, telling them it wasn't anything important. Please. Just this one date. Please. Hugh, he whispered the last part. Coward. I am not going to go on this date with you. Now please stop texting me and quit leaving all those voicemails, I said, the desperation clear in my voice. I won't stop until you go on the date with me, he bargained. Can please quit contacting me? Please, I nearly begged, desperate for him to stop calling or texting me. Only on one condition. Jod go on this date with me. You won't give up, will you? I groaned in frustration. I won't give up until you say yes. Even if it takes you 50 years. I sighed and tugged my hair, obviously annoyed. Fine, just one date. Just one, Howard. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 11, he said with an excited tone. I could just picture him with a massive grin on his face right now, while he fist-pumped the air and danced around like a fool. Much like he does to cheer the twins up. A few days ago, he was dancing a funny dance, which sent the twins doubling over in laughter. A faint smile appeared on my lips as I remembered him dancing around like a fool. And let me tell you, he was possibly the worst dancer I had ever seen. After dropping off the twins at my mum and dad's house, I came back home, slightly anxious about the date with Howard. Mum and dad loved the twins, so they were more than happy to look after them while I was away. I wasn't too sure about leaving Terence and Samantha with them at first. Instead, I had called them to ask if they knew of any babysitters. However, they reassured me that they would be fine and Chris would be able to take care of the twins and Mum. The twins weren't troublemakers anyways, so I knew they would be fine. Besides, I think they deserved a little time with their grandparents, especially because they hadn't seen them for a couple of days now. I know people would think that I was stupid for leaving the twins with my dad, who had previously abused me so many times. But after spending time with him, I could see that he had changed and he had gotten his act together. He was like the person I used to know and love again. Randy had to attend an important business meeting about 6 hours drive away from here, so he left yesterday and was coming back in 2 days, so he couldn't look after the twins for me. But I was sure the twins would have fun with Mum and Chris anyways. Changing into a comfortable and casual yet slightly formal outfit. A pair of shorts, a blouse and a pair of heeled ankle boots. The bell rang as soon as I finished. I don't know how I made it just on time, but I did. I opened the door, slightly nervous but with a glare. Don't you dare pull an act like that ever again or God help you. He simply grinned at me, ignoring my threat. You look beautiful. He placed a small kiss on my cheek before handing me a single white rose. He looked amazing as well, but I wasn't about to mention that. He was definitely the hottest guy I had ever laid eyes on. And he looked even better right now with his light chinos and plain blue polo shirt, which brought out his eyes. Shall we get going then? I want this to finish as soon as possible. He simply chuckled, looking at me with amusement in his eyes. It seemed like today, whatever I said wouldn't change his ecstatic mood. He would still look at me with that massive grin. All because I had agreed to go on a date with him. So far, the date had gone surprisingly well, and I found myself enjoying myself. Shocker, right? He had taken me on a totally cheesy and romantic date. He had driven for more than an hour to the beach, where he had set up a picnic on the cliff which overlooked the beach. As cheesy and as cliched as it was, I found it quite cute and sweet. In the car, we had talked about everything from our favourite types of music and to our favourite colours. Howard was trying to be funny, cracking a stupid joke here and there nevertheless. It made me laugh, and I was quite shocked with. We arrived at the beach, because I had expected somewhere not so romantic. But it turns out that Howard was quite the romantic at heart. He seemed really curious to want to hear about my life as well, and how different it was, or how hard it was being in the eyes of the media all the time. And I would answer to his questions as honestly as I could. As we sat silently eating food he had brought, he asked a question which surprised me slightly, because not many people were interested in it anyways, so they hardly asked about it. But Howard did. How were you found? I got a job in a cafe when I was pregnant, because I didn't want to be dependent on the pack when Randy, he growled at his name, found me. Honestly, I'm so grateful that Max, that's Randy's dad, signed me. He's a record producer and an amazing father figure. Him and Randy had always been there for me and the twins, and they would look after them when I was exhausted from recording or preparing for the concerts. Whenever I needed them, they were always there for me. He went completely silent, thinking very hard about something. Can I ask you a question? You just did, I joked. He chuckled, but nonetheless asked the question, who is Randy to you? And just like that, my mood turned bitter again. That is none of your concern. His tone turned a little harsher as well. It is because you're my mate, and whatever you do is my business. I glared at him. I wasn't your mate when you left me by myself, making me feel like one of your used dirty whores. Then was I 4-5? His gaze softened, and he looked at me with regret and guilt. I was scared. You were my mate, and I didn't want a mate at the time, and my lust took over. And then I finally realized how much I loved you after, and I was scared of my feelings for you. Yeah, well now I hope you know how much your cowardliness cost you, I snorted. I do. I know how much it cost me. It cost me you and 4, nearly 5, years of our children's lives. I thought about you every day, he admitted. Yeah, I'm sure you were thinking about me when you mated Eva, huh? Or maybe you thought about me when you fucked those countless other girls. I said sarcastically. Yes, I did. I was drunk off my ass when I mated Eva, and I couldn't just walk away from her after I mated her. There was a connection between me and her. Every time I was with one of those girls, I pictured you. Every single fucking time. You couldn't just walk away from her. Yet you could walk away from me. Your own mate. You really are a bastard, you know that? I know I am. I know. And that's why I've paid for it every single day of the last 5 years. I know you wouldn't believe me if I told you I love you, but I do. And it hurts me, seeing you happy with another guy, he said, as a single tear leaked out of his eyes. Yeah, and now you only want me because I'm not weak anymore. Or maybe because so many people out there want me. Or maybe because I'm not ugly anymore. Or maybe because I'm rich and famous and people love me. You don't want me for me. You want someone who you won't be embarrassed to be seen with. I love you so freaking much. Caroline Alicia Forrest. I have tried searching for you everywhere, and every time I got a phone call saying that they found a dead body looking like you lying around, I felt my heart stop all over again. Every single time they said they found someone looking like you in a river or a ditch, I felt like I was dying. I did everything I could to find you. Caroline, everything. I regret walking away from you every single day of my life. I don't believe you. I don't believe a single word that you say, because if you were really missing me that much, would you be making babies with Eva? No, you wouldn't be. I was under pressure to have an heir for the title of the alpha of the pack by my father. I loved you since the moment I saw you, Caroline. I love you more than anything now, and I will love you until my last breath. I was speechless. Honestly, I was. I don't believe you, I choked out. All of a sudden, he grabbed my hand and pushed in his car. Without another word, he drove as quickly as he could. Howard, what are you doing? Where are we going, Howard? What's going on? Answer me. All my questions fell on deaf ears. Finally, he pulled up at the pack house. Ignoring the confused and awestruck stares and whispers of the pack members, he dragged me to the attic, which, if I remember correctly, has always been out of bounds to everyone in the pack, apart from Howard himself. Not even Chris, who is the beta, was allowed to go in there. What are we doing here? I asked, looking at him with a confused expression. You didn't believe how much I truly love you, and how much I regret doing everything I did wrong to you. So here. I'm finally going to prove it to you, he stated, not looking at me. He pulled out a set of keys and opened the door to the attic. I gasped as soon as I stepped over the threshold of the room. Paintings of me adorned the walls, and there were a lot more on the floor. Large canvas of me, laughing and extremely happy, was hooked on the walls. There were amazing paintings. I didn't know Howard liked painting. I guess now I know where Samantha gets her love of painting from. I went around, looking at the different painting, taking in every detail and brushing my hands against it. Noticing a large canvas on the floor, I walked over to it. It wasn't fully painted, but I could tell it was going to be amazing, just like all the other ones. It was of the twins in the middle, looking extremely happy with two outlines beside them. I guess that was him and I standing by them. I don't think I had ever in my entire being looked as beautiful as what he painted me out to be. He made me look like an angel. Another thing I noticed was that in the corner of every painting there was, "I love you." Caroline, written in beautiful, elegant handwriting. As I stood there thinking about what my life could be like with Howard in it, I felt hands wrap around me, sending those familiar tingles. I tried to step away from him, however. He kept his grip tight, but not so tight that it would hurt me. "Just let me hold you for a minute." "Deeples Fies?" he asked, with such sadness in his voice that I couldn't refuse. I shakily nodded, knowing that I'd probably regret it later on. "Is this enough proof for you? Is this enough to make you believe how much I love you?" he whispered, kissing along my jaw. I didn't say anything, mainly because I was in huge shock. I didn't actually believe he loved me as much as he claimed he did. But he did love me. He did love me. After a few moments of silence of him nuzzling his nose and neck, I finally said, "You know, I'm not as beautiful as you make me out to be in those paintings. You make me look like an angel. No, you're even more beautiful. And nothing, not my paintings or any photograph, could ever capture your beauty. You're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, and I will ever see, Caroline. And you are an angel. You're my angel," he said softly, placing a feather-like kiss on my neck 26.5. Once again, I was speechless. I always loved him, even after what he did to me. But I just refused to show him that part of me. I only showed him the bitter side of me, which hated him. However, that didn't mean that I didn't love him. He was my mate, of course, I loved him. But now, I could feel that love trying to fight its way up from the pits of my heart, where I had buried it deep down years ago. But I didn't want him to leave me, and I didn't know if I could trust him fully with all my heart yet. He couldn't snap my heart again, and I wasn't about to give him full reins to be able to do that. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it again, because I didn't know if I would ever be able to pick myself up if he did hurt me ever again. So, too scared to be hurt again, I ran away from him once again in tears. Chapter 24. Tears. I hated these things. Yet right now, they seemed to never stop pouring out of my eyes as Chris held me tightly against his chest. My head was aching for crying for his long, and my whole face felt wet. But that wouldn't explain the horrible, gut-wrenching feeling I had in my stomach while my heart was aching more than anything. I could tell Chris was feeling the same way as well, because I felt warm teardrops slide down from her face and onto my forehead. I didn't care right now that I looked like a mess. I was sure my makeup was painted all over my face messily like a toddler's portrait, while my clothes and hair was completely disheveled. But once again, I couldn't seem to care. You may be wondering right now why I'm crying so much and why I'm in this much pain. Well, this is what happened mere hours ago. "What's wrong, Mum?" I came here as soon as I could. I panted as I entered the room, holding hands with the twins. Dad took the twins and felt the room with a heartbroken look on his face. He seemed quiet, and he barely even greeted me when he opened the door to let me in. She looked paler than normal, if that was even possible, and I could see that glow on her face fading. The brightness of her skin now held a blue tinge. "W, wait till R, Chris gets hay here, I want to talk to Y, U, B, be both together," she whispered, her voice fading at the end. Her voice was croaky, and she could barely speak. I had noticed that she was getting worse over the weeks, but now she seemed to be even worse. She had never been as bad as this. Recently, she had even had to get an IV machine as well as other machines hooked onto her and currently reading her heartbeat. It was a lot lower than what it should have been for someone like her. I was worried about her, very worried. As we waited for Chris, I told her about my date with Howard, which happened about 2 days ago, and everything else. I told her about my confused emotions and feelings about him, while she would just smile at me in a knowing way. When I finally ended, she simply whispered a short answer of 3 words. follow your heart. Just as I was about to say something, the door flew open and in Chris, looking like a mad person searching the room frantically. What happened? I could hear as soon as I could, but Howard and I were away on pack business over the next town, he rambled. After he calmed down, he then seemed to notice me, Caroline. Well, obviously, I couldn't help myself from nearly snapping. It was then I could my time to finally study his appearance. To put it simply, he looked like a mess. He looked scruffy, and like a hobo basically. His hair was longer and slightly greasy, and he looked like he was growing a beard with the thick dark hair growing on his cheeks and chin. His clothes were messy and crumpled, and he seemed to have lost weight, judging by the hollowness of his cheeks. "Mom, why did you call me here?" he asked properly now. Tears filled Mom's eyes, and she bit her lip hard from sobbing. I know it's my time to go now, I just know it." "No, Mom. Don't say that," Chris said. "No, Chris, let me finish. I know I haven't been the best mum around, but there's one thing that I wish for before I die, and please just let me finish. I want you, Caro, to forgive Chris, and I know there's a lot we've done wrong by you, but please forgive him." A tear slipped out of her eyes as she finished, while mine cascaded down my cheeks like a waterfall. "No, Mom, you'll be here and you'll stay with me until we're both grey and wrinkle," I cried onto her shoulder, gripping her hard. I can't do it anymore. It's heart hurts, and there's just one thing I want to see before I die, and if that happens, I go a happy Peter person. I forgive him, Mom, I forgive him, just please stay with us." Tears continued spilling out of my eyes. "He's the only brother you have, Caro, and you don't know how much he regrets treating you the way he did. Every time he come I hear he cries about how he hates himself for treating you this badly." She stuttered, making me cry even harder. "I know, Mum, I forgive him with my heart," I sobbed. "Gee, good, because I want all of you together to look after each other, like a proper family should after I'm gone." "No, Mum, you're going to be perfectly fine, and you're going to be playing hide and seek with the twins. I can't lose you when I just got you back," I shouted a little angrily. "I may not be here, honey bee, but my memories will, and I will always watch you from up there." She pointed up the sky weakly for a couple of seconds before resting her hands back on her bed again. For the rest of the night, Chris, Mom, the twins, and I spent the time like any other family would. We had a family games night where I totally whooped Chris's ass at snakes and ladders, and we ended up on the floor wrestling each other. It felt amazing having proper family time with my family after years. More than a decade, in fact. I realised then how much I missed out on without a proper family, and yet I still had the chance now. I had forgiven Chris after he told how sorry he was, and how he regretted every single thing he had done to me, and me, not being able to say no to him. I finally accepted his apology and forgave him because what's the point of holding grudges? It was better for me if I just forgave him and carried on with my life. But with new additions to my family. Everyone decided to camp in Mom's bedroom, so Chris and I were sleeping in sleeping bags on the floor while the twins and Mom were sleeping on the bed. This night had been one of the best nights of my life, and honestly, I loved it. I laughed to the brink of crying, where I just sat there clapping my hands like a retarded seal. And to make it even worse, Chris, that little doof, even though I'm younger and smaller than him, recorded it and posted it on YouTube. But I did get nice comments where people were saying how fun my family look, or how great family is. And within an hour, I had more than 1 million views already. We were all so happy, including Mum, until we heard that continuous beep, which woke us up from our sleep, being werewolves and everything. I got to Mum as quickly as I could, and I could feel a massive part of my heart being broken as I saw that straight line running in the ECG machine. I could tell Chris was in tears. The twins looked heartbroken, however, they didn't quite understand what was going on. What I did notice, though, was that faint smile on Mum's lips as her eyes remained shut tightly. The pack had been informed and everyone was here comforting us. Maybe pack members were shocked to see that I was back. However, they didn't say anything but simply offered me a few kind words. I was happily surprised that they were being kind to me and not sending me dirty looks because I had ran away from the pack years ago. What really made me smile, though, was when a teenage boy fainted when he saw me. Apparently, he was a huge fan, so he was extremely shocked to see me. The pack were even more surprised, though, when they found out I had kids who were nearly 5 years old, let alone twins. But the twins had warmed to everyone pretty quickly and were even playing with a few kids around their age or a little older in the back garden. The funeral was tomorrow. Since most wolves were buried the next day after their death, I still couldn't believe that she wasn't here anymore. It was so hard to, because only a few hours ago we were playing board games and she was teasing Chris for getting his ass whooped by me. She seemed so happy, and yet now she wasn't even here with us anymore. A few tears dropped from my eyes, and I was surprised that tears were still able to come out from my eyes, since I had been crying for hours straight. My head felt like someone was pounding on it with a hammer, while my nose was runny. My throat felt dry, and I'm sure the makeup I had put on an hour ago was all over my face. Chris was still hugging me as tightly as he could, but I could tell he was silently sobbing as well. Well, why wouldn't he? After all, he had just lost his mother. "Oh, Mummy, where are you? Please come back." I was up bright and early this morning, not because I was happy or excited, but because I couldn't sleep at all. My eyes were red and swollen and puffy, and I looked like a wreck right now. But I couldn't care less. Right now, I was sat in the church while our priest gave his speech about Mom. I was biting my lip hard enough to draw blood, so that I wouldn't start sobbing in front of everyone loudly. Chris was silently watching with nothing but sadness in his eyes. I chose not to give a speech, because I knew I would start crying and wouldn't be able to finish the speech. I would be too emotional, and this day wasn't about how sad I was. It was to cherish the days Mum had spent with us. After the ceremony and burial had finished, I stayed back next to the headstone of Mom. On it read a beautiful message. "If roses grow in heaven, Lord, please pick a bunch for me. Place them in my mother's arms and tell her they're from me. Tell her I love her and miss her. And when she turns to smile, place a kiss upon her cheek and hold her for a while." Both Chris and I had written it together, so it was very personal and meaningful to our hearts, and Mum's as well if she could see it. "Hey Mum, I know you've only been gone for a few hours, but I miss you already, and I regret not spending every day of the last 4 years with you. I love you, Mum. I love you a lot, and kills me that you're not here with me today. I know I must be looking like an idiot talking to the air, but I hope you can hear me and know that I love you more than anything," I whispered as a few tears dropped onto my lap. I was startled when I felt arms wrap themselves around me. The familiar sparks started flying, and I felt warm and at home in the person's embrace. "Sorry I wasn't here with you, baby," Howard whispered, placing a kiss on my cheeks from behind me. I turned around and hugged him tightly, crying my eyes out into his warm chest while he rubbed my back and whispered soothing words to me. And just like that, he made me feel so much better. Chapter 25. Chris's POV. I was sitting in my bedroom in the dark, doing nothing but crying as memories of my mom flashed through my head, making even more tears slip out my eyes. I knew wallowing in self-pity wouldn't do much, however, it was all I could do. At least I was man enough to admit I was crying over my mother. It had been a month since and since then Caroline had been visiting me every day to see how I was coping. Behind her brave face and fake smiles, I could see her pain, but she had to pull herself together since she had twins to look after. Howard had been there with her every step of the way, and I was very surprised when she finally admitted that they were mates and the twins were his. So I wasn't delusional when I thought that they, especially Terence, resembled him. Yeah, Howard didn't go home looking as healthy as he did when he came here. He was sporting a broken nose and a black eye when he was leaving. I knew I could potentially get kicked out of the pack, beta or not, but Howard knew he deserved a good beating from me anyways, so he didn't even attempt to fight back and only accepted the 2 punches. Unfortunately, I had only managed to land 2 punches before Caroline threatened to castrate me if I didn't stop. I assumed he was in her good books now, since she protected him, and Howard not fighting back proved that he was sorry and regretful, and that he truly did love her. I was happy for her, as long as she remained happy. I swear to God, if Howard hurt my little sister at all though, I would personally beat the living shit out of him, alpha or not. Meanwhile, I missed my mate, Issa, my beautiful mate and the love of my life. She still hadn't come to see me since Mom's funeral, which she had attended. She looked weak with her pale skin, which was missing its glow, and the dark circle beneath her eyes, which showed her lack of sleep. She looked a lot skinnier as well, which showed that she hadn't been eating properly. It had been painful without her, and I knew she was feeling the same way, judging by her appearance. That wasn't unexpected though, since mates couples can't stay away for too long without feeling pain, both physical and emotional pain. It was evident that she was suffering as much as I was. At night, I would find myself tossing around in the bed, not being able to sleep. During the day, I would think about her beautiful eyes, or all the happy moment I'd ever had with her while Howard discussed issues about the rogues. Rogues. They were another problem to add to my already very long list. They had been a problem for several weeks, which was why Howard and I had to attend a very important meeting a month ago when Mum had called me, demanding that I came home immediately. It's hard to think at it. A month ago, Mum was with us, and now, she isn't. The pack don't know about the rogues since they were last sighted heading the opposite direction to us, and we didn't want the pack to be scared over futile things. However, we still couldn't take any risks when it comes to the pack. I swore an oath to keep the pack safe, even if this meant losing my life. And I wasn't to break that oath anytime soon, because then the risk of losing Issa would be too high, and I would never put her life at stake, ever. She is my world, and has been since I first laid eyes on her in a nightclub, where she looked extremely uncomfortable while I was getting drunk, because I was still blaming myself for Caroline running away. I guessed that she wasn't a party person at all, and at a later date she did reveal to me that she was forced to go to the club because it was her elder sister's birthday, who was the complete opposite to her, being a party animal and kindly putting it, a slut. But Issa did have a feisty side to her that turned me on all the time. Thankfully, Issa wasn't anything like her sister, or God knows how many boys would have been injured. But Issa would rather stay in and watch a movie, or read a book with a cup of hot chocolate. Yeah, she was addicted to hot chocolate, and I was addicted to licking off the hot chocolate moustache she got on top of her lip every time she sipped her hot chocolate. She was normally the cool and collected type with a gentle and kind heart. So honestly, I would say that I was totally stunned when she basically broke up with me until Caroline had forgiven me. Issa could be the jealous type sometimes, which I had to admit was so hot, but most of the time wore her golden heart on her sleeve. She was extremely forgiving. Yeah, she had forgiven me for my previous trysts, so honestly I didn't expect her outburst. It was definitely shocking. I had barely spoken to her. No, she had barely spoken to me, whereas I tried at every chance I got. Every time I saw her in the pack house, I would try to talk to her, yet every time she turned away, but not before I saw those unshed tears in her eyes. It was hurting her as much as it was hurting me. I laid on the bed, thinking of her beautiful silky brown hair and chocolate brown eyes, which always held that warmth and that love for me. Her slender yet curvy body which seemed to fit perfectly beside me. Her. The door slammed open and stomped in Issa. No, I was dreaming. I was sure I was dreaming. Issa hated me, and as much as it pained me to say that, I knew it was true. Chris fucking Forrest. Get your hot ass up and have a freaking shower. You're stinking up the whole room, dude, my angel's voice said. With wide eyes, I stared at the figure of my beautiful Issa. This was a dream. Now I was completely sure of it. Oh my baby, I missed you so much. I cried, walking up to her to give her a hug. No, Chris. You're not touching me until you have a shower and smell better. Quickly running into the adjoining bathroom, I took a shower, now feeling much more relaxed and refreshed. I missed having showers. Shaving off the thick beard and moustache, I realised how much better I looked already after catching one glimpse of Issa, even if it was just in my dreams. After wrapping a fluffy white towel around my waist, I rapidly left the bathroom and entered the bedroom, hoping that she hadn't had left me. I missed you so much, Bex, I whispered, grabbing her to my chest in a hug as quickly as possible. I missed you too, Chris, she whispered before she pulled away and looked me straight in the eyes. I quickly began kissing along her jaw and her neck before sucking on her mark. W, what are you doing? She groaned, letting her fingers run free in my hair. I want to savor every moment with you until I wake up in this dream, I whispered huskily against her mark, causing her to shiver in delight. But this isn't a dream, Chris. I really am here with you, she insisted. You can't not be. Issa hates me. She hates me so much, I finally said, pulling away. I finally realized what a good guy you are. Chris. Caroline came up to me and talked some sense into me. She forgave you a long time ago because she knew you had a real good heart and you were influenced by others. You were stupid. And although you did do wrong, you accepted it and you reformed and repented. You suffered, Chris, and you still are right now for the mistakes that you made in the past. And as a human, well, werewolf. Being, you deserve a second chance, and that's what I'm giving you right now. You were young and foolish, but I can see that you love Caroline a lot. But Chris, I swear to God, if you ever, and I mean ever, hide anything from me, I'll chop off your balls and sew them onto your forehead. Are we clear here? She asked with amusement gleaming in her eyes, probably because of that horrified expression on my face. I don't know why I didn't tell Issa about Caroline. Maybe because I was ashamed of myself for my past deeds. Maybe because I couldn't bear to tell her how bad of a person I truly was. I don't know. But now, what I do know is that I regret not telling her, with every fibre of my body. Why, yes, I choked. I'm glad we've cleared that out. Me too, baby, me too. I've missed you so damn much. And not seeing you, talking to you, or kissing those soft pink lips of yours. I've missed it too much. Don't you ever leave me like that again. Nope. You're stuck with me for the rest of our lives. She grinned, showing a row of perfectly straight white teeth. Good, I whispered before planting my lips onto hers. I groaned. I missed her lips so much. Without any hesitation, our lips met. Her soft yet firm lips molted perfectly over mine. Her lips moved softly, sending those familiar sparks I got every time we kissed. Her arms snaked around mine as I gripped her waist firmly, though not hard enough to hurt her. The taste of her lips was mesmerizing, sweet with a hint of mango. Delicious. They moved in perfect rhythm, though neither of us deepened the kiss. We pulled away, but still rested our forehead against each other's. I missed you, Chris, she whispered, before kissing my lips so lightly that I could barely feel those tingles. God, I love you, Isabel. I love you so freaking much, I groaned against her lips. It's a good thing the feelings are mutual then, huh? She grinned. Just as I was about to plant my lips onto hers once again, she pulled away with a mischievous smile. Nua, big boy. First, you're going to get dressed and call your sister up and spend some quality brotherly time with her. And don't you dare start mourning about your mum again, because how do you think she would feel if she could see you, a strong-willed son, right now crying over her? She'd be disappointed, so get yourself together, Chris Forrest, and go spend some quality time with your baby sister who truly cares about you and has been trying to be strong for you and her twins. Be the good brother that you are, you jackass. I stared at her, stunned. She is so freaking hot. I love you so much, Isabel. I wouldn't know what I would have done without you. It was true. I wouldn't know what to have done without her. She eased the pain for me when Caroline wasn't here. She pulled me from those pits of darkness I was in. And she made me happy every single day. I love you too, baby. Now hurry up and get going so you can come home earlier. By the way, I have a surprise for you, she whispered the last part seductively in my ear, making me groan. It took the last bit of will I had in me not to take her there. You're killing me, I called out as she left the room, with my eyes stuck on her sexy ass. Hearing her chuckle, I smiled and walked to my closet, picking out a random pair of jeans and a top before getting dressed. I quickly grabbed my phone, calling Caroline. Hey Chris, what's up? She answered after 3 rings. I was wondering, but you don't have to, so don't feel obligated to do it and like you, huh? Just spit it out, Chris. Are you free? I was wondering if I can spend a little bit of time with you. Yeah, sure. When? In about 30 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah, that's cool. I'll see you soon then. Yeah, see you soon, I said before hanging up the call. but not before I heard her shout at Howard, telling him to clean up his mess in the kitchen, which made me laugh. That guy was whipped. After taking everything I needed, I made my way towards, pecking Issa on the lips before leaving home. I was taking Caroline to an indoor racetrack because ever since she was young, she's always loved cars, and racing especially. When we were younger, and before I became obsessed with Image, I used to play around with her a lot. We used to build cars together, and she literally would know everything about the latest cars out. Her room would be decorated with car, and that's all she ever played with. So I knew she would love this. She had a real passion for it. Beeping my horns twice, Caroline came out looking as composed and relaxed as usual. But instead of the blank expression she always wore on her face, she had a small but genuine smile on her face. Her face was glowing and her eyes were gleaming. "Are you ready?" I asked as she fastened her seatbelt. "Yeah," she grinned. "You totally cheated," I shouted as she laughed at me. "Just because you can't accept that I'm better than you doesn't mean that I cheated." "I'm better, Chris. Just accept it," she teased, poking my side. "Don't be such a sore loser." Oh. "No, I refuse to believe that you won. You totally cheated," I said once again. "No, I didn't, and you know that." "Yes, you did." "You know that," I said, ruffling her hair. "Oh Lord, if looks could kill." "Not the hair," she enunciated every word with a glare of hers. "And if I touch the hair," I teased, "then you're going down." "Ha! You can't touch me," I mocked her. "You want to bet?" "You're too easy." "You can't hurt me. You're a little girl compared to me." Maybe I shouldn't have said that because before I even realized it, she had wrestled me to the ground, like she used when we were younger, and was throwing light punches at me. "Get off me," I demanded. "Say that I didn't cheat first, and that I'm a better driver than you, and that I'm stronger than you." "Never in a million years," I grinned, trying to roll her over. We tried to both pin each on the floor when she grabbed my hair and started tugging it. "Ouch," I whined. "I'm not letting go until you say that I didn't cheat, and that I'm a better driver than you, and that I'm way stronger." She tugged my hair a little harder just to prove her point. Knowing that I couldn't win against her, I finally gave in. "Fine. You're stronger, and you're a better driver, and you didn't cheat." "Oh, thank you, Chris. That was awfully kind of you." She grinned her evil smile before standing up and pretending to dust her denim shorts. "Bitch," I muttered. "Asshole." "Whatever," I flipped her off. "Look what you've done. You've created a scene," she shouted, pointing to all the younger kids staring at us with wide eyes while their parents glared at us with distaste. We were currently in a playground park near the swings. I brought Caroline here after racing, which, unfortunately, she had won every race of, because I felt like we'd missed a lot of our childhood and we deserved to be a child again. Today has truly been amazing, and I'd learnt so much about Caroline and what I had missed of her and the twins' life. Her life has definitely been like a roller coaster. "Don't act like you didn't do anything either," I said. "What did I do?" "Hey, I'm the innocent one." "Yeah, right," I scoffed. "You're anything but innocent." "Whatever." After sitting down on the swings, just watching the scenery for a bit, I finally broke the silence. "Thank you." Looking at me with a confused expression, she asked, "What for?" "For talking to Isabel and accepting me as you brother," I responded. "She loves you, Chris, and I know that you love her as well. And I wouldn't have known about what happened if I hadn't overheard her conversation with her sister at the pack house. Why didn't he tell you, you ass? I never wanted to get in between you and her. Or ever. I know the pain of living without your mate. I know exactly what you went through. And I had forgiven you, Chris, because I know you're a good person and you did what you did for Image. Everyone deserves a second chance, and I know you regret it. You're a good person, I know that. And you two are amazing together. You're so strong, Caroline. I love you, baby sis, I whispered, giving her a hug. I love you too, big bro. Chapter 26. Caroline's POV 2. Caroline. Hurry up. Howard called out from the living room. I need time to get ready, you know. You've been saying that for the past hour. He groaned. Whatever, you're such a girl. Maybe because I am one, I said in a duh tone. Just hurry up, Caroline, he sighed. I am. He didn't reply, but I could imagine him rolling his eyes at me. Howard and I have been getting closer and closer every day. We're not officially a couple yet, but we're taking things slow. At first, when I came here, I was dead set on not giving him a chance at all. But as I got to truly know him, I realized that he wasn't such a bad person. In fact, underneath that cold, player exterior of his, he was truly a kind person. And I knew how hard it must have been for him to take things this slow. But he was doing it for me. Being a werewolf, males normally mark and fully mate their mate within a month at most because of their hormones and their wolves, who constantly whine about marking their mates as soon as possible. And Howard being a werewolf, it must be harder for him since his wolf instincts are a lot stronger. However, he, knowing I was ready to go to that part of our relationship, or whatever we have yet, hasn't pressured me into doing anything at all. I know it's really hard to control it, but it makes me trust him a little bit more, knowing that he's willing to suffer for my benefit. Ever since Mom's funeral, he has been there for me every single day while I tried to be strong for Chris and Dad. I knew they were as devastated as I was, especially Dad, who seemed to have gone in complete shock and was not responding to anything. But I knew I had to be their rock and be there for them instead of break down and cry, something which I wanted to do countless of times, but I was glad he was there. He was my rock, and kept me going strong for the rest of my family, and every day he would prove to me that he loves me, and I think I might be falling for him too. We hadn't spoken of the night of our first date where I ran away from him at all, and the first time he had spoken to me after that was on Mom's funeral, where he had handled me. And finding myself falling for his stupid, sexual-related jokes, and those cute dimples of his, and those eyes. Those eyes which openly display all this emotions. But that moment, I hugged him back during Mom's funeral. I knew that my carefully built-up walls had crumbled in that very second. And I guess I was too scared and confused of my emotions when he showed me proof that he thought about me a lot. I was scared of him hurting me. But then my mom's words came into my mind. Follow your heart. My heart was aching for him. I wanted him and my wolf. She needed him. And I realized that I needed him as well. Because like I said before, he was my rock, and without him, I'd still be broken. He repaired my broken heart, albeit he was one of the people who caused it, and he's been fixing it stronger for me. He's been healing me. Are you done? Howard asked, knocking the door. Nope. Well, I'm coming in anyways, he replied, causing me to roll my eyes at him. As he opened the door, I could feel this gaze burning a hole at the back of my head, and I could feel his wolf purring at the sight of me. I straightened my plain red dress, which had sleeves up to my elbow and clung onto me like a second skin. After swiping bright red lip gloss across my lips, I spritzed my favourite Chanel perfume and puffed my hair up a little using my fingers. Slipping on my nude heels, I was aware of Howard's eyes on me. Are you doing staring? You know you're kind of freaking me out a little, watching me like the stalker you are, I whispered, walking up to him and swaying my hips. No. I'm not done staring. I could just sit there and watch you all day long like your stalker that I am, I muttered, his eyes roaming my body. That you are. Now come on. No time for joking around, big boy. We have dinner with Chris and Isa now. Can we just cancel and watch a movie or something? He whined, wrapping his arms around my waist from the back. Nope. This is the first time in like 3 months that I'm going to spend any time with Chris, and I've missed him. And he says he has some important news to announce anyways. I don't know about you, but I want to know what it is, I said, detaching myself from him to check up on the twins. I had missed Chris because I hadn't spent any proper quality time with him since we went to the racetrack, which was more than 3 months ago. Once I reached the living room, I smiled at the sight in front of me. They were so cute together. I knew I was scared of having twins at the beginning, but I wouldn't change it for anything. Stay still, Terence, Samantha pouted, looking very annoyed at her older brother. I'm sorry, Samantha, Terence offered. Now smile, okay, and don't move, she demanded bossily. She was bossy, all right. Terence smiled and sat still while she drew him. She looked so cute trying to concentrate hard like that with her eyebrows creased and her nose wrinkling slightly. Samantha. Howard started saying loudly, but I grabbed him and placed my hand on top of his lips, effectively silencing him. Shh. Don't disturb them. They look adorable, I said, pointing to them. He looked confused first before he looked over and his eyes softened. I removed my lips from his lips and turned around to watch the scenery. Feeling the warmth and those sparks, I knew that Howard was embracing me from behind. And since he was so much taller than myself, even when I was wearing heels, he rested his chin on the top of my head, but not before placing a kiss. We made beautiful kids. We should make more. What do you think? He teased, making me slap his chest. Ouch. I was just telling the truth. Be quiet and watch them. They're amazing, I whispered, my eyes set firmly on them. We have to leave now, babe. Or we're going to be late, Howard stated, after checking his watch for the time. I sighed in frustration. Come on then. Samantha, Terence, we have to leave now. Finish your drawing later, and then you can show Mama and Daddy, okay? I said with a smile, as I tried to convince Samantha when I saw her open her mouth to say something. And Daddy will help draw you. Her scowl faded, and as soon as I mentioned her daddy, a bright smile lit up her entire face. Okay, she chirped. Come on then. If we finish the dinner quickly, then Daddy can help me with the drawing quicker too. Definitely a daddy's girl. I helped her slip on a pair of red, shiny flaps, which made the single flower pinned on her plain white dress. Her long, dark brown hair was down with a single red flower clip, which I used to pin back some of her hair. She looked unbelievably cute. Yeah, we had a tendency to match a lot in some ways or another. Is everyone ready? Howard asked. Yeah. I want every one of you to behave and act like decent human beings. Am I clear? I asked sternly. Yes, Mama, Samantha, Terence and Howard said at the same time, rolling their eyes. Good, now come on. As soon as we entered the restaurant, the host's eyes snapped to us. Or shall I say Howard, before she studied him from top to bottom lustfully. If I hadn't noticed Howard looking so uncomfortable and squirming under her gaze, then I would have been jealous enough to kill the bitch, but this was too funny. But he did look hot with his pair of slim-fit black slacks and a white shit, which he had undone 3 buttons of. Reservation under Chris Forrest? I asked, looking at her as annoyance flitted through her eyes. Right this way, follow me, she said, swaying her hips from side to side. She was trying to attract Howard's attention, but shame. Howard was too busy checking out my butt. Hey guys, you both look amazing, I gushed, hugging them both tightly. Howard and Terence both did a bro fist with Chris and gave Issa brief hugs. How are you? I asked, taking a seat in the middle of Howard and Samantha, while Terence took a seat at the other side of Howard. Amazing. Issa squealed with a glow on her face. And trust me, it wasn't the makeup type glow, it was more of a natural, radiant glow. Great, we should order then. I'm starving. Chris groaned, making us chuckle. He loved his food. We were halfway through eating our dessert, while chatting about random things. Chris and Howard, both being the immature boys that they are sometimes, would throw in a sexual joke here and there which would earn them a smack at the back of their head. Nevertheless, it made me laugh though. We have some important news, Issa suddenly announced. I noticed that she had already finished her 3rd dessert, after having 2 starters and 2 different main courses. Wow, that girl can eat. We're pregnant. Chris suddenly bursted out with a huge grin. Bingo, I knew it. Oh my god. Congratulations, Issa, I said, rushing over to her to give her a hug. Congrats, man, Howard said, giving Chris a one-sided hug. I knew this was coming. There was that glow on your face that you only get when you're pregnant. I knew the second I saw you. That's amazing. How far along are you? 5 weeks. Well, now I'm going to take super care of you. You, Missy, are going to eat proper healthy food so you can have healthy children. Are we clear here? I playfully scolded her. Yes, Mother. She rolled her eyes at me, but a faint smile appeared on her face. Have you gotten a checkup yet? I asked, finishing off my cheesecake. It's next week, and I'm so nervous but excited. Is that weird? It's perfectly normal, trust me. I rolled her eyes at her. Glancing over at Howard, I noted that he was silent. I gripped his hand, which immediately snapped his attention to me. A small smile appeared on his lips. However, they didn't reach his eyes at all. In fact, I could tell he was sad, and there always was a glint of anger. He was probably sad and angry because he wasn't there for my pregnancy. It did hurt me that he was sad, as well as my wolf, because naturally, being his mate, I felt the need to keep him happy all the time. And I knew he had those feelings towards me as well, and they were just as strong, if not stronger. But before I could ask him anything, a putrid odour wafted through the restaurant, making me stiffen immediately. Well, well, well. "Look who's having a blast with my mate," a very familiar voice said. Instantly, all of our heads snapped to her, and I could feel Howard's and Chris's wolves surfacing as they tried to keep themselves calm. There, in front of us, stood a very pregnant Eva. Chapter 27. "Eva, what are you doing here?" Chris snarled, giving her a glare. "Only if looks can kill. I'm here to see my mate." She smiled sweetly, though I didn't miss the glint of danger in her eyes. "I am not your mate," bellowed Howard, standing up abruptly. The other people in the restaurant turned around to see what was going on. Thankfully, there weren't many humans in this town at all, and I was sure there weren't any humans in this restaurant currently. "Yes, you are, baby," Eva cooed, walking over to Howard and trying to touch him, which made my wolf growl possessively. "You don't need to deny it because your bitch is here." Clutching me to his chest, Howard let out a thunderous growl. I could tell that his wolf was begging him to kill Eva for calling me a bitch, but she was pregnant, and that innocent child would die along with her as well. "Don't you dare call my mate a bitch," he said slowly, giving off a very dangerous vibe. He would flip shit if Eva said anything else, and I was scared her baby would get hurt. "Eva, I think it's better if you leave now before Howard hurts you," I said calmly and slowly, trying to make her understand. Noting that Howard's eyes were flicking between his blue eyes to silver, I could tell that his wolf was fighting for control. "You just want my mate, don't you? How low can you stoop? Just because he didn't want you, you fucked some other man and tried to tell him that he's the father so that you could get back with him. You're a disgusting whore," Eva shouted, with a crazed look in her eyes. Now she was taking it too far. "Howard, calm down," I whispered, placing a small kiss at the base of this neck, trying to calm him down when I noticed the fur sprouting from his arms. He closed his eyes tightly, clenching his fist and taking in deep breath. And across me, I noticed that Issa had a panicked look in her eyes, trying to calm Chris down as well, who was red in anger. There were hints of anger in Issa's eyes as well, but mostly panicked as she didn't want Chris to burst out into his wolf and kill Eva. Through clenched teeth, Howard said loud and clearly, "Leave now, Eva, and never step foot in my territory. You are trespassing, and I would have killed if the moment you step foot in here if it weren't for your child. Baby, what spell has this bitch put you under? You know you don't mean that. You love me. Remember all the good times we have. You know you miss me. It's just because of this fucking witch is here. That's why won't say what you truly mean." "Eva, you are seriously testing my patience now. I won't say this again. Leave," Howard said in a cold voice, clenching his fists tightly. "But baby..." Before she could say anything else, the door flew open and two huge and bulky men came in. Each one grabbed an arm as Eva shouted, screamed, and to no avail, tried hit them. Howard must have mind-linked them, and I was guessing they were part of the pack. The two men carried her out of the restaurant while she tried everything to get out of their hold. "You're going to regret this, bitch. I'll be laughing when you're on the floor dead with your kids next to you. I'll have Howard just you watch," she threatened, her eyes turning darker as she grew angrier. "I'll kill you and your bastards as well. Max my words." Now that made my stomach churn as my hands grew clammy. I was scared. Scared because of my children's lives. Scared because Eva's words were still playing through my head. Scared because I heard the truth in her words. This wasn't just a harmless threat. Holding me tightly, Howard kissed my head. "I won't let anything happen to you or the twins. Caroline, I promise you, even if this means that I have to die." With wide, dazed eyes, I dropped to my seat, feeling my heart racing. So many scary thoughts ran through my head. What if she got hold of them? What if she hurt the twins? What if she key? You're moving in with me, Caroline, with the twins on the pack grounds. I don't care if you're not part of the pack yet, you're staying with me, Howard growled, holding on to me with one of his hand, while the other one was wrapped around both of the twins, leaving no room for discussion at all. Because of this threat, I knew his wolf would be super protective and even more possessive now. But I didn't argue. Why? Because I knew he would be able to protect me and the twins. I just have to pray. A situation won't arise where he will have to protect me. Still, Eva's words echoed through my head. I'll kill you and your bastards as well. Mark my words. You are moving in with me, Howard demanded. He can't just order me to get up and leave my home. Who does he think he was? No, I'm staying in my own house and you're staying in your own house, I said, enunciating every word as if he was having trouble understanding my point, which he was. I'm not having you or the twins being at danger, Caroline. I'm not taking even the slightest of risks, Howard stated, with a serious face and pleading eyes, which begged me to say yes already. Perhaps that was because we had been having this discussion for more than 30 minutes now. It's just Eva, Howard. What is she going to do? Dye my hair bright blue and attack me with an overload of foundation, please, I scoffed, trying to convince Howard and myself. I couldn't help but shudder as her words from earlier replayed in my mind. It held so much determination, so much hatred. We both know that you really don't think that, Caroline. You're scared about our children just as much as I am, and you know that. Just please, just agree to move in with me. I'll give you your personal space. And once I'm sure that Eva is no threat, I'll take you back here, I promise. I sighed, rubbing my head as he begged me to move in with him. Fine. Chapter 28. Howard's POV, driving back to Caroline's cabin. I couldn't help but grin, even though there was an underlying feeling of anxiousness there. She was finally moving in with me, after a lot of arguing. In fact, she was currently back at our house, sorting out her things. I was going back to her old house to get some of the remaining boxes. Chris and Issa were babysitting the twins, while Caroline and I got the house ready. Finally, everything was going perfect. I didn't want Caroline outside of the pack's territory, which was why I was currently outside her house. Ever since Ava's threat, I'd been extremely possessive, and I know that Caroline hates it, but I couldn't control it. She and the twins were the most precious things to me. Without them, I knew I would die. I wouldn't be able to live without them. I loved them more than anything in this world, and I would show how much they meant to me every single day for as long as I live. I know Caroline wasn't going to agree with every decision I made and be all lovey-dovey with me, but now I knew I had a better chance of winning her over and make her my wife. Yes, I had bought her a ring. The ring. But I was just waiting for her to completely trust me and openly love me before I could propose. I already loved her more than anything in this world. I just wished that she would admit it to me as well, but at least it was better than her completely shutting me out. We were growing a lot closer, as well as our bond, something which I would cherish for the rest of my life. As I was about to park the car, I felt a wave of panic run through me. My wolf became anxious, pacing around. There was something wrong. He could feel it, and I could feel it too. My emotions were becoming overwhelming as the feeling of panic became stronger. My mind was going on overdrive, thinking of the different predicaments. Tim, Jacob, Mason, is there any sign of danger? I mind-linked the guards who were patrolling my territory right now. No, Alpha, they all replied simultaneously. I thought that would relieve me of the worry. However, I could still feel my heart racing and a feeling of my stomach churning. My breaths were becoming shorter, while my guts screamed, danger, to me. A whimper pulled me from my reverie. Caroline. Without another moment of thinking, I burst into my wolf, anger running through my veins, wanting to hurt the person who'd hurt my mate. Sprinting through the forest near Caroline's house, I pushed my legs faster, trying to get to our house as quickly as I could. Within miles of the house, I could smell the rancid odor, which nearly choked me. It was the fact that there were several unfamiliar and grotesque scents that angered me further, causing me to push my legs even harder. Rogues. My wolf was growing thirsty for their blood. He wanted to kill them in the most cruel and painful way for scaring my mate. He wanted to hear every single one of them scream, begging him to not kill them. He wanted their blood, and that was what he was going to get. The green blurred because of the speed I was running at, and I was sure that I could beat even the top sport cars. The sound of the chirping birds flying away barely reached my ears as I continued running. I could hear the sound insects scuttling away from my huge wolf form, knowing that I was a danger. I was sure that the anger I was feeling could be felt rolling in waves. My vision was red. All I could see was red. All I wanted to see was red. I could feel a huge shock through the mate bond, which Caroline and I shared, urging me to go faster. It was a lot more stronger now, therefore her emotions, thoughts, and feelings were a lot more prominent to me. Her shock and panic were increasing, alerting me of even more danger. All I could think was that I had to get to her fast. I don't care if it killed me, but I would make sure that she was safe at no cost. Once I reached my house, which was in the middle of nowhere and surrounded by trees, I immediately stopped in my tracks when I saw the rogues, who all growled menacingly at my beautiful mate, facing her. She seemed frozen, shell-shocked. They bared their gleaming white razor teeth at her while she took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, with her face pale white and her eyes wide with fear. The sight of those filthy rogues harming my mate enraged me even further, if that was even possible, that I thought I would soon turn in Hulk. I was furious, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, urging me to go and kill them off one by one. It's one thing when you threaten me, but when you even look at my mate wrongly, then you have just signed your own death warrant. With a loud growl, I gained all their attention but one, whose eyes seemed to be studying my mate lustfully. He was large, yet nowhere large enough near me. He, by far, seemed to be the largest wolf there, and a leader. This left me astounded, since rogues were lone wolves and didn't like to be lead. I watched as he shook his head before he was about to jump on her. No, that's not happening on my watch, I thought bitterly, before jumping onto the wolf mid-air and pushing him as far away from my mate as possible. He would die before he could touch my angel-like mate with his filthy paws. How dare he even attempt to hurt her? He landed on his side, while I landed on top of him. Before he could even make another move, I gripped his neck with my strong jaw before swiftly ripping it off. His body landed on one side, while his head on the opposite, with blood flowing from him. I spat his blood out from my mouth, the disgusting metal taste making me feel sick. Sprinting back to Caroline, I stood in front of her, baring my bloody canines at them, showing them that I wasn't scared. I knew there was little chance that I would make it out alive, fighting by myself since there was at least 20 wolves here. However, my alpha genes didn't allow me to submit to them. They all snarled at me viciously, also showing their canines as well. However, I stood up taller, my wolf letting out a loud growl, which was even too loud for my ears. Chris, it's pack emergency. Red code. Rogues have me and Caroline surrounded outside my house. About 25 more coming in, I growled to Chris. Red code? He growled in disbelief. I'm gathering pack warriors. We'll be there in 2 minutes maximum. Even though he didn't act like it, I could tell that he was worried and scared. But there was determination there as well, and not to mention the fury. His blood was boiling. But he was trying to control himself and his wolf, who wanted nothing but to hurt these rogues. However, he was smart enough to be able to calm himself down slightly, knowing that if he came here with guns blazing, he probably wouldn't survive. That didn't mean that he was any less angry though. Chris, what's your position? I don't think I will be able to hold the fight up for too long. They seem impatient, I said through the mind link. We're a minute away. Those most vulnerable are safely in the pack house in the safe room. The twins are with Issa in the safe room too, and the warriors are with me, he explained. Meanwhile, I stared at the rogue, who had the audacity to slow walk closer to myself. I looked straight into his eyes, a direct challenge, and that's when I saw it. The fear. He was a lot smaller than myself, and my weight could easily crush him. Muddy brown fur coated his skin, while his bright yellow eyes gleamed with fear and worry. He knew that he wouldn't survive today. Studying me up and down, he looked deeply into my eyes as well, trying to appear brave, and stood up straighter. I was ready to fight, just dying to dig my hands into his coat of fur. Suddenly, he let out a screeching howl. That was it, he had just declared war. Just then, my own pack warriors flooded in. Both opposites sprinted towards each other, ready to kill or to be killed. Chapter 29. Howard's POV, Caroline, tried to escape. Try to get away from their attention, I mind-linked Caroline, but not before ripping out this hideous rogue's shoulder off while he let out a lock cry. "I'm not leaving you, Howard, no matter what," she replied before slamming her paw over the rogue's head, crushing its skull. Whoa, who knew my mate could be this violent? I think I was a little scared of her now. "Leave now, Caroline," my wolf snarled, worried that she could get hurt any second. "No. They want me, Howard. Isn't it obvious? So I'm not going to be a coward about it and hide while several other pack members give up their lives for me. I won't ever be able to live with myself, knowing that I had caused the death of so many people. Please, Caroline," I pleaded, already knowing what her answer would be. "No." "I'm sorry, Howard." I watched from the corner of my eyes as Caroline's huge wolf jumped on yet another rogue. To say that her wolf was beautiful would be an understatement. With gleaming, pure white fur and bright blue eyes which could be seen from miles away, she was more than just beautiful. More like enticing. She was huge for a female as well. She towered over most of the males here and was the same size as Chris, who was my beater, and nearly as big as me. It was truly gobsmacking. The atmosphere was full of the metallic smell, which every one of us knew as blood. Dead human bodies decorated the ground as blood oozed out of their fresh wounds. There were still many rogues alive, however more than half of them had been killed. Decapitated bodies were hurled around, both including my warriors and rogues, but thankfully, mostly rogues. My shoulder throbbed as the injured rogue and I circled each other, our eyes glued at each other. His gait was so altered that I knew even if he did survive, which he wouldn't, he would never be able to walk properly. Looking straight into his yellow eyes, I watched as he tried to mask his fear for anger. He knew that I knew this weak point. And at that moment, I let my instincts take over, quickly hooking my paw in his right torso. Rapidly, I danced out of the way as his paw sling near mine, narrowly missing it. Glancing over his head, I noticed that Chris was surrounded by 3 wolves. I had to finish this fast. Whipping around him, I struck him at the base of his skull. The audible hit reverberating through my body as he hit the ground. Before I knew it, I was beside Chris, biting off and successfully ripping off another rogue's paw. Spitting out its paw behind me, not caring where it landed, I gripped its neck with my teeth as he let out a loud whimper, struggling against me, trying to loosen my grip on him. In a swift movement, I snapped its neck before tossing it away like the garbage it was. Looking over at Chris, I watched as he finished off the second wolf. I pushed over the lifeless human body which now laid still on the floor before sprinting over to help another member of the pack, whose neck was wrapped with the paws of a growling rogue. "How many more?" I asked Chris. "Less than 10, he replied curtly before slamming down another rogue on the ground. Suddenly, I felt a pain on the right side of my hip. "Caroline," I sniffed the ground, in hopes of the finding her scent in the midst of the several sickening scents. Since I was her mate, her scent would appeal to me a lot more, and it would be a lot more stronger, even if she had been here days ago. Finding her sweet scent, I followed it to a more secluded part of the yard. I'd been sniffing out her scent when I saw 2 wolves push Caroline's wolf away while she flew away, her back colliding with the trunk of the tree. Instantly, I was in front of her, snarling at the 2 wolves in front of me. The bigger wolf out of the 2 instinctively pushed the small blonde one behind him before growling at me. I growled back even louder, making sure to show my bloody canines. It backed down slightly, however still looked me with challenge in his eyes. Before he could do anything, I jumped on him, snapping his neck in the process. The smaller wolf let out a pain-filled howl before nudging the bigger one's lifeless human body. I had to admit, I did feel sorry for the boy since he only seemed to be in his teenage years. However, he had hurt my mate. Letting the smaller wolf mourn, aware that it was a dangerous option, I ran to check on Caroline, who still sat slumped in her wolf form near the tree. Blood and mud stained her voluptuous fur, tainting it. Nudging her with my snout, I was relieved when she let out a small whimper. But 1 second I was beside her, and the next I was being pushed away with extreme strength and landing on my side. I immediately stood up, ready to kill whoever had pushed me away, and to my surprise, it was Caroline. She scratched her paw across the small wolf's face, the blood oozing out almost instantly. I could tell Caroline was tired, as her moves were a little slow and sluggish. Nonetheless, she could easily beat the rogue. She quickly snapped her neck, watching it fall lifelessly to the floor before morphing into its human body. Caroline stood tall above the young teenager, who seemed to be of about the age of 15 or 16. Apart from the huge gash on her face and small scratches on her arm, the girl seemed okay, however. Seeing Caroline's forlorn expression, I could tell that she was upset. "Hey, don't feel bad about it," I said, trying to make her feel better. "I don't regret killing her because she was about to hurt you. But I just wished that she could have had a normal life instead of dying like this," she whispered back. "I know. But it was either me or her. I was trying to make her feel better, even though I knew that she wouldn't forget about this for a while time." "Yeah," she breathed with a heavy heart, walking around the rogue and back onto the battlefield, with me closely next to her. "Alpha, all rogues have been eliminated," Chris said in his no-nonsense business tone. I felt like a huge ton of weight had been lifted off of me. I wanted to celebrate. "Great, Caroline and I will meet you there." I couldn't help but feel relieved that all the rogues had been killed. It meant that the pack was safe again, and especially Caroline and the twins were safe again, and they were my main priority. Hopefully, now that meant that Caroline, the twins, and any more of our kids in the future would be able to lead a happily life. "God, I love them. How many from our pack?" I asked. 3 lost their lives and 5 severely injured," he answered curtly. "Thankfully, the rogues weren't trained, or else there was a chance that we wouldn't have been alive today." Even though my pack was one of the best in the world and one of the strongest, the rogue attack was completely unexpected, thus meaning that they would take us by shock and that we wouldn't be very prepared. Luckily though, I did make my pack train for these kinds of emergency, so they weren't completely clueless. Even though they definitely did have the shock factor, I can proudly say that we had won. "Do you have some spare clothes?" "I want to shift." Caroline's voice suddenly boomed through the mind link. Yeah, there should be some behind this tree." Handing her a spare large t-shirt, I shifted back as well, wearing only a pair of grey sweatpants. My midnight black fur retracted back, and once again, I was on 2 feet. I was sure my eyes had changed colours as well, from my wolf's bright silver to my normal blue-greyish. Chris sent some wolves around the territory to check for any rogues. If they are adamant to come go with any of the guards, then they should be killed immediately. If they comply, then they are still to be locked in the cell for inquiries, I stated. "Yes, Alpha. Is everything okay?" an angelic asked from a few feet away behind me. I pivoted on my heels, turning around to look at my mate. I checked her from head to top, and apart from a few scratches, she was fine. My heart felt at peace again, though I was a little curious since not a few minutes again, she looked like she was on the verge on fainting. She healed fast, that was for sure. I immediately ran to her, holding her as if she was a fragile piece of glass. I pressed her to my chest, not too tightly, and simply nestled my face in her neck, simply nuzzling my nose against her smooth skin. I was trying to control my breathing, which I hadn't realized had increased, by inhaling her mouth-watering scent. God, she looked sexy right now. Her mud-covered smooth legs were showing since my t-shirt only reached her mid-thigh. Although her hair was a little messy with twigs and leaves planted in it, she still looked as amazing as she normally does. I was so lucky to have her as my mate. I noticed that she was also checking me from head to bottom, although her eyes did linger on my chest for a bit long, making me smirk. Then, I heard a gasp. Following her eyes, I saw that she was staring wide-eyed at my healing wound on my shoulder. Bastard took a huge part of my flesh when I was fighting another wolf from the back. Cowards. I'm fine, Caro, I reassured her. But they took a large piece of your shoulder off, she said, standing on her tiptoes to inspect it closer. Okay, so I have a boo-boo. Kiss it better? I said cheekily, which made her smile slightly. Okay, if it makes you feel better, she smiled, kissing a good part of the shoulder. There, better? Much, I replied with a grin, before capturing her luscious lips with mine. She eagerly kissed her back, wrapping her arms around my neck, though careful not to touch my shoulder. I felt her smile into the kiss before she pulled back. Although it was a sweet and short kiss, it was our first proper kiss ever. And it was better than I had ever imagined it to be. I love you. She leaned her forehead against mine, a smile appearing on her lips as her eyes closed. I love you too, Howard. I let a huge grin appear on my face. But before I could say anything else, I noticed some movement behind Caroline. The familiar blonde was glowering at us, practically shooting daggers with her eyes, especially at Caroline. Her lips were pulled up in her grimace. Eng. I pushed Caroline away, with her landing on the floor with a loud thud. Before I could say anything, an immense pain attacked me, burning it as well. Slowly, my body collapsed to the floor, landing with a loud thud. The burning spread through my whole body, paralyzing my movement. I felt a thick liquid pour out like water all over my body. My body couldn't deal with the immense pain. It couldn't. Howard, Chapter 30. Caroline's. Are you sure you want this? Yes, I replied confidently. This was probably going to be the most important decision of my life, but I was more than sure that it was the right one. Okay, only if you're sure, Randy said with a faint smile. Yes. I am, trust me. Randy didn't reply as he placed a light, feather-like kiss on my forehead. I love you, Caroline. I love you too, Randy. I love you too. This is just my way of saying thank you to you for everything, I smiled, pressing my lips to his cheek. Are you ready? He asked. I nodded my head, even though my heart was racing and my hands quivering. Where's Max? He'll be here soon enough. Don't worry, he won't miss this. He just had to deal with some press who were threatening to sue when Nicholas nearly assaulted them. He can't miss this, I stated. He won't. Calm down. Okay, I believe you. Good, now, for the 10th time, are you ready? He asked with now a huge smile on his face. 6 yes, I breathed. Good, I was growing old in anticipation. And I'm hungry as well. I just want this to finish already so I can have some food. Randy, this is one of the most important days of my life, and all you can think about it. Food, I exclaimed, pushing his chest lightly with a roll of my eyes. Calm down, woman. I'm joking, but I made you forget about your nerves, didn't I? He smirked slightly. Whatever. You know I'm right. He grinned mischievously. I hate you. Love you too. I stuck my tongue out at him, causing him to simply grin at me. Okay, and you're up in 3. 4.2. W1, she said with a small wink as she entered the room, listening closely to her headset. Good luck, she mouthed with a huge grin and 2 thumbs up. And just like that, all the nerves were back. I wanted this wholeheartedly, however. There was this great sense of anxiety there, which was completely inexplicable. The sound of my heart thumping could be heard even by my own ears. My palms began to sweat while butterflies invaded my stomach. Taking in a huge breath, I hooked my arms into the crook of Randy's before exiting the room. Hey, don't worry, calm down, okay? You look beautiful, Randy whispered, and immediately my nerves calmed and my body, which was previously stiffened, relaxed a little. But there were so many scenarios running through my head, not allowing me to fully relax. What if I fell over? What if I said something wrong? What if it started raining heavily? I checked my reflection in the mirror quickly, taking in long white dress, which had an intricate hand-beaded lace framing a sweetheart neckline and dropped waistline. The full pleated skirt with matching beaded lace featured a draped sash waistline that captivatingly trails to the back, adding a majestic touch to the chapel-length train. The top half of the dress pronounced my curves, but the pleated skirt was slight puffy. My light brown hair cascaded down my back in loose curls, while 2 pieces of hair were clicked back in a braid on either side. Turning around to look into his eyes, I nodded before walking outside the small building to the aisle. The sound of sweet violins and the piano hummed in the quiet forest as everyone stood up, ready for my entrance. Turning to Randy, I returned his smile before looking straight into his eyes. He looked as sexy as he normally did, yet today he had a different spark in his eyes. Wearing a dark grey suit, he looked even more dashing right now. It took everything in me not to start crying. However, I remembered Grace's threat. "Don't you dare cry," she had told me sternly. However, couldn't keep the smile off of her face. "I spent more than 2 hours, just your face and make, and don't you dare let my work and efforts go to waste." With every step I took, I couldn't help the whirlwind of emotions running through my head this moment. It was all too confusing, yet the one that stood out the most was love. Love for this man standing at the altar, which was made with simple twigs and flowers twined together. A huge grin was on his lips, and only pure love was gleaming in his eyes, along with some unshed tears reflecting mine. However, as we got closer to the altar, I noticed Randy sniffing the air before stiffening. He seemed to grow a lot more tense and was discreetly searching around for something. Or maybe someone. I was growing curious, however. I couldn't pry my eyes away from my beautiful husband-to-be. Thousands of bloomed orchids hung above our head, making it an even more beautiful spring. The guest seats were brilliantly carved with huge logs, pronouncing the natural beauty of this forest. And behind the altar, the most stunning waterfall could be seen, where he had proposed to me exactly 3 months ago. Once we reached the altar, Randy placed my hand on his, sparks immediately flying. Grace took my bouquet before walking back to her place. However, I noticed that her posture was stiff while her eyes were locked with someone else's. Looking back into his grey eyes, all I could see was love. Love for me. As the Pax minister started the ceremony, I couldn't help but get lost into his eyes. "You look stunning," he whispered, making me smile. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony." I droned out what he was saying, only concentrating on this amazing man in front of me. He was the definition of amazing. Although we hadn't had a smooth past, I knew, and my heart was agreeing with me on this, that we were going to have a very smooth future laying ahead of us. "Who will give away this bride today?" the minister asked, and instantly Randy walked to us before placing my hand on my soon-husband-to-be's smooth yet warm and calloused hand, sparks immediately flying between us. The minister began saying the vows, me repeating after him. "I, Caroline Forrest, take thee, Howard Taylor, to my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part," I said, placing the ring into my mate's finger. If the mark hadn't made it obvious that he was mine, then this make it to everyone. Placing my ring into my finger, he started, repeating the minister as well. "I, Howard Taylor, take thee, Caroline Forrest, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part. Caroline, I promise to encourage your compassion, because that is what makes you unique and wonderful. I promise to nurture your dreams, because through them your soul shines. I promise to help shoulder our challenges, for there is nothing we cannot face if we stand together. I promise to be your partner in all things, not possessing you, but working with you as a part of the whole. I promise to you perfect love and perfect trust, for one lifetime with you could never be enough. In your eyes, I have found my home. In your heart, I have found my love. In your soul, I have found my mate. With you, I am whole, full, alive. You make me laugh. You let me cry. You are my breath, my every heartbeat. I am yours. You are mine. Of this we are certain. You are lodged in my heart. The small key is lost. You must stay there forever. This is my sacred vow to you, my equal in all things. I love you, Caroline, and I always will," he said, with love gleaming in his eyes with honesty. His eyes had never felt mine, even as now they started to water. A flood of tears washed down my flushed cheeks as I tried to control it to no avail. It was perfect. Everything that he said was absolutely perfect. I loved this man more than anything in the world. Howard, you are my home, my one safe place. I fell in love with you for so many reasons. The way your eyes smile when you are happy or cheeky. Your commitment to our children and those you love. Your eternal optimism, your intelligence, strength, and your outlook on life. Howard, you, more than anyone, know my vulnerabilities, insecurities, frailties, and failings, yet you never take advantage and love me all the more. You inspire, challenge, support, and nurture me. You believe in me when my own belief wavers and I am beset with self-doubt. You find in me qualities that I did not trust or believe were there. Your love is unconditional, without reservation, constant yet demanding, forthright and bold. What can I say to you that I haven't already said? And what can I give you that I haven't already given? Everything that is the essence of me belonged to you long before this, and it shall be yours long after this and for always. Let me be the shoulder you lean on, the rock on which you rest. With you I will walk the path we have chosen, and together we will dream. We may stumble and we may falter, but we will always be there for each other. Today, Howard, I join my life to yours. The decision to commit to share my life with you is one I make joyfully, easily, and with full confidence in our love. Secure in the knowledge that you are my best friend, confidant, partner in life, and my one true love. Time may pass, fortune may smile, trials may come, but no matter what we may encounter, I know we do it together, stronger for loving each. And although our past together hasn't been the easiest, I know that it has made our relationship, our bond, our connection stronger than ever. I love you, Howard Taylor, and I always will, I said with a smile. A single tear dripped from my eyes, which showed nothing but sincerity. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he smiled a warm and loving smile at me. I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. Howard, you may kiss your bride, the minister said with tears in his eyes. As soon as those words left his mouth, Howard swooped me into a passionate kiss that left me breathless. He put in all his emotions, his love in it. He said everything to me in that kiss. With a small smile on my lips, I kissed him with the same passion as the guests whooped and cheered. All the memories of our past ran through my mind. Seeing him for the first time, making love to him for the first time, him leaving me for Eva, me running away, me meeting Henry, Grace, Stella, Mia, Randy, Max, Hayden and Allison, then me giving birth, me meeting Howard and Chris at my concert, me finding out Mum was ill, Howard meeting the twins for the first time, then Howard and Chris making everything up to me, becoming a proper family with Mum and brother, then Mum's death, Howard being there every step of the way with me, then Howard nearly dying after he got shot near his heart with a silver bullet because he was saving me, Eva killing herself and her baby after shooting Howard, then him gaining consciousness after 3 weeks in coma, me realizing how much I truly love him, Issa giving birth to a beautiful baby. All those things made me who I am today. Made us who we are today. And although we have gone through so many ordeals in the past, some which have nearly broken us completely, I can honestly say that it has made mine and Howard's relationship a lot stronger. I learnt so many things in the past 2 years. Holding on to the past hurts even more. And sometimes you just have to let go and forgive. I didn't want to trust Howard after he had hurt me. I was too scared. But now I'm glad that I took that risk, because if I hadn't, I'd be lonely and still heartbroken today. Yet now I'm getting married with the love of my life just because I decided to take a chance. None of us are perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but we have to let go and forgive them because holding on to the past pains you even more. And my life today shows exactly what you can get when you take a risk. In a way, I'm glad that everything has happened, because if it hadn't, I wouldn't have met these wonderful people in my life today. I wouldn't have had the amazing career that I do. And finally, I wouldn't have realized how much Howard truly loved me. He loved me so much that he could take a bullet for me. Literally. We finally pulled away from the kiss, panting hard while wolf whistles were all could be heard. We both leaned our foreheads against each other, doing nothing but relishing this happy moment. I've wanted to do since the second you came out here, he whispered against my lips. God, I love you so much, Mrs. Caroline Taylor. As I love you, Mr. Howard Taylor, I said back. When we finally pulled away to look at the guests, I noticed how every single one of them had tears in their eyes, but a huge grin on their faces. Grace and Randy were gazing into each other's eyes with nothing but love in them, which made me smirk at them, knowing exactly what those looks were about. Chris, who was Howard's best man, was staring at Issa, who one of my bridesmaid Mia, Henry's mate, being the other, and Grace being my maid of honor, with so much love and care. Henry, who was Howard's groomsman, was also staring at Mia like she was the only woman in the world. Henry had finally approved of Howard after a very long interrogation, and now they were even allies. The twins, who were now all grown up and nearly 7 years old, were wrinkling their noses in fake disgust, but even they couldn't help but let a small smile slip on their face. This was perfect. My whole life was now perfect. Maybe, in the end, everything does happen for the best.